And this time around, we have several reasons to cheer. Diwali, of course, signifies the movement of individuals, of people, from darkness into light. It signifies so much more. It is a time of closing of books and the writing of new beginnings, new chapters. It is a time to invite Goddess Lakshmi into our homes. And we believe an opportunity to ignite our hearts and minds with the hope and belief of a prosperous future for our country and its businesses. This is Diwali edition of NDTV Profit IGNITE, and I'm your host, Alex Matthew. We're coming to you live from the heart of Mumbai at Sofitel BKC. And I'd like to extend a warm welcome to all of our distinguished guests, stalwarts of industry and markets. And to all of you tuning in from your homes and possibly from your offices as well. The conversations today, we hope, will help you chart a course through somewhat 2082 with surety and confidence. NDTV Profit IGNITE, Diwali Edition, is brought to you by our co-presenting partners, NSE and Usha, with banking partner Canara Bank, co-powered by Bank of Baroda and supported by our associate partners, SBI Mutual Fund and Tata Capital. I want you to look around the room and feel the energy that is buzzing right here. It's festive cheer, of course, but I already see from the faces in front of me that there is one thing that unites all of us, and it is the hope and the dream and the belief that we're marching towards a successful future, not just for the people in this room, but for everybody in this vast and beautiful country. So find your seats, settle in, and get ready as we gear up to lay the foundation for your profit. All right, now to officially kickstart things, let's get on stage Tamanna Inamdar, the managing editor of NDTV Profit.
Thank you. Thank you for that warm welcome, Alex, and welcome to all of you on this Friday evening. We're just getting into the weekend mood. Yes, markets are still on, but we all know that the action is now winding down. So welcome everyone to the NDTV Profit IGNITE Diwali Edition. This is a very exciting idea that we're kicking off here. So I'm going to start by talking a bit about what is IGNITE. What does IGNITE mean for you? Is it setting something ablaze? Revving up your engines? Well, to me, it is a mind waking up to the knowledge and clarity in a fast-changing, dynamic, and let's admit it, sometimes hostile world. The word ignite also, to me, means hope. This is something we all really need, and the overwhelming sentiment is one of hope. Yes, there is a tariff attack. We all wake up every day, wondering what the headline is coming in from the United States. But there's also hope that the Indian consumer, the Indian investor, is hungry for growth. They will buy more, and not just TV, fridges, AC, real estate. They're also going to invest in their futures, in the markets. Look at the kind of action coming in right now in the primary markets. 4.6 lakh crore rupees worth of money is in just 2 IPOs, and there are at least 100 in this month. So there is certainty that India is now unstoppable, and all the red on the trading screen cannot change this. So our thought at NDTV Profit is to go beyond the regular coverage that you see every year before Diwali. Yes, we all do it, but this time we thought we should do something different. The idea is to ignite new opportunities and a renewed outlook. So look around. This is an intimate gathering of people who live, breathe, and celebrate the India growth story. Now, whether it's equities, insurance, consumption, or adopting the power of AI. With eminent market personalities that you will hear from today, Ashish Kumar Chauhan with us today. You'll hear from Manish Chokhani, Ramesh Damani, Nilesh Shah, Vijay Kedia, and the Mittal brothers who have democratized market information. How many of you all have that app on your phone right now? So Because of this, you have unlimited access to the ideas of tomorrow. So as we celebrate Diwali and step into Samvat 2082, this edition is about renewal, optimism, and strategic action. So welcome again to NDTV Profit IGNITE. Let me bring back Alex to kick off the day.
That perfectly sets the tone, I think, for the conversation. But to say that we want to reach out to crores of individuals, we say it quite often in the media business, and we've been saying it over the last few weeks and months. It's not an overstatement, because at the last count, we had over 13 crore unique investors in the securities market, and that number is growing extremely rapidly. It is, of course, our mission at NDTV Profit to equip our viewers and people that are tuning in with the information that they need to succeed. And it's important now because the capital markets are changing so rapidly that information asymmetry that was visible even a decade or less than a decade ago is now dwindling very quickly. We've had a fantastic journey in investor addition over the course of the 5 years, in particular post-COVID-19, but now we may just be at the precipice of the next big expansion in investor participation. And who better to talk about this rapidly changing landscape than someone who is at the heart of it? Please join me in welcoming on stage the Managing Director and the Chief Executive Officer of the National Stock Exchange, Ashish Kumar Chauhan. Please, sir, make your way. Big round of applause, please. And to speak to him, just to set the tone for this entire conclave, please, Tamanna, make your way to the stage.
Yeah. All right, thank you. Thank you for that, Alex. Ashish ji, welcome. You know, I can't think of anyone better to talk about the optimism and hope that the Indian markets are seeing right now than Ashish Kumar Chauhan. This is a true believer for the last 3 decades. Even when markets have gone through its worst, even when National Stock Exchange has gone through its worst, he is the SOS call that was made to rev things up. Ashish ji, आजकल आपके कैलेंडर भरे हुए होंगे IPO listing से. हाँ, to start with, रोज हम आपको देखते हैं, we cut to the freshest listing every day on NDTV Profit, and we see Ashish ji with some company or the other who's ringing the bell. Now, the day when there are 4 or 5 IPOs, who do you choose with whom you will ring the bell?
No, thank you, and happy Diwali to all your viewers. I think it's a great time for India, great time to be Indian. And naturally, sometimes we do have 4 or 5 listings in a single day, and sometimes in various parts of India we have bell, so people can select to also do it in their city. But sometimes we have like 4 or 5 listings in NSE building itself, and sometimes they use my room also to ring the bell. So I have to vacate my room for the bell ringing ceremony. So that's how so many happened. And of course, whoever is doing the listing on the atrium, which is where the largest number of listings happen, I try to be there, but I try to also go and take photo at the end with all the listed companies just for the sake of record.
Yeah, I think the booking for Ashish ji right now must be more than any star in Bollywood, because the number of listings and the amount of his time, aapka calendar must be fully blocked, I'm sure.
And I mean, I usually don't know, but I go to the same time and then they tell me go there and I have to do the listing. So it's like a priest job, like a pujari job in the temple. You have to wake up at 5 and do it. To whichever judgment comes, you have to still do the same thing, right? So that's how I do it for the last so many years.
No, but jokes apart, what it's telling us is how robust the primary market has become. Because look at the range of companies coming in. There are giant IPOs right now. There's LG, there's Tata Capital. There are smaller IPOs. You might see listing gains in some. Others don't have such a great listing. Nevertheless, it's telling you about the appetite of the Indian business community and the investor. You've seen this for so many decades. How do you look at this trend?
In a way, stock markets were not considered that important in the overall scheme of things in terms of the macroeconomics, in terms of policy making. for almost 70 years. And the entire planning model which we sort of adopted in terms of the Mahalanobis model initially by Prime Minister Nehru and things like that, we were very impressed by the what I call the planned economy. And so the stock markets, usually in a socialist country, they get closed down. Fortunately, they didn't close stock markets down when we became independent. And so we have a tradition, but they were like considered a little nuisance to be tolerated rather than a mainstream. But once the NSE came in, that's same time the liberalization also happened. And so slowly, the market cap, which used to be probably 3,70,000 crores or give and take a little that time, has now, in 30 years' time, has now become 460 lakh crore, right? Almost 125, 130 times. And that tells you that most people are now trusting stock markets. More importantly, more than stock markets, they are trusting the entrepreneurs. For me, 78 years of India's independence, what have we earned as a nation is that our small investors' trust in our entrepreneurs is what we have earned, right?
You know, that's a personal story for you. I don't know if many people know this, लेकिन scam के victim आप भी रहे हैं. The Harshad Mehta scam.
Yes.
Tell us about that, because what a journey we've made from losing faith in Indian capital markets to, I would say, having blind faith. The SIP numbers from today is telling you that. दुनिया में कुछ भी हो जाए, the Indian investor is standing strong.
No, in my own story, I mean, I started my first job in 91, where we were having a balance of payment crisis. And just out of a MBA college, you thought you were the smartest, which is what the exuberance of youth with some amount of sort of training gives you, and overconfidence. And so my salary was 3,000 rupees and I lost 50,000 rupees in the Harshad Mehta scandal. And so it took me a long time to recoup and pay back and stuff. But idea is not to over leverage, not to trade in things which you don't understand, and don't trade in derivatives.
But you know, I'm going to stop you there. Just think of that. 3,000 rupees was the salary. He was leveraged at 50,000 rupees, which he lost. You know, there are enough people out there today, and no, there is no scam, but who are as leveraged. What is the caution for them?
No, leverage is the ultimate problem. For companies, when things turn, people who are leveraged are not able to handle themselves, and that's about companies true, but it's also more about individuals. That companies have at least a bankruptcy process in India now. Earlier they were not there. But individuals have no bankruptcy process. So you get stuck for very, very long period in life. And that's why don't leverage, especially for trading or investing. If you have money, first go for house, get some insurance, go for some fixed deposits, save yourself first. After that, 5-10% of your total net worth, if you invest in stock markets, it's okay. But if you are an investor, you are okay. If you think by buying in the morning and selling in the afternoon is called investment, it is not. Although Tamanna might try hard to do the stop loss stuff and all, please don't even get involved. And even if I try, and I'm considered a person who brought derivatives, but it's a very sophisticated instrument. It's not for retail investors. Please don't ever come to this derivatives market if you don't understand it.
You've given me the perfect cue to what I wanted to ask you. Derivatives market, the regulator is going hammer and tongs. You have a very large brokerage player who's saying that their revenues from this space has gone down 40%. What is it looking like for the National Stock Exchange? Are you seeing some of that action drying up?
No, we are. Of course, even when the new regulations were coming up, we had said that this is going to affect revenues by 40 to 60%, and people were not believing. I think even on your channel, there are recordings which say that's not going to affect. But we know, and there are cycles. So what happens is the cycle actually matched with the new regulations coming in play last year, and the market slowed down. At the same time, the new regulations on derivatives both came together. In case they had not synchronized, probably the fall in the revenues would have been much lesser if the markets were going up even further. Then you would have seen some inflow even in derivatives at that time. But since the markets also didn't give great returns in last 1 year, and also the new derivatives regulations came, you saw the interest going down. So at some point in peak, I think January, February, probably 24, we were running 30, 40 lakh people trading every month in derivatives. Now probably 20, 22 lakhs in that range are trading in derivatives. So you can see even the number of people trading in derivatives are coming down and things like that, the unique investors.
But you do have now, you're planning new options for daily expiry, but for foreign investors?
No, it's again, the GIFT City market is for the foreigners or for the sophisticated people. So that's a different market. It's not the same market. And there, for the knowledge of the viewers, that market has options available even for monthly. Nobody trades monthly options there also, neither weekly, because that market does not have STT. And that market trades only futures for last 25 years. When it was in Singapore, when it is in GIFT City for last 3 years. Why? Is because India has a huge differential on a notional basis between the STT applicable to the futures versus options. That is, the options is charged on premium and futures are charged on notional. That's where there is an arbitrage, as I call it, tax arbitrage. That's why the Indian market from 2008 started going more towards options premium. 2004, when the STT was employed, that time the options premium plus the notional were charged the STT, and futures were charged on notional. So both had equivalent. That time, 2004 to 2008, there was no difference in terms of the trading volume in notional basis between options and futures. As soon as you went on premium charge, it took off. And now, at the same time, if you look at the other way around, that the notional traded, that what is actual value traded in options is even now probably 1/4 or 1/5 of futures, even in the local markets. And that's why many times we make up things on notional basis, many times we make up things on premium basis. So like I think 3 months back or 4 months back, we were in a debate and somebody said that we are trading so much notional. And I said that basically what is traded is actually the premium part, not the notional, right? And but we are the largest derivatives trading country in the world. And I said, no, that is not true, because what is traded is premium. In America today, on a monthly basis, they trade almost 4 or 5 times more than India's total derivatives premium, if you take options to options. And sometimes Tesla options alone, Tesla's options trade more than the entire derivatives market of India for months. And so we have made up in our mind that grapes trade more in numbers, whereas the watermelons trade less in numbers. We are selling grapes and we are largest. That doesn't work, and that's what we have made up. We have been made to believe by whatever incessant stuff that is going on. But we are not the largest derivatives market in the world by miles. We are like 20% of just the options market of America.
No, but the hunger is there. We saw it, and that's why the government stepped in. You know, just before we wrap, I think I want to talk a bit about what is happening in the markets right now. And there's one figure which has an impact almost every day, who's sitting in the United States, who wants a Nobel Peace Prize. Do you think, Chauhan Saab, who do you think will get the Nobel Peace Prize today?
No, today, at least yesterday night, the news came that it's for the next year. So he has to perform better like all of us.
Why are you talking?
So he has been given a carrot, and so he has to run more. Hopefully either he will lose interest or something else will happen. But in case he works harder for next 1 year, then world will have peace, right? Either PIEC or PEAC, right? That is the difference between the two.
So, you know, as we're going into closing bell, and we'll do that in just a minute, your one advice very quickly for the Indian investor: will we see new highs on the Nifty, you think, by the time we hit the Samvat?
I hope it does. And today, I think yesterday's Prime Minister's tweet on his talk with Mr. Trump, yesterday's summit meeting with the Prime Minister UK, and of course his talk with even Prime Minister of Israel. I think overall things are turning better for India. Last almost 9-10 months were what I call weak because of the uncertainties coming out of tariffs specifically on India. If it turns good, that's what today's market, I mean, if you see today's market, it started going up and now 0.5% up, which is like a surprise to me in last 6 months, right? And so I think it's good days coming, and hopefully before this summer ends, we would be in that higher zone.
That's a true market master. आप कहीं पे भी बैठे हो, भाव पर एक नजर है. Thank you so much, Ashish Kumar Chauhan, for speaking with us. A warm round of applause for the ultimate bull of the Indian market.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much to the both of you for a lovely conversation. Please stay where you are because, as they say, as I said at the start, some things draw to a close and new things begin. And of course, Diwali is all about that. You close one chapter and you start a new one. And of course, we're waiting for a couple of minutes to symbolically close the market day so that we can put all of our attention to what is happening on stage. And I wouldn't blame some of the market men, market women here for keeping one eye glanced at their screen to figure out what the latest bhav is. Of course, closing bell is just a couple of minutes away. And we're going to do it symbolically right here. And we're going to call a few people on stage to do that. Of course, two of them already here. Ashish Kumar, can you please make your way to the NSE bell? You've done this often enough. You can lead the platoon. Tamanna, please make your way as well. And to join them on stage, I would like to call Rahul Kanwal, NDTV Network's Chief Executive Officer and Editor-in-Chief, Mandeep Singh as well, Revenue Head of Television Network NDTV, as well as NDTV Profit's own Neeraj Shah. Neeraj, make your way to the stage, please. What we're going to do in this room is we're going to count it down for them because they can't really see the time. We'll play this up on your screen right here. And we're going to count it down for you. Everybody is going to count with me. So make sure that you have your voices ready. Of course.
She's going to teach us how to do it. बताइए sir, क्या करना है?
So at the right time, what happens is the market, the people start clapping like 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 like that. Yeah, it started.
7.
So, and now you have to ring the bell very hard. If you ring harder, at 1, yeah. 1.
There you go.
And I tell the promoters and the managing directors saying, if you ring bell harder and many times, and if it's done well, then prices go up.
Then let's ring it more. Then we should ring it more, right?
So everyone is like very enthusiastic.
Many people sitting in the audience, they might want to come and say, "Hum bhi thoda sa ghanti bajane."
Yes. And so bell is here after the event. All of you are welcome.
Thank you so much. But it's fantastic that you agreed to have this symbolic and beautiful bell brought here. Thank you very much for that. And thank you, Ashish ji, for joining Tamanna and the NDTV Profit team here. It means a lot to have you here and to have your support as we get set for the new Samvat. You're super excited about the year ahead?
Absolutely. No, I think next year we are going to do much better than what we did last year. The monsoon has been great, and India, in a way, runs on monsoon, right? So the demand comes out of the crops and the monsoon, and of course, the new ways of doing things, the new sort of tie-ups on many areas with the rest of the world is going to take us to newer ways of doing things.
Also, I hope you're watching NDTV Profit a lot.
Absolutely. You can come to my office and you can see.
And that could be a good thing or a bad thing. It's a good thing because you're being watched. It's the bad thing was that those many calls of complaints as well, which again is a good thing because see, as you talk about the year and everything that's being done, Neeraj, Tamanna and the entire Profit team is also working super hard on building a world-class financial news product. And therefore, it's good that you're watching, and I hope you can see some churn and improvement as well.
No, absolutely. I think the NDTV Profit has come a long way since it was relaunched. And so I'm pretty pleased that what we require for the investors is the correct advice, correct information, and in a right way. Because if you work on trading incessantly, you are not investing in a productive capital. What we require is productive investments, long-term investments, and everyone who trades in a way, especially frequently, is losing a lot of money just on the transaction charges. Don't do that. Invest for the long term.
The Samvat can change. Ashish ji's advice stays the same. Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for watching Profit in the way that you're doing. We'll keep working very hard over the year and hopefully have you back at many more such conversations. This was the Diwali edition, there'll be a budget edition, and there'll be many more, and we hope to have you for many of those as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Before you make your way off the stage, please can you make your way to the center of the stage for a quick photo op.
Alex, why don't you join us?
Have a seat, gentlemen. We'll have a small window for questions from the audience, so keep them ready. In order to keep this lively, please keep it very short. But then, before we get to that, Neeraj Shah, the Executive Editor Markets at NDTV Profit, please join us on stage. Everybody, you know Neeraj, put your hands together.
The mics to your right are yours. Okay, so the idea of this panel was to try and understand how is it that all of us can best use AI in our investing process, because AI has become has permeated all our lives in multiple ways, and if we can actually use AI to improve our research abilities and thereby our stock picking abilities, then it will go a long way in trying to make all of us better investors. And who better than people who are kind of developing the tools in their own platforms, which are used by millions of Indians, to tell us how is it that AI has permeated their platforms and what is it that they think about the use of AI. So gentlemen, thank you so much for joining in. Ayush, I'll start with you. Screener वैसे तो perfect था, right? Then you thought that, okay, there is so much that Screener has done, but we want to introduce AI as well, right? So where did this thought come from? And how do you guys contemplate using AI in your own journeys around investing?
First of all, Neeraj and NDTV Profit, thank you for inviting us and making us part of your prestigious program. NDTV is doing a great job, and we are really thankful for giving us this opportunity.
Thank you.
For all the viewers, Happy Diwali from our side. Wish you a very prosperous Samvat. my dad started investing almost 30, 40 odd years back. And since then, it has been, we have seen how the information data has been evolving. Earlier, when he started his journey, it was very, very hard to even get an annual report on time. We only used to get an annual report maybe 6 months or a year after the year was over. So it was so hard. And I started just helping him out on collating data better. And that is where Screener was born when Pratyush joined us. So it has been an effort where we struggle on the data points, we tried automating them, providing all our users maximum data point which can be made available so that people can do better research, minimize their mistakes, and take better informed decision making. So that has been the objective. From what started off with an effort to have more data, today it's the opposite. I think thanks to the regulatory framework, the way the compliances are, the way the companies have opened up with so many listings that are happening that we talked about today, the data out there is humongous. And for an investor like me, it was becoming super, super hard to even absorb or understand all this data which is out there. And if you don't act fast well enough, then you're far behind. So that is where, as we started working on AI, how it is evolving, we understood the power of AI. Today, maybe Pratyush can talk how the technology is evolving, but that is where we found so many use cases which were very, very powerful, which were helping me in my own personal investing journey. And that is where we have tried to automate, and we have brought out Screener AI.
Okay. Pratyush, you want to add to that? Because when one uses AI, you figure out that there are 1,000 pieces on X, for example, कि use this prompt. ये prompt use करो तो अच्छा result आएगा. ये prompt use करो तो शायद अच्छा ना आए. Right? Both you guys have kind of developed great products for usage. How do you think of using AI in the investing journey? Because I'm guessing some of those things you imbibe in your platform as well. We start with you and then go to Sumit.
Sure. So first of all, thanks a lot for this event and thanks for the invite and very happy Diwali to everyone. Regarding AI, it is a very exciting time. हम लोग बहुत lucky है इस time पे जहाँ पे इतना अच्छा developments हो रहा है. This is the first time there are AI models which can understand natural language and they are able to process documents. And as Priya said, that the huge amount of documents are increasing today, and it's very hard to keep track of all the annual reports, DRHPs, announcements. Every day, more than 3,000 announcements are made on the exchange. And that's where these new tools, new models are very useful in summarizing them, filtering them, finding out just out of 3,000 announcements, which ones are the important announcements that I should be looking at. Within a con call transcript, what were the main things that were talked about? Give me a summary of it. And that's where that AI power is very useful. On Screener AI, we have tried to, these tools are very powerful, but it's very hard to use them actually. And that's where on Screener, we try to make it very easy for everyone. That prompt that you said, that prompt engineering, learning prompt engineering. So all those things have been taken care of. Which model should I use? That's a common question every day. New models comes up. Grok is doing wonderful thing, ChatGPT, everyone is doing. So we optimize all of those things, make it simple, make it easy, and provide access to those official documents so that it can, instead of worrying on how to upload the documents and provide and how to ask questions around those documents, those things are automatically taken care of, and we can go ahead and just ask our questions on top of our mind. We can do the thinking job and get someone to answer them.
वैसे मैं पूछने वाला हूँ आप क्या questions पूछते हो अपने ऐप पे, right? But Sumit, please come in और आप भी बताएं. I mean, how do you use AI in your investing process? Whether you use it on your own platform or on Perplexity or on XAI or ChatGPT or Screener, however.
First of all, thank you, Neeraj and NDTV for the opportunity, and happy Diwali, everyone. So I'll go back a little into history, 10 years back. Sure. So the initial thought that I had in my mind was equity research back then was globally pretty much a very manual process. So there were analysts who were consuming information from various databases, bringing them to an Excel sheet, making DCF or various other models, adding some macro layer on top of it, adding technicals to it, and eventually identifying, okay, which are the stocks should be a part of my portfolios. Now, I realized that over the last 20-25 years, the amount of data that is available has increased multi-times. That's point number one. The second is, the correlations between market. So back in the 90s, even 2000s, early 2000s, whatever happens in India were the impacting factors for the Indian market, not anymore now. So anything happens even in the smallest of the country where India trades with, we have an impact in our market. So it has become super important for us to understand the cross-market correlations. Now that increases your data by X number of times. So now humanly, it is impossible to ingest so much of data, understand, process it. That's where AI comes into picture. So back in 2016, when I started Jarvis, we initially started building on the Indian markets, multiple correlations of how a sector would perform, how a particular stock within a sector would perform. Today, we look at about 10 global markets beyond India. And we have got a very beautiful, model built in for a cross-market correlation, not just India. And in terms of usage, so we don't provide research to the users. We provide the end outcome. So we are a part of the outcome. So we are, you can say we are the alpha for you. So irrespective whether it's a retail investor or it's a portfolio manager or an asset management company. So we cater to this entire range of investors.
So Sumit, आप कैसे use करते हो? Do you use AI for bottom-up research? Do you use AI for cross-market correlations, top-down research? How do you use it personally, let's say?
I would say it is more of a, not a bottom-up, but it's a mix of multiple models. Because there are various ways. So because if I just follow one model, then it's replication of human behavior. It's more over a robotic process automation and not an AI. But an AI would be able to identify its own patterns, and we have to train the system to identify patterns. And then it can, run multiple simulations to come out with certain.
But वो तो आपका काम है, right? As a provider.
Yeah.
मैं सोच रहा हूँ, so let's assume, okay, I'm asking you, if I'm the user of your product, let's say, or I'm using Perplexity or I'm using Screener, right?
Yeah.
How should I use it ideally? You would have gone through these iterations, right?
Absolutely.
Top down research के लिए ज़्यादा important है, bottom up के लिए कैसा है? आप कैसे use करते हो?
Top down के लिए है, I would say. But we neither use Perplexity, no GPT, nothing. We have our own models, own infrastructure, because we had started building this model when none of these were there.
Superb. Okay.
So, and today if you look at all of these models also, I would say, obviously when they came, we also tried because that would have eased up our job. But it just doesn't work. It does not have the contextual intelligence. I would say, hallucinates with the data. Plus, we don't even know the data source. So I wouldn't risk $100 million to be traded based on the recommendations of a Perplexity or a GPT. But so that's where we need our own models, which are specifically trained for the equity markets or any other market, commodities, FX, and everything. So that's where we have even added the explainability layer, which was otherwise missing from AI for all these years. Even we didn't have, about 3 years back, but now we have it. So we can fairly explain what happens within our system. So, from an end user's perspective, what we give them is the recommendations from a retail's perspective, and from an institution's perspective, we can manage this entire piece, including risk management system for them.
Okay, guys, so I'm trying to make this more widespread for anybody who's either using your products or any other product, right? And therefore, before I come to Ayush, Pratyush, to you, because Ayush keeps on telling me that ये सारा AI का जो कांड है वो प्रत्युष ने किया है, right? So on Screener, that is. So am I right, Ayush?
Yeah. So I'm the most technologically handicapped person in our team, and Pratyush's effort is to make me use it, and that is what he keeps trying to do. And if I get to use it, then we believe that everyone can use it. That is what our aim is. So yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to come to you as an end user as well, but Pratyush, I'll come to you because मेरे हिसाब से आपका शायद इनसे थोड़ा अलग होगा यूजेज, क्योंकि आप शायद बॉटम अप पे ज्यादा करते हो, राइट? सो हाउ डज एन एवरेज पर्सन make the best use of AI, whether on Screener or on Jarvis or wherever else, whichever platform they are using? आपके हिसाब से कैसे यूज करना चाहिए? आप कैसे यूज करते हो?
I use it as a private counselor. मेरे पास आज एक पर्सन है जिसके पास मैं कुछ भी बहुत बेवकूफ़ी भरे सवाल भी पूछ सकता हूँ और कुछ भी पूछ सकता हूँ. फॉर एग्जाम्पल इफ भैया इज टॉकिंग अबाउट अ कंपनी लाइक से HBL एंड ही सेइंग दैट उसको कवच का ऑर्डर मिला या कुछ मिला. फॉर मी कवच इज जस्ट मतलब मेरे को उसका ABCD भी नहीं पता. सो आई गो हेड एंड फर्स्ट आस्क ओके व्हाट हैपेंड इन दिस कंपनी, व्हाट व्हाई दिस द नंबर्स चेंज ऑफ दिस कंपनी. Then it says that, okay, it got an order for Kavach and those things. Then I ask, okay, Kavach hai kya? What is Kavach? Why is it unique? Why is only this company having this particular technology? How did they work on this? And like this, those sessions start proceeding. And it can be like for pharma, this was something which was very tough for me to understand. Like what is ANDAs, what is all these approvals and different things.
Yes.
So
I like the term ANDA, by the way. But okay.
So, I asked it, like many people say that intermediates are like just another chemical company. So it helps me in understanding that why is any API manufacturer different from a chemical manufacturer? What are the differentiations? How this industry works. And from there I start getting to the next question. Okay, then how is this applicable to this company? What this company is doing? Also for like when till now on screen we were able to glance the numbers very quickly, but to understand why those numbers changed, why the margin increased from 10% to 15%, was it a temporary shift, was it a permanent shift? Now I have someone who can do that work for me, go into those documents and provide me answers by referring to those announcements, con call transcripts, presentations and everything. And that's where these models are very helpful.
Amazing. So Ayush, मैं आपको पूछता हूँ because I'm presuming you started using at the behest of Pratyush. You started using AI, right? So आप क्या करते हो? जैसे प्रत्युष ने बोला कि is there a string of questions कि भाई मैंने पूछ लिया कि ये clinical trial, अच्छा, let's say margins, किसी company के margins increase हो गए. So why did they increase? Then you ask a follow-up question and the string remembers all of those questions and thereby eventually gives me a final answer. Is that how you are using it?
So maybe to answer that, I'll take you through what we have done at Screener. So basically...
But I would urge you, all three of you, to kind of broad base the thing, not just to your own platforms, but to have an average person can use any platform. Yeah, but you can take the example of Screener. Yes.
So basically, what is the key thing that AI does? AI is very, very powerful because it can go through huge amount of data, whatever the maximum amount of data which is out there, that is, it can process in a very quick amount of time period and give you a very structured outcome. And day by day, what we are seeing is that the models are getting better and smarter. They are getting that intelligence wherein you get the wow factor when you run queries. If you ask it a simple question, then also it is able to give you some intelligent insight which you were looking for. So that is what is happening when you use AI. At Screener, what we have done is that we have tried to, we had the benefit of having all the data that we were collating on all the companies, whatever, the annual report, the official announcements, documents, whatever they are filing, the credit rating reports. So it is getting that whole base on the document to get started with, and then it will go on the web and do the additional searches that you want to do. So first, the biggest benefit is that you're getting to work on factual data and facts and not hallucinate. Like Sumit was mentioning that one of the problem in the AI models is that it hallucinates a lot. So this is one thing that we have been able to safeguard against. And like Pratish is saying, use it like your friend or an assistant, wherein whatever basic question comes to your mind, like when a company, somebody tells me about a company, then the first question I'll go and run is, please explain me what does this company do? And it will give me a good summary that, okay, these are the key products, these are the key customers, this is where they do their business, this is how the business has grown. And then reading that, I'll put up some follow-up questions. Okay, tell me what this product is, like Pratish mentioned about a company. So what is this Kavach? Then I can ask even tougher questions. Okay, who are the bigger global players? How big is this opportunity? Who are the real competitors? So you can go on and on. The power of AI is that it is limitless. You know, you have to really think out of the box, or you have to really be creative. You don't need to hold yourself. You can, when I talk to my users or people who have been using it, I'm amazed with the kind of use case they have. Like somebody might build a detailed valuation model for next 3 years, 5 years, which was a job which you take at least a week or 10 days. If I had to prepare a summary of all the con call transcript for last, in fact, this is where we started using AI first. Like as more and more companies, I'm an investor who likes to be having a very diversified portfolio, and I like tracking at least maybe 500 names. So
500, huh?
At least, yeah.
At least, okay, interesting.
Yeah. So to be updated about them, I have to go through so many announcements and data which come. The first meaningful use case was the summary of transcripts. Now, if you had to read one transcript, it used to be 15-20 pages long. Today, with the click of a button, I'm able to get a summary which is so meaningful, which gives me even quotes of the management which it considers very important. And trust me, I've stopped reading any of the transcripts. Rarely. So that is the power of AI. And along with other use cases, maybe you want to add or something, maybe Sumit, in reference to this, like, it's humongous, whatever you want to do.
So are you guys able to trust the output that is being given by various AI models? Let's say, for example, con call summaries, right? Is the output given by AI, any model, is that trustworthy? Sumit, can I ask you, how much do you trust this to trust your $100 million investment that you spoke about?
Yeah, so I think there's a process of validation. So, I mean, anything that comes out might not be trusted at the first go, but it's a process. Process of training, retraining the machine, and eventually getting into that accuracy mode. So I think eventually a lot of our models today we can, we have validated, we can trust on it. But just expanding beyond this, the call transcription, everything. A lot of other, few of the other sources for us are also very, I would say, unique sources. For example, the Chambers data. Or anything that comes up in journals, business journals, internationally also for that matter. Sometimes some of these information also becomes super important from a user's perspective for us, at least from the research side of it. So we are the researchers here in our case. So in these cases, we really go top down, wherein we first try and understand an industry or a specific theme or a product or a component of a product, and then go deep dive into region, industry, which stock, how much is it, whether it's the right time, and get into it.
Sumit, एक example दीजिए, चलिए. Give me an example of how you use this for doing a top-down research for a sector which is global. Let's say if you studied semiconductors or you studied rare earth metals. So how did you use AI to drill down to the particular part of the sector, then the company, and if there was an India chapter attached to it?
Absolutely. So first of all, we would look at, the availability of these rare earth materials currently in China, majorly. Then we would look at what
you used AI to ask that, tell us which are the rare earth materials which are available in China, which might have an export ban, for example.
No, so we don't have a model which is very similar to a screener wherein we have an opportunity to ask, but it is, we ingest the information and, it's the core Jarvis engine which becomes intelligent enough to answer these things. Now, when I say answer, it's not answer to us, answer the further steps. So, so the first thing is we would look at which are the regions who has this. Second would be what are the use cases and how big could be the use cases. Not immediately, but maybe for the next 2 years or 3 years, like EV 5 years back, for example. Then we would get into regions. So, which in case I just mentioned as China. Then we would look at, okay, which are the stocks and what are they doing? Are there any smaller companies, maybe within the same region or any other region who are doing something similar but at a very small scale? They have an opportunity to grow multi-times rather than already a $30 billion company. So that's the process that we do. Then once we identify the region, industry and company, we go qualitative. So we look at the management and many other things from a fundamental research point of view. Lastly, we look at the timings from a quant or a technical perspective. That also depends upon what's the product. So if I'm building a long only product, I don't care. But if I'm looking at a positional product, then probably I would care. That's how it goes.
Okay, but this is something that I guess any fundamental analyst would also pursue the process, whether on AI or otherwise,
Absolutely.
right? Simple. You want to add something to this, Ayush?
So like specific to this use case that you asked, I'll give a very recent example that we did actually on whole of it on AI. It was nothing manual that we had to do. So like we came across an opportunity in the battery energy storage system. Like this is a big buzzword which is being talked about today. There's a huge growth potential, but I knew nothing about it. Absolute nothing. Simply by spending maybe 15-20 odd minutes on an AI platform, I could gather data, what BESS is, what are the global opportunity size, how is the growth happening globally. I could very soon, based on the answers, figure out that China is a key country. Then I asked some follow-up questions. Kindly let me know who are the key players in China, what are their capacities, how they have grown over the period, what kind of capex plans are they having, what are the technologies they are focusing on, and everything I could get within few seconds in a beautiful table, wherein I could figure out that, okay, the largest company is this at this size with such kind of valuation, and how they have grown in last 10 years. Then I could replicate it to the Indian context. I could just go and ask that, okay, now tell me who are the players in India who are seriously doing work on this. And it gave me beautiful insights that, okay, there are 5, 6, 7 serious players who are doing several expansion plans and where they are in their journey, what are the advantages, what are the disadvantages, which technology each of them are working on. Trust me, all of this data would have taken me at least a month or maybe at least 15 days for a team of analysts to figure out. But all this was possible maybe in 15, 20 odd minutes on a AI platform.
And you guys are trusting these outcomes to the T. It is possible to trust these outcomes. Please, Pratyush. Yeah.
So one small insight, like for last 3 weeks, he has been asking AI, give me questions to ask in AGM for any company.
Even does that.
Now, if you do that, we'll know how you came across those questions. Okay, but yeah.
But coming to hallucinations, this is a very important part. Like, can we trust it? So behind the core technology, it is an answering machine. And it gives answer no matter what. It gives answer where there no answer exists. So if you will ask it like, there are many examples on net around that. For example, around case laws, that give me a case law where this then this happened, it will just hallucinate and give you some XYZ versus XYZ name. How many stones can we eat in a day? There are examples where it will hallucinate that it is safe to eat 15 stones a day. So it is an answering machine where it is supposed to give answers. And it gives answers because where it doesn't have any context, it gives wrong answers. But as soon as it gets a context, if we give it a full con call, if we just ask it that what was discussed in this NDTV Ignite event without giving it any context, it will hallucinate and it will give something that this thing was discussed.
So how does an average person, average Neeraj, guard against that? Can I ask you that?
Yes.
What is it that you don't do on any AI platform, right? Whichever platform you use, by the way, you don't do it on that platform to ensure that it doesn't give you a hallucinated answer.
Most important thing is how did it answer it? When all the platforms show the sources that were used to give that answer. Within Screener AI, when you ask a question, it will show that it read through the annual report, announcements, and the RHPs, credit rating reports, and all the documents. If on ChatGPT or Perplexity, you will always see the source, and if the source is not there, then you can probably imagine that, then you can probably guess that it is a hallucinated thing. There are a few other things that we need to be cautioned when using AI based on the technology that it is. Like, when there are lots of numbers, as soon as the numbers, numerically, if it goes beyond 20, 25 numbers, then it starts making errors. So, for example, if you ask AI that give me all the orders that a company has received over last 5 years, it will prepare a beautiful table. But in the last row, the total will often be wrong.
Okay.
And that total won't be wrong by an order of magnitude. It will be like if the total is supposed to be 2030, it might give 2024, 2032 or something like that. So as soon as that numerically numbers start going beyond 20, there can be few errors. Errors are also there because of the errors in the source often. Like in PDFs, we often see the number is written as 23.24, but if you copy it as a text and paste it somewhere, it will be 2224 without the decimal. Sometimes those decimals are not provided in the PDFs in a proper text way, and that's where it will make those errors.
Okay.
So even when it is getting a good context, it can make errors, especially with PDFs because of the kind of document it is getting.
Wow. So when you are asking for the outcomes, and Sumit, I'd like you to come in on this. जब आप outcome ये देखते हो, you look at the sources that the AI model has gone through, and your hack is कि if there are a lot of numbers, then safeguard against the total.
Double check the number.
हाँ, मतलब 20 billion or 18 billion में बहुत बड़ा फर्क हो जाएगा. All right, point well noted. Sumit, you want to add to this? What is the safeguard that you put in for your own personal research when you are using AI?
So beyond whatever the machine is doing, we have got a human layer to it just to validate.
No, you personally, Sumit, can I ask you? Because a lot of people might not be using Jarvis, right? So I'm just trying to broaden the audience. Yeah.
So I would say my personal experience would be to use to train my own system.
Okay. Fine.
Not majorly that's the use case rather than using it for my own investments. So
You don't, which means, or do you?
Not much.
Okay, fine.
Not much.
Yeah, but please, please finish your point. Yeah.
So when we do that, of course, we look at the data source. Now, even with some of the really trusted data sources, we have been able to identify errors. Very, really big global data sources. And so now we have taken a decision that, we'll do away with all of those things and we will be the vendors for ourselves. So we have started ingesting the quarterly reports, annual reports, and every other qualitative information ourselves. So we have built our own engines to do that, wherein we get the data right from the source of truth. And so that way we are avoiding any mistakes in the numbers or in the context and everything around. Now beyond that also, whatever is being processed by the AI engine, there is always a human layer. So we always say that AI plus human is any day better than just a AI or just a human. So we have both the layers, so which would validate the models that actually goes out in the market on public domain for users to use it. And we constantly keep on evolving. So we don't use anything that we were using in 23. We will not use anything in 27 which we are using today. So we are constantly evolving, new models are being created, and everything, of course, are being created by humans only at the back, who are adding the contextual intelligence to the entire model, with which the outputs are even better with every single year, I would say.
Interesting. Okay. The other question is, Ayush, I'm guessing, so aapke paas, you have Screener AI, but what's the difference that you find? Because I'm guessing all of you test out different models as well, right? Just to try and see. So what's the difference for an average person wanting to know, okay, should I use X, Y, Z or A, B, C? How does she or he choose? Is there a marked difference between the different models existing? Since you are a user and not somebody who introduced AI to Screener, I'm asking you this question.
So no, it's a technology question. I'm not the right person to answer it. Pratyush is a better person to answer it.
Outcome mein aapko kuch farak
Yeah,
padta hai?
outcome mein, so again, see, for different purpose, you do use different platforms. So when it is something which is more like you asked him, Sumit, a question like if you have to do a top-down research, something which is much more global, then maybe I'll go to a ChatGPT or a Gemini, because that is where there's huge amount of global data. Like I gave the example of BSS. China is the leader in it. So if I want to search about it, that is where I'll go to those platforms. When I want to do some research on a specific company, because all the documents are already given to the platform on Screener. So that is where I'll use my own platform. So that is the differentiation in my mind. About the technology, Pratyush can share more, because he keeps excitedly telling me that we keep evaluating so many models which keep coming out. Every week he's trying one model or the other to see how the quality of output is. And we are amazed with the kind of changes which are happening, like the kind of output we were seeing a month back. Today they are very, very different for the same set of query, for the same set of data. So the models are getting more intelligent, faster, better. And sadly, none from India. Out of 10 models, if 10 models get globally launched every week, I think Pratyush will tell better. I think 5 or 6 are Chinese, and 1 or 2 are US, and none from India. So that is the sad part. But on the technology, we are seeing some fantastic developments happening.
Okay, Pratyush, you want to add to this?
So, what's the difference between different models? That's a basic question.
Exactly.
And why shouldn't we just take one subscription? And if we have to take one subscription, to kiska le le? So, between each model, the differentiation is each model is built of two things. Each app is built of two things basically. One is the intelligence of the model itself. हर मॉडल की अपनी एक पर्सनालिटी, ग्रॉक की एक अपनी पर्सनालिटी है, ओपन एआई की एक अपनी पर्सनालिटी है, द वे इट फ्रेम्स आंसर एंड द इनबिल्ट इंटेलिजेंस दैट इट हैज. एंड सेकंड इज द डिफरेंशिएशन ऑन द सोर्स गैदरिंग, हाउ इट गेट्स द सोर्सेज फॉर आंसरिंग द क्वेश्चंस. So in case of OpenAI, it uses the Bing's infrastructure. In case of Grok, it will use X, Twitter's algorithms and Twitter's knowledge base for answering our questions. In case of Gemini, it refers to Google's search expertise over the years. So that's the difference between three models. Perplexity again takes the best of each of them. It frames it according to you. And for general questions, any of them is good. Perplexity is providing the free subscription with Airtel for users, and that's a wonderful bargain, I would say. Yeah. I personally love using OpenAI. I am able to trust OpenAI's answers more than anything else. I find it that the reasoning that it does, the answers that it gives are I use it a lot for my medical purposes and all the things like अब खुजली भी होती है तो वो भी पूछते होते कि
But be careful with the answers thereof, right? Because we do not know how it will shape up. But yeah, the point well noted. I have one last question before I throw the floor open to the audience in case the audience has some questions. Believe me, I have a lot of questions for them, but maybe the audience wants to ask, so we'll give that chance. But one last set of questions. Is the cost of subscription and eventual usage of AI slated to come off? मैंने already देखा है from what it used to be, it's a lot lower now, right? So Sumit, I'll start with you. Do you believe that the cost of usage, subscription, etc. will come down?
Yes, I think with the more people using it and adapting it globally, I think the prices would eventually come down. And especially if you look at the base infrastructure that's required to host all of these services, there's a lot of innovations happening even there. So I think time will come then these all will be commoditized to us like a mobile subscription or an internet subscription kind of a thing, extremely cheap, readily available. That's how it's going to be.
Okay, so train yourself on these because eventually this will not be very expensive. Final words, Mittal brothers, any thoughts on this? You guys have reduced prices if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, you want to? Yeah, on screen, like the models, new models are continuously getting cheaper and cheaper. GPT-4 was like 3x priced than the GPT-5. And like that, the costs are always like, they are reducing costs like anything, and the intelligence is improving even if the costs are coming down. So that's a wonderful thing. And we have been able to see reduction in cost by at least 70% on screener for same kind of queries. Even 80-90% in most of the cases.
So Ayush, margin same रहेंगे लेकिन cost नीचे है, हाँ, end user के लिए.
I think the other thing to add on these beautiful, I think first of all, this is one kind of exponential boom that we are seeing, which we have heard about in the books, like in early 2000 when we read about the IT thing. We are seeing that live in front of us on the AI side, which is happening. And being a user, being an experimenter at a very, very big and heavy level, I can see what the tangible way the things are changing. So I think one is the cost. Of course, it has been coming down dramatically. At the same time, the way it is being used, like earlier when I started using ChatGPT, I had to write the query and do those things. Recently, when I'm seeing, I've stopped typing now. You have to just go and press the button and speak whatever is coming to your mind. Earlier, I used to think if I don't speak well in English, then it will not understand it well enough. Nothing. Up English, Hindi mix, whatever you speak, it will take that context well, and it will give you really beautiful answers. Recently, Pratyush showcased me the ChatGPT live thing, in which you have to just press the button and keep talking to you like you're talking to an individual.
And you use that for research as well?
Not for research.
Not as yet.
So for research, we are trusting our platform. But for any of those practical use cases, daily life use cases, whatever comes to your mind, day by day, I think another need is that in investing or in life, many often it's a lonely thing. Like you want to talk to somebody, you have so many things, questions in your mind, and this is a great way wherein you can get so many good nudges, insight, data points. So that is how you can, there are multiple ways of using it. And the way the technology is evolving, it is making it easier for you to use. So anyone who has a bit of a hitch that, okay, this is not for me, this is tough, please just press the button and start using it.
Okay. Now, I know three questions, three people who have questions in the audience for sure, right? I know Alex has a question. I know Tamanna has a question. And I do know Rishabh has a question wherever he's sitting, right? So I know three people who have questions, but I'll let the audience first get a chance to ask questions if they want. Vikram, over to you.
Thanks so much. I mean, this is a fascinating discussion. It's a fascinating topic, really, because, I mean, look at how far we've come as far as trading is concerned, the kind of data that's available and how we trawl through the data to be able to arrive at the kind of decisions that we eventually take to make money, to make profit. Kunal has been using it. Kunal, you want to tell me? Why don't you stand so that the audience can see you?
Yeah, so we've been using data because this time, a lot of data after COVID, we are finding a lot of data you are finding very difficult to find. And that's where the help of ChatGPT, at a single search, we are able to find these data. Toughest of the data regarding the mines, whatever we want to find, we are getting at a one click. So it's pretty easy with the use of AI.
You have a question for them? How do you make it easier? I mean, you have been using it over a period of time, but how has the experience changed for you? And has it made more money for you at the end of the day?
I've been using Perplexity and been quite good with that. So as a researcher, mainly I tend to ask questions. Generally, I tend to ask my team. So I started talking to AI, more of it, and I used to get answer.
So now this human part of it is going, but are we creating more noise in the process? I wanted to ask that as well. What is your experience, sir?
Hi, thanks for the amazing event. And trust me, the life has totally changed in last couple of years as we are using the AI. So I'll just give a simple example. Now, without cell phone, we cannot survive. And I believe the same going to happen with the GPT. So trust me, we are doing the GPT in a different way. We are using prompt. And I think I'll just give an example of the GPT. So nowadays, we are reaching to each and every customers. We have more than 10 lakh customers. So we record the capsules, and as per the client profile, it just goes to directly to the client chat box or mobile app. So let's say someone is interested only in F&O trading in expiry day. So the data will go to that which is related to the expiry, and someone is interested to trade for 180 days to long-term investment. So only the relevant idea will go. So I think we are using it frequently and really helps. The time which earlier I used to take more than 2 to 3 hours, hardly take 5 to 10 minutes, and that is only happening through the AI, and I think there is a long way to go.
So faster decisions is something that has actually happened, and that has really reaped dividends for you as well. Right.
Vikram,
so of course, yes,
Vikram,
absolutely.
Right
there
here.
are you.
Sorry.
Oh, there you are.
I know Rishabh has a question for our panelists. So maybe you take the mic first to Rishabh, and then maybe do a conversation with others, because Rishabh had told me beforehand that he has a question.
Go for it.
All of you gentlemen, I would like to ask, what is the sort of, give me 3 tips for better prompt writing when it comes to suggestion for stock tips, what sort of data one should look out for. 1 tip from each of you with regards to better prompt writing for stock selection and stock picking.
1 tip from each of you.
Okay, so I think...
But there is a specific ask for better stock selection.
Yeah. So I think today every broker provides you with the data along with their accounts, and it is super easy to implement, integrate these APIs over to a GPT or a Gemini kind of a model. So I would say that would solve the data problem, because that would probably be the most authentic data that's available. Beyond that, obviously the larger general questions can be asked to some of these models. Even from right from an investing to a trading perspective, if somebody is looking at a broader sector to invest, so what's looking good in, say, for the next 3 months? It's Diwali and everything around. So I think these are some of the things that the model will be able to answer. But if I drill down further, and if I want to know that, okay, tell me which stock it is, and I have got, say, ₹1,00,000 to invest, and how do I allocate and everything, it will definitely give you something, but I don't know whether it will be able to, I mean, one should really trust it or not.
That's the thing. Can you build that trust? And is the evolved nature of the kind of, as technology evolves, will you be able to build that trust as well in a cogent fashion?
I think eventually it will. The day will come that we will be able to trust it, but we don't know whether it's 1 year down the line or 3 years down the line.
Right. So we don't know how long it's going to take. The lady here, Ushri, had a question as well.
Hey, Vikram, we haven't heard from the Mittal brothers.
Oh, certainly. Go for it.
The answer
Sorry.
for the prompt to do better stock selection, guys.
So AI is like a slot machine. मतलब ding किया, कभी-कभी prize मिलता है, कभी-कभी नहीं मिलता है. And if it doesn't give you, try that regenerate option in all the apps that's available. Even if it is, मतलब just clicking on that might give you a better answer next time. So, and prompts are getting, like, all the models are getting better, so they understand your query. You don't need to do any engineering in today's time.
So I think my answer will be very different. I think don't use all these things to get across a stock idea. I think that is what one shouldn't do. If you think that it will automate for you, that okay, you go and buy this, do this trading, please don't do that stuff based on AI. Or if somebody is projecting you that AI will help you do this, please don't follow all those things till you have done enough work wherein you understand how that has been worked upon, how that model is, why it will work, why it will not work, what things have been done behind. It is, again, like what Pratish explained, it is basically the way computer has become smarter. It has been able to understand the language and process you a huge amount of data in much more meaningful and concise manner. So it is very useful for me for doing stock research. If somebody tells me about a company, I want to go find about it, that is the way. I can save my time. I'm more free today. I don't have to go and read through each of the 3-5 years of annual report, go through each of the transcript. What I can do is just I can go and ask it to prepare summary based on those documents, and that will be highly accurate. And I can keep asking it so many things and I'll get some knowledge and insights. But eventually it is me who will have to take the decision based on my risk appetite, based on what my investing behavior is, what kind of investment horizon is. All those things will matter based on your own personality and your investing journey. So that's what I wanted to add. Also, what Pratyush mentioned, I think many people think that you have to use AI, you have to write prompts and all. Trust me, all that is over now. With the new models, all you have to do is just press the button and start asking whatever is coming to your mind. At Screener AI, we have done this very step. You don't have to write any prompt. You have to just go, click the company, open the box. That's it. Get started. So that is where the technology is evolving. It is making things easier for you to adopt and start using it faster.
Does that answer your question? Yeah, Rishabh. And Ushri, you had a question too. Why don't you stand and ask?
Yeah, hi. Hi, thank you for so much of insightful information. See, yes, it's a day-to-day life. We are very much dependent on the AI. And more or less, you have given the question's answer what is in my mind. But I wanted to ask you, okay, suppose in future, like if it is an NDTV Profit, I am background from the we are into the financial software and terminals where all the data related informations we are providing. But now the AI is came into the picture. So how you feel in future, it's a data driven, the prediction is giving, how that AI can capture the market emotions also. And it will be capable enough.
Maybe for you more.
Yeah. So I think that's happening even today. So it can actually look at the emotions out in the market, and there are various ways and means to do that. I mean, Twitter may not be the most accurate and the best model, but there are many other ways of looking into it. But again, there are a lot of noise within this space. So, but fairly it is possible and it is happening. Some of these things are being consumed by our models also, but not much. We were heavily using it about 4 years back, but we realized that again that hallucinates. So we stopped using it. But I think, eventually that will that will be a part of the platforms.
So then will be the easier for taking a decision more?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thanks. Thank you.
Ushri, why don't you introduce yourself? Because you did mention how you're using AI, but in terms of investments and things like that, why don't you also explain that?
Yeah, I'm using the predictive analysis for the NSE Cogensis terminal where all the assets are available, and through we are definitely using for the predicting for the next 3 months or the 6 months how the market will look like. But still I believe that the market emotions yet to be captured along with the data what is are following. So, yeah, thank you. Thanks.
Who else had questions to ask? You did as well. Please go ahead and introduce yourself first.
Hi, my name is Malika, and I was hearing all of you talk about AI, right? For anybody investing at the moment, especially for someone as young as me, what do you think is the scope of AI-powered fund managers? You did say that AI could be trusted, and the extent of trust depends on maybe 1 year down the line or 3 years down the line, but that trust factor is there. I want to understand, is it important to always have a human touch in managing money, or can AI be trusted to that extent as well?
I think AI has reached to almost a 90% or an 85% trustable factor. But beyond that, I think it's good to have a human layer, at least for now, because, from a fund manager's perspective, you're not managing few thousands or few lakhs. So potentially you'll be managing few hundred or few thousand crores. So a lot of weight on the shoulders. So from that perspective, it is good to give a direction, or at least have a check in terms of what's the kind of output that's coming through an AI engine. And if you want to add any layer of your intelligence, human intelligence, or you want to modify anything, you should have that ability to do that. And I feel that we are still not in an age where we can automate anything and everything that the AI gives from an equity market perspective. But again, that can be trained. So it all depends. So either it can be pre-trained depending upon the frameworks that you want, then the AI will act accordingly, and then in that case you can automate everything, or else you can just ask AI to automate things to an extent, then you do your judgment and then pass it through.
Thank you.
Malika, I have a non-AI answer to this, by the way, and which is the investing stalwarts present here and the people who are going to come. So for example, Parag Thakkar would tell this to you, Kamal Bhai Javeri would tell this to you, Smitesh Bhai Sheth would tell this to you. Keep a small, very small tracking quantity. So if you believe that you want to test AI fund management, and if it 250 rupees is possible, आप उसमें डाल दो, 3 साल के बाद देखना अगर 250 का 500 होता है, you can trust the AI. Otherwise, you know you can't trust the AI.
That's a good one.
So is it good enough for first-time investors? That's what, or you need a basic understanding of the markets you need to have, because here you'll find a lot more first-time investors. What do you say? Introduce yourself though.
Yeah. I'm Aditya and I'm from NDTV Profit. So after all these intellectual questions, I want to ask a very basic question. And my question is, at the grassroots level, when you talk to your customers and when you pitch the idea of AI to your customers, so what are the basic challenges you have been witnessing, and how has been the adoption rate of AI? How has it changed over the time?
There's still a lot of inertia, and that inertia is being overcome through ChatGPT. उसका एक presence अच्छा है जहाँ पे लोगों को एक वो trust आने लग गया है. So the biggest problem today, or the challenge today, is to make them trust our platform as well. And by default जो app पहले से installed है वो सबके में वो use कर रहे होते हैं. So that's the thing. Yeah.
Even I'll just continue. So, see, as I said, we were there even before GPTs and anything was there existing. So, definitely back in 2019, 20, 21, बहुत challenge होता था to explain a customer that ये AI करेगा. So, and then customer's perspective is also very different. AI करेगा तो magic है, loss हो ही नहीं सकता. So, that's not possible. But I think with the advent of GPT, Gemini and all the prominency that they have achieved eventually, I think लोगों को समझ गया है कि this is possible, but there are caveats to that. So acceptability बढ़ गई है, which is good.
Oh, that's why we're having this conversation, because acceptability has grown so much, right? Alex, you had a question too?
I do actually. So, just like any other path-breaking technology, and you talk about anything from flight, where you had a few sketches that were recovered from Leonardo da Vinci, and everybody thought that he was crazy at the time, and then you had the Wright brothers, right? So I'm pretty sure that you guys, because you're bang in the middle of producing things that utilize artificial intelligence, I'm pretty sure that you have a vision of where we will end up. Of course, way beyond that, but what you're seeing today, a lot of people have described it as the first toddler step. So maybe we're still crawling. Do you have something in mind of where we can end up? Not just in terms of utilization for investing purposes, but artificial intelligence to make things easier for the rest of humanity. Anybody can take this.
I think, like you rightly said, it is just baby steps. It has just started evolving. And I think for each and every area, it will get adopted, wherein based on those industry, those specific use cases, those AI features, models will keep coming out, which will be more smarter and more useful for those specific segments. Any practical things that you can share on this, or yeah, I think it will, yeah, Sumit.
In the investing landscape, then let me narrow the question down. Of course, that might have been too wide. So let me narrow it down. Of course, right now you're saying that you should treat it like a secretary. It's like asking your secretary, tell me which stock to buy tomorrow. That secretary possibly can't. But you give them 5 books and say, study this and tell me in 2 weeks. AI is doing that much faster. She or he will quit, yes. But having said that, AI doesn't have that option, right? It's going to answer all of the questions as you pointed out. Where do you envision things maybe 2 years, 3 years, 5 years down the line in the investing landscape?
So all the models are very good and getting better continuously at providing the insights. I think the differentiation will be मतलब जो differentiation आता है कि a person who is investing for 1 week will have very different decisions than a person investing in the same, analyzing the same company for a year ahead, or a person who is analyzing this company for 5 years ahead, or a person who is analyzing this company from a perspective of 10 years horizon. And that difference in horizon will still keep that human part intact. And because this difference in that easy crunching of data, easy availability of answers, but different in horizons, will make the volatility much more. I expect the markets to be more volatile in future. The movement should be sharper, and as soon as something comes up, that will be reflected immediately in the prices. But those volatility should increase going forward.
Vikram, I have one question because I did not get the answer to Rishabh's question. So, if with your permission, can I ask one question?
Certainly, please.
One simple question to each of you. I know you said the time of prompts has gone, but everybody starts with a prompt, right? What is the most powerful prompt? Give us a single answer. One most powerful prompt that you think can give the desired outcome, whether for stock research or for top-down research, whatever it is. One powerful prompt from each of you. Starting with you, Sumit. One powerful prompt. Come on.
I think, again, it's a wide question.
आप एक दीजिए ना.
We have been put in a spot.
Yes, of course. That's what we do as news anchors.
So I think from a top-down approach, the very simple English prompt, I would say that, okay, give me a specific, say, the best EV stock, and you mentioned 3 exchanges, for example, or say, let's India. So give me the best EV stock in India with the highest profitability margin. It should throw you something. And from there, obviously, it's one prompt is never enough. So you have to deep down, but I think that could be a starting point. Yes.
Okay.
Rather than being too general about it. That give me a nice stock to invest into.
Okay, don't be too general. Pratyush, come on. Give us one powerful prompt.
On Screener, we have 8 preset prompts, and the most used prompt is, what's the stock outlook for this particular company?
How is the stock expected to perform?
How is the stock expected to perform? And it's actually a very good prompt. And the answers are also very...
आपने अभी तो बोला कि don't use AI for single stock recommendation.
So like even in this case, it never says this is good or this is bad. It gives you thinking points. It gives you lots of pointers that this is how you should think about this company.
Okay. Sorry. Ayush, you want to add to this?
No. So like he shared, I think the beauty of AI models as of now is that they will nudge you with a lot of data points. They will give you a lot of structured data points rather than giving you just a simple go do this. So that is the beauty. For me personally, how I use it in my investing process is that when I'm a very numbers driven guy. So when I come across a company where I see some good numbers, some good growth, I usually do it as a combination of 2-3 prompts. First, I want to go and ask, what is this business model? Kindly explain me, what does this company do? What are the key products? What are the key customers? So that gives me some perspective, okay, what is this business all about? And what are the key strengths in this business? Then the next question I ask is, which we have already set as a pre-prompt, how has the company evolved in last 3 years? That captures the journey of the company on last 3 years, what have been the key highlights, what have been the key developments in the company. And then eventually, how the next 3 years will be. So that is the last prompt I give, and that gives me some good insights that what is the company doing today in terms of expansion, in terms of hiring, in terms of new product launch, in terms of innovation, and that gives me some pointers to keep working on and do more research.
How popular these guys are that the Profit team has hogged all the questions. They will be available for those one-on-one. I'm going to take the liberty to ask one which I think is an existential question for a lot of people sitting in this room. But I'm coming from our perspective. What do you think is going to be the relevance of the analyst community, of news platforms like us in the future as the AI capabilities develop even further? Do you think that there's still place for what we bring to the table, and what will that be? Be brutal. Be brutal.
No, I think the relevancy will still always remain, subject to even the news channels start adopting some of the AI possibilities, because it should not happen that the audience has a news or an insight before you have it. So from that perspective, it is important even for the channels or the media houses also to adapt to AI and have a lot of tools. In fact, more tools than ever a retail investor or a analyst can access to, they should have it. That would always give you that edge.
This media is very important. It will always exist. All the entrepreneurs need places where we can share our stories, and AI also needs new material on which it can train things. So, like the media bridges that gap. It produces that content where they provide new data.
Personally, I think it's a very relevant question. Like whenever we talk about new disruptions, technologies, people fear that it will lead to obsolescence. But I think it's the other way around. What one should be aware is that for any young research analyst, it's a tool. If he adopts it, he will get better on those data points, the kind of material he can share. And that is what is happening in our team. What we see in our team is that earlier what used to take maybe 7, 8, 10 days, and even after that it was impossible for a human to accurately capture everything, digest everything, build a beautiful summary or a table. That is being done with the help of AI in a few seconds. And that is what is empowering even an analyst, even any guy in the team to do better quality work. So I think AI is empowering everyone. Now it is up to that individual how quickly and how well he adopts all these new technologies. For your newsroom, again, you will be seeing all those use cases. There might be some people in the team who might be reluctant to use. And while somebody who will be very fast in catching all those insights by using AI, and you'll say, wow, he's very smart. So, but behind him, there's an AI which is working. But how do you use these tools is what gives you the edge.
Well, as far as data is concerned and the possibility that media is going to keep creating it, that's an onus that we've taken for a long time, and I think we'll keep delivering on that count. But yes, there is one more question that we'd like to squeeze in. Hiravasha.
I just interviewed 4 to 5 candidates, and they prepared some very beautiful reports. And I was zapped when I saw these reports. So I asked them that, where did you get all this information from? I mean, did you all take the efforts of preparing all these reports and all? So they said, ये तो screener पे से लिया है हमने. And then I tried to quiz them on that, because if you have put something on paper, you should understand what you have put. So there were no inputs on that part. जो हमको मिला वो हमने छाप दिया. So these are the pitfalls of AI. I think how do we address this part?
I think, sir, what you are sharing is something very, very important, because when one goes through the whole process, like when I had to read the whole annual report, trust me, it gives me a very different feel versus the summary that we get today. So doing the thing yourself gives a very different kind of understanding, knowledge. At the same time, these tools are very useful in coming across some kind of structured outputs, pointers. That is what these should be used for. Like you said, if the guy doesn't understand what the report is, then there's no point, and that is what should go.
Trust me, they were so beautifully prepared. They were presented in the most beautiful manner, but the candidates had no idea of what they had pasted over there. So I think it's better to do the hard work, the research part, study the annual report, study the industry-related developments, and then only move ahead with such tools.
Of course, and also just to add, I think one can use AI better only if he is well informed. Like if I know that, okay, there's a cyclical company, there's a company which is in an industrial segment, I want to understand that how the prices of end product have been, what the capacity has been built over the years, how the utilization have been. And the AI function will give me beautiful table, very accurate data points on which I can work and analyze. So where to ask which question is what the wisdom is, that is what the experience is, and that is where we should apply a
I think it's best an add-on, basically.
Yeah, but it's a good add-on to use if you want to. Just don't trust if there are more than 25 numbers, right? But difference between 18 and 20 billion. Okay, perfect. Well, on that note, to all three of you, thank you so much for taking the time out. A round of applause for our guests here. Thank you so much for coming in. Alex, over to you.
Absolutely. And gentlemen, please stand up so that we can have a quick photo. And we have a small token of appreciation for having had such a lovely session. I think we've got a lot. buying an insurance product before you make your first investment as well. And in fact, he said this 10 years back. It's relevant today. And I'm going to introduce him in just a bit. But what we're going to talk about is really the need of the hour to get insurance to more people, not just life insurance, but also health insurance. What does that need from an industry standpoint as well as from a policy standpoint? Does more need to be done? And I'm sure that there will be a lot of questions that will emerge over the course of this conversation. Please join me in welcoming on stage Jyoti Swaroop, who's a Senior Vice President and Head of Business Development and Strategic Alliances at Axis Max Life. Thank you so much for joining us. And we've also got Harshvardhan Rungta, the co-founder of Rungta Securities. If you were wondering, this is the individual who said even 10 years back that you should buy insurance before making your first investment. To moderate this session, I'd like to invite on stage Vikram Oza.
Thanks very much for that, Alex, and welcome to our guest, Mr. Swaroop and Harsh. It's good to have you with us. You know, while we're talking about this entire pitch, this entire dream of insurance for everyone by 2047, Mr. Swaroop, first I'd like to know from you, how far have we come on that dream?
Oh, I think if I were to just talk of simple penetration levels, you know, we always measure it versus the GDP, and we always say that give and take whichever data you basically say, it's around 3.7 to 4%. I would just say is only one piece is this, that, you know, we are still in the scratch of the surface. Today, insurance is predominantly advisory-led. It is either attachment or advisory, but, you know, insurance has not taken the shape what it potentially it can actually take. And if I would look at the overall macros, I think there's a huge amount of change what we're seeing in the consumer side of it. The middle class incomes are expanding, lifestyles are improving. The rural incomes are, you know, truly, you know, getting into more consumption-led. They are getting into a more of a specific level of expenses. So if we were to just cut all that together, add what amazing thing IID is doing through this, you know, Bima Trinity, I genuinely believe that, you know, we're going to have a far more better patch or a purple patch of insurance as we move further. Today, the banks actually contribute almost 60+% of the insurance business, and, you know, the rest is done between the agents, etc. So if we were to club all of it together, I think the opportunity is huge. We do at Axis Max Life a specific research, what we call as the India Protection Index, and you'll be, you know, fairly interested to know that over 70% of the urban consumers are underinsured. On the other side of it, we do another research, what we call as India Retirement Index. And that data points actually tell us that only 1/3 of us, probably even in this room, actually have planned for a retirement. And that basically tells that, you know, that's the level of scale, size, and opportunity which is available for us on the insurance side of it. So 2047, I think a long way to go.
It begs the question, because it's not now that we're talking about insurance. We've been talking about it for a long time. The opportunity has been there for a long time. So why are we still just scratching the surface? Harsh, you deal with a lot of people and you give them advice, and he said the role of the advisory is an important one. What are the roadblocks, as it were, why we're still scratching the surface?
Thank you, Vikram. Very good evening to all of you. Thank you, NDTV, for having us here. You know, Vikram, what Swaroop said is actually, you know, very meaningful, saying that we are still at the scratch of the surface. The protection index that we spoke about, most of us in this room may not be adequately insured. I can say that with conviction. Now, what is adequate insurance? That's a matter of discussion, and that's a matter of consultation. Now, what actually is the reason why we haven't been able to, you know, approach this topic with so much of conviction? Now, there are 4 stakeholders in this entire industry. Okay, the first, of course, the manufacturers. Then there are intermediaries. Those are the brokers, they are agents, distributors, as you may call them. There are consumers, the end consumer, and then you have a regulator. Now, if you see the entire intent of the industry, you'll find the consumer at the most vulnerable spot. Okay, this industry, for whatever reasons, as Alex mentioned, I have been talking this over a decade now, to say that insurance is the first step of financial planning. while we talk about wealth creation over long term, all you know, an individual may go and very successfully building a nice portfolio for 20 years, and there is one hospitalization that actually takes away everything, right? So you're one hospitalization away from bankruptcy. That's the situation. Now, how do you protect and preserve wealth? It is through the mechanism of insurance. Now, despite being such an important topic and such an important tool of financial planning, why are we still not being able to, move beyond 3.7% of GDP coverage, right? So the idea is that the ecosystem has to be favoring the end consumer. Now, I'll take this parlance from SEBI. Okay. Now, the smallest of investors, the retail of investors putting in 500 rupees a month, has some trust in the ecosystem to say that if anything goes wrong, there is a regulator I can write to, and then heavy action will be taken against the intermediary if they are not being fair to me.
Right.
Now, that confidence apparently does not come with a policyholder in an insurance industry. Now, if the ecosystem is such that every person buying an insurance believes that he'll be rightly and correctly treated, the penetration will go up. Now, there are n number of instances in 3 decades of my practice. I can enumerate and say that how blatantly an investor's or a policyholder's rights have been violated.
So, Mr. Swaroop, in that sense, this ecosystem and the role of the regulator is an important piece. Like you said, now we have the Bima Trinity as well. We're talking about penetration much deeper than we ever had. And the opportunity for the industry is also very, very obvious. We've spoken about the numbers as well. But trust remains the core element of this entire push towards getting everyone on board, thinking that your savings are important, your insurance is even more important before you do anything else. Why haven't we reached that stage, according to you, from an industry perspective? Because that's where the opportunity is.
So I'll just if you do a quick research in this particular room, right? And if everyone asks their second neighbor over here, I think the one common question which is missing in our Indian mentality or the Indian houses is, your spouse will never ask you how much insurance you have. Insurance is never a household conversation within the families, A, and number two, even in your social gigs as well. We'll definitely speak about how well a specific fund is doing, how well is the present flavor of SIFs are doing, or what potentially those SIFs can give. But I think that's one side of it, right? That insurance continues to be still a push-based product. And when you talk of a push-based product, then the second question is, where is the trust in a push-based product? And who brings in the trust? It's easy for us to say that the distributors are not giving the perfect advice to a client. But if you were to just extrapolate what has happened on the mutual fund side of it, right? I think the convenience, the transparency has created a scale. What's missing in insurance has been that the convenience and the transparency always has been at the level of advisory. And it is an advisor, whether it's a banker, whether it's your own personal agent, or whether it's your web aggregator, who's making the big difference. So if I were to bring all of it together, I think the biggest pivot today is, and I'll just give you one small statistics, right? India has around 27 lakh agents. Okay, that's point number one. You have, apart from these 27 lakh agents, you have 1.5 lakh bank branches which advise on insurance. Plus you have 500 plus brokers. Plus there is around 1.25 lakh mutual fund distributors who are advising on insurance. Now, across this entire ecosystem, if there is one particular aspect which probably insurance has to continue to spotlight on, is today we are buying insurance which could be, as my colleague said, how adequate is that? Today we are talking of GDP on the insurance, but we are not talking of the resilience of an insurance. Today, how much of an insurance claim would be able to replace the value of a household, in case something happens to the household or something happens to the business? I think these are the factors, I believe, which probably has created trust deficit on insurance.
So we're insuring, you're saying, but we're not insuring enough.
We are not insuring.
That's the grouse right now from the industry standpoint. But isn't technology helping? Isn't all the innovation when it comes to products, when it comes to how, even on a WhatsApp, you're able to have that kind of communication going? Why is that not happening?
So I think, you basically look at three aspects of it, right? In the insurance journey, if you were to divide that, one is the discovery of a product, whether it suits you or not, whether it's the right kind of a chassis for you, etc. Second is the purchase, and third is the service part of it. When you compare an insurance to a mutual fund, the insurance are still fragmented across three different levels. You have the discovery separate, you have the purchase journey separate, and you have the service separate. Presently, mutual funds have done extremely importantly and amazingly is this, that they have driven on singularity of the journey. I think what insurance is trying to now through this Bima Trinity is trying to bring across all of this together, right? And that makes a huge difference. Today,
has it? So far?
So far, it has made a huge difference, at least if you were to look at in the space of the banking, right? Today, if you were to look at large banks, their insurance penetration would be upwards of 15-16% of their portfolio, which is exceedingly differently than what you see in the overall India as a as a GDP. So I think we are there where technology is enabling the onboarding journeys. The most important part is today what is technology doing is it is also allowing us in simple words address the most important aspect of insurance, which probably sometimes we miss, is technology is allowing us to actually detect frauds. Technology is allowing us to read those large medical reports of yours much more faster. I've been in insurance for the last 2 decades. I have seen that today insurance policies are issued in minutes on the life insurance side, right? Which earlier used to take 10 days, 12 days, 14 days. So we are there, and we genuinely are creating in the right steps across the technology.
So how has the advisory business changed because of the technology coming in? Because, I can access all of this on the touch of a button, like he's pointing out. But he's also saying that advisory is about the trust, and that is the element, the human element, before you decide how much insurance and what do you do exactly with the kind of products that are available out there. So how has that changed your advisory business?
So, Vikram, in fact, advice towards creating an insurance portfolio is far more important and complicated than it is to create an investment portfolio, quite honestly. We are on both sides of the fence. So if I were to create an insurance portfolio for my client, it takes me far more time than what it takes me to create an investment portfolio. So it is a very important factor, and I'm re-emphasizing this to all people even in this room. Please look into your insurance portfolios and you will realize that there is a gap that needs to be filled. Now, coming to the trust and that hierarchy, well, very respectfully, slightly disagreeing with you on this, it's not the only burden on the intermediaries to ensure what kind of advice has been given. Honestly, I've been in this field for almost 3 decades now. The kind of push that comes from the manufacturers, now we spoke about banks having a 15% exposure. You know how it is functioning in the banks. It's a known fact to everybody that bankers who are being assigned to sell insurance in the banks themselves are not happy. A 60-year walking in has been given he wants to do a fixed deposit, but he's given a ULIP. And you talk to anybody in the banking system, they would not by choice want to sell insurance. They've done a banking course, come over there trying to make a career in banks, in the banking industry, and they've been pushed to selling insurance. It's a known fact. Now, nobody wants to speak about it. Nobody wants to accept it. Very, very respectfully, Swaroop sir, I have sat with my client. So there's an incident where a client of mine took me to his bank, said that I'm taking a loan and the banker is forcing me to buy insurance. The only thing that I want you to do is help me buy the least worst product. So that's his mandate. I go over there and I'm talking to him. The bank manager is telling me, and there's an insurance representative sitting next to him.
So in this kind of push towards targets and things like that, in every industry, wherever there are products to sell, you're going to have that. But in this case, where you're insuring lives, does the strategy need to be any different? How would you revisit the kind of approach that we've taken to pushing the insurance agenda in the country?
I think, I would just say is this, that, while we all anchor around advisory-based sales as the right pivot, I think there are two aspects of it, what we need to, clearly identify on. Number one, are you actually reaching out to the customer set or to the customer segment with the right solution? That's my first aspect of it. Again, interesting data point is this, that, we as a country love savings-oriented insurance more than the protection-oriented insurance, right? And on the other side of it, again, our study basically shows, which is the India Protection Index, it shows that while we Indians believe that, we are fairly price sensitive, right? But the price sensitive is not the key aspect for a customer buying an insurance company or a specific insurance product. It is first the transparency and second is the trust. So if I were to bring these two together, my only solve I would just say is this, that, first is the level of segmentation what you do at a customer level. As my other colleague said, yes, bankers do have their reputation, but on the other side, they also do have a right reputation too, in terms of advising a customer products by the customer segments, whether it is on the ULIP side of it, whether it's on the protection side of it. But one key distinction which I would just continue to say is this, that I think the last 5 years has changed the entire era of how insurance is looked at or how it is bought at. I think the COVID clearly told to the customer that insurance first should be bought, okay, with the right adequate value. That's number one. The second, the advisor or the banker or whomsoever is the intermediary clearly has realized that he has to give a right fitment product to the customer. Because everyone knows that insurance is the critical one when you need the most. And at that point of time, a wrong fitment of the product genuinely can create a huge amount of a mistrust or a displacement. So to address to that, yes, I would just only say only one point is this, that I think segmentation, and I'll just say one point of the PMJJY has clearly created one particular segment which has for the first time heard that there is an insurance cover. Now the next value migration of them would be, would they want to buy further a protection or they want to move into a savings oriented product?
So this approach, savings, investment, when it comes to insurance, that's something that you've held a steady line on. I want to understand from you, when pricing comes in, when premium is considered in this entire pitch, in this entire equation, how has that changed the entire push towards getting more people on board to think of insurance as a product that they need to buy into to secure their lives?
So honestly, Vikram, when you look at pure coverage, the pure protection plans, the first thing to begin with is do not mix your investments and insurance. Now this is for a for a person who's well versed with finances, who can understand his, you can manage his portfolio on his own, etc. Okay, there could be one area for one set of investors who would want to mix both, though it is ideal not to do that. Okay, now come to the premiumization, the premium that we're talking about. Well, if you equate the cost that you pay with the benefits that you may have in case of any eventuality, there is no comparison. Okay, now if somebody, a family's entire protection plan, the insurance portfolio can be designed with as little as probably 5,000 to 6,000 rupees a month. So there could be a family of 4 people, a husband, wife and 2 children. We could design an entire insurance portfolio, pure protection plans, which could be say 5,000 to 6,000 a month. Now, if somebody says that I'm paying 50,000, 60,000 rupees a year, what if nothing happens to me? Then all this money is gone down the drain. So I think this is the best case scenario. When you buy insurance and something happens to you, you say, thank God, right? You had insurance. You buy insurance and nothing happens to you, you say, thank God, nothing happened to me. Now, if you start equating that my money has gone waste, I think that's not the right approach. I mean, if you look at it in a modern, in a metro kind of a setup, 5,000 to 10,000 rupees you spend probably on a 1 weekend outing. Now, can you not spend that kind of money to protect yourself properly? Now coming to how the government has intervened and reduced the cost of pure protection plans by 18%, I think that's something that the government is also trying to communicate. With regards to the policies that they have, the 2 lakh Pradhan Mantri Jeevan Jyoti Bima Yojana and the Jeevan Suraksha Yojana, the life insurance of 2 lakhs at 436 rupees, the 2 lakh cover for 20 rupees per annum. I think this is trying to move towards and at least securing all families across India, irrespective of their social status, to say that, okay, at least we have 2 lakhs worth of life and accidental cover. Right. So I think it's for us to understand the importance of this product. Do not equate the benefits with the cost that you're paying, because eventually the cost is only negligible part. One point I'd like to add here, just from a thought process. Say hypothetically you're paying 10,000 rupees as annual premium for a health cover of 10 lakhs, for instance. You're paying 10,000 rupees. For 30 years, you continuously keep paying this. And so what have you paid eventually out of your pocket? You paid about 3 lakh of rupees. Do you believe that in the next 30 years, I wouldn't have any hospitalization worth at least 10 lakhs? So if you at all think that is going to go waste, it's the best case scenario. But even if one instance, even like a COVID kind of a scenario, or if you just got fever, malaria or a dengue and you're hospitalized, the average cost is about 1.5 lakhs. Right? So never think of insurance premium as something which is burdensome to the family budget. In fact, I have gone and said this, that even if you can't invest, that is still the
okay.
best reason for you to buy insurance.
Go for the protection. Go for the protection. You need to insure yourself.
Just I'd like to add.
One sec. Because we're running out of time. Sorry, sir.
So just to add to him, and I think he said a very, very pertinent point. I think it's just that, there are 3 value chains across this. First, each one of us, have to look at insurance till the age of 35. Insurance is a tool of wealth preservation. The second is, from 35 to 50 is where you're creating a portfolio. You got to ask yourself, that how insurance is actually creating a tool of wealth consolidation. And beyond 50, 55, you got to clearly look at insurance as a wealth transmission as a tool. And I think these 3 life cycles potentially create a great value for a customer.
Well, so we have covered some ground. Policy is helping. Of course, there is the entire push towards making insurance that much more economical and that much more bearable for people who live in the smaller towns and villages. So the penetration effort is clearly on. But at this stage, like you said, we're still scratching the surface. Perhaps we need the regulator to come in that much more strongly, and perhaps as a strategy towards getting consumers on board, getting users on board, that strategy perhaps needs a rethink as well, is my larger takeaway. But thank you, Mr. Swaroop and Harsh, for joining us on this discussion. It's great having you with us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
Very happy
Thanks
Diwali.
so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, if you can please stand in the middle of the stage for a quick photo. To speak to both of them, gentlemen, wherever you find it most comfortable, on that side, sorry, on that. Oh, in the middle, okay. All right. And to speak to them and to get the most out of this conversation, inviting NDTV Profit's brightest stars, Tamanna and Neeraj. Right. Okay, so some people agree with me. Please, you like the last line? I'm sorry, I thought you would.
Right. Can we genuinely have a round of applause for the experience on the panel here? Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining in. We will definitely get it at the end. But your mics, please, yes. Tamanna, why don't you start?
You know, I was looking back at the last time we had this duo, this, deadly combination of Manish Bhai and Ramesh Bhai together, and I think it's been a while. I'm sure you talk all the time, but in conversation on a stage like this, which is why I think we've been very excited about this double dhamaka that we have this Friday evening. But the fact is that for markets, they are only getting double hits. One day it's Trump, one day it's something else, poor results. You know, as veteran investors who've seen so many years of ups and downs, and I'm going to start with you, Manish, how do you look at the current period we're in?
Thanks, Tamanna. Rameshji and I haven't done a TV show together for a long time now. So thank you for bringing us back together. I always learn when I'm with him. And we were speaking, we were together last year in December at this famous Jaipur Jamboree. And the consensus in December for all of us from the markets was we hope it goes sideways for a year. Because we had run up too much, too fast. And you sometimes get indigestion. So actually we've had the best outcome, that the markets haven't blown up. I had a fear that we will become like a bubble market. And he used to talk about that K-pop top last year of when the Hyundai IPO had come as well. And as we speak, the market has collected 4 lakh crores on the LG Electronics IPO. So clearly this market is in a mood to go up. And to use a cricket parlance, you all are maybe used to the strike rate, that every year you should be making fast runs. But I think it's about longevity, that if we get the IRR going, and we have substantive money going and it keeps compounding, as long as the businesses compound, I think the rest will take care of itself. I don't know if you agree with that.
Thanks Manish. Thanks for your kind words. Thanks Tamanna. Thanks Neeraj. Thank you for hosting me today. I think what I suggested in November 24 when Trump was elected was that the world had changed on its axis. I think when Manish and I joined the market in the late 80s, we were entered a golden phase for the markets in the sense that 89, what happened was that, India liberalized. Berlin Wall fell. 92, India liberalized. 96, the tech boom started. One good event after the other kept us forward. What is happening now is that Trump is changing the way, the Washington consensus that was prevalent for the last 30 years, liberalize, privatize, deregulate, is now being changed into what I call the Mar-a-Lago mandate, which is basically each country for himself. So that requires different investment strategies and different thoughts. But having said that, I would take fierce exception to what Tamanna said. Markets are fine. I started when the index was 800. It's 80,000 now. It's 100x fold in 30 years. That's fabulous. I think this idea that market must go up 15% every year or 20% every year for it to be a good year is perhaps mistaken. I think you buy a great business and hold on to that, and being in the market will make you more money than trying to time the market.
Can I just come in on that? Yes, markets can't go up every year. The reason is why they aren't going up. Circumstances which are entirely out of our control depends on what someone posts overnight. And Ramesh, you called it. You were part of our, US election coverage. He was the one analyst who was sticking his neck out and saying, no, I don't think Trump is going to be great for global markets and Indian markets. I mean, you've been proven right. It's the reason of uncertainty more than the direction.
Yeah, Tamanna, that's not true. Actually, I thought the market would be in worse shape when Trump came into power. The market's in good shape, and I did a lot of self-introspection as to why the markets are in good shape. I mean, since July, the Liberation Day in America, there have been 30 new highs on the Dow, which is not something I expected for sure. But what has happened is the capital expenditure for the AI boom is masking a lot of problems and bad economic policies. The tariffs, for example, the Fed independence, for example, or, a host of other policies. There's such a massive boom going on in AI. Let me give you an example which might surprise you. Yesterday in the financial press, in India, the largest single FDI investment was announced. Do you know who announced it and how big it was? It was buried somewhere in page 6. I just happened to read it, so I know about it. Google is going to build a data center in Visakhapatnam. The FDI for that is 80,000 crores. 80,000 crores is the largest single FDI investment in India. Think of what's happening in America
building data centers and building AI machines, machine language. That is masking a whole host of sins. So I would not like to give Trump credit for it. I think he's born lucky. As Manish says, give me lucky generals. So Napoleon wanted them, and Trump has been extraordinarily lucky. But I think bad economics is being trumped by good politics. You know, it's good in the short run to protect yourself, to focus on America. It's bad economics, and ultimately they will pay a price for it. But for right now, it's working for Trump.
Yeah, most certainly working for Trump. I wonder if it starts working for an average Indian investor. And, you know, Warren Buffett used to say, right, ovarian lottery, that if you're born in America, you were born in the right place at the right time for the next 10, 15, 20 years. To both of you, is an Indian investor right now a beneficiary of an ovarian lottery if she or he is in India? Is she or he at the right place at the right time?
So again, something we've spoken about, that the best way to think about it is, think if you were born in Europe right now, think if you were born in Japan right now, the best years of your country clearly are in the rearview mirror. What do you have to look ahead to as a youngster in those countries? I mean, there's great climate, great for us to go as tourists and all, but really, are you going to go and build a $100 billion business in those economies? It's very, very tough. Same way, look around our region. If instead of landing into Bharat, if you had just missed a little bit on the GPS, imagine where you would have been. You're just, first just be grateful that we are here. And grateful to be alive, indeed. Right? And the rate of change, like now in Mumbai, I can speak about, if you already had the Trans-Harbour Bridge, you had the coastal road, now you have the metro, you have the new airport. See the rate of change. So while we are not where we want to be, the way we are going there is, in a stock market parlance, when you go from bad to good, the rate of change is fantastic. But if someone is great and he's going to good, the rate of change is terrible. So the rate of change for anyone born in India right now is fantastic. And I would submit that today, if our market cap is give or take the same as one company called NVIDIA, what would you rather own for the next 20 years? Is it a capital goods stock? Or is it this entire country, which has 20, 30 years of growth ahead of itself, and clearly a profit potential?
Mr. Damani, a session with Mr. Chokhani suggested that 10% of the wealth is made, 90% of the wealth to be made in India is ahead of us. Do you subscribe to that? This is a great Diwali question.
I actually do. He's absolutely right, and he put it so well, so I can't do better than that. But, you know, Neeraj, I think, as I mentioned to you, that we live a life forward, but understand it backwards. I think if you go back now and look what a great opportunity India gave in '89, you know, such great businesses, globalization, privatization, and how much wealth was created thanks to those. So the question to ask is, someone standing in 2025, do they have the same opportunities I enjoyed in 1989? And I'll tell you, I asked this question to all the best investors you can think of. That someone asked them, what is the best decade to invest in India? Was it the liberalization decade? Was it the tech decade? Was it after Narendra Modi became Prime Minister? What was the best decade to invest in India? And uniformly they said, the best decade to invest in India is the next decade. Okay? Because the opportunities are so great ahead of us. So I completely am in agreement with him. I mean, it'll be a different set of opportunities, don't get me wrong. I think we built our wealth perhaps from the tech boom. You know, may not that happen, maybe a domestic economy. So you'll have to slice the cat differently. But are the opportunities there? Would I recommend young investors invest in India today? Absolutely.
Well, we are asking, me and Tamanna are asking the question to the two best investors that we know. So I can safely say that. But Tamanna.
No, so I actually wanted to bring this down to what people who are watching you, and really there is a level of awe when people look at investors like Manish and Ramesh. And so many young investors want to build that kind of portfolio. They're listening to all of this talk of great opportunity. Then they go back and open the app and they see their portfolio and the heart sinks a little. Let's be honest. Nifty year-to-date returns completely flat. मतलब सोना ही ले लेते हैं, FD में ही डाल देते हैं. That's also the feeling. So for the investor looking right now at what you're saying and the next decade of opportunity, what's the nuts and bolts of it looking like if you have to build a portfolio from scratch today? Ramesh,
Yeah. You know, I can only say that the opportunities today, I mean, in the last 6 months, I've been on a travel Bharat Darshan. I must have visited 30, 40 companies across the length and breadth of this country. And I'm amazed at the level of opportunity and level of entrepreneurship that I'm finding in the country. And that is just not a spiel I'm giving. You know, I see countries, small companies running a bank, NBFC in North Indian Ludhiana, barely in 2 states making already 100, 150 crores of profit. I go to a pharma company in Ahmedabad of all places, just getting started. I go to South to see a jewelry company. He's only in the state of Tamil Nadu with some 60 stores. He's already at 150 crores profit. What is he going to do when he gets to 2, 3 stores? And we know the opportunity is there for him. So, you know, this idea that you want to measure your returns every 6 months, every year, every quarter by the Nifty is perhaps a misleading idea. I think the more important thing is to hold it through a business cycle and see how you do. I think what I tell all the young kids who come to me and the investors who come to me is that take an approach where you're trying to double your money every 3 years, okay? And if that happens, you're fine. Don't worry where the indices go. Maybe the indices double, maybe the indices go down. But you're looking at individual stocks. You don't have enough money to invest in the indice. Invest in individual company, invest business. I think businesses are giving more than those opportunities to find it. So I have actually no reason to be discouraged because, as you said, the market has underperformed for 6 months. So what? It can underperform another 6 months. I'll be fine with that. I really think that we should get over this mindset of that if it hasn't moved up in 6 months or 12 months, I'm poorer off. You're not poorer off. You're investing in a business that is going to prosper over the next 3, 5, 10 years. And you should remain invested in that. And returns in market are never linear. They're always, you know, staggered at the end.
The question is how to identify that next big opportunity. What is that mantra, Manish?
See, there's no mantra in investing. You buy everything bottom up. And when you see an opportunity, like today afternoon as I was driving here, someone sent me an offer where one of the anchor investors was not able to put the money. And he's like, can you remit the money by Monday? And it looks interesting. Now I'm on the show and I can't react back to him, but I'm already thinking about should I be doing it.
How much was the investment that was asked for?
That's beside the point. But see, limited point is there are plethora of opportunities, as he's rightly saying. And one thing which has happened over the last 5 years in particular is India used to be very, very concentrated. 8 or 9 companies were 25% of market cap. Then the next 11 or 12 were the next 25%. So in 20 companies, half of India market cap was covered. And then another 40, 45 would take you to the 75th percentile. So roughly 70, 75 companies had all of India's market cap. Now this has spread out so widely that you'll be hard pressed to not find companies making this 150, 200, 300 crores of profit. And intellectually, as he's rightly saying, where did the big money come in India? If you think back to the 90s, anyone who took share away from the public sector was a natural winner because competition was so low. Anyone who could go international, whether it was IT or pharma, and make a dent in that market, even if you were 3% of a global market, you became very, very large. You got the tailwind of this whole BRICS in the 2000-2010 period. And as I always say, every decade we alternate from tech to hard assets. So all the Reliances and the Vedantas and all did very well in that decade. The last decade in particular, I would argue that people organized the unorganized sector in India. Is very famously DMart or even Titan for that matter. I would really say the real blowout has happened in this period. Trent, a lot of examples like that. Today even Zomato is basically organizing the unorganized sector. And the trend of taking away share from the government still continues. When you land at an Adani airport or you take your phone call on a Jio, you're basically doing what the government was doing many years ago. So the TAM for these segments is very, very large, and the companies tend to become larger than you can imagine when you're starting out. And the mantra which I was taught by my guru Nimish Bhai was, whatever the market cap you're buying at today, can you imagine that this company can make this profit someday in the future? It may take 10 years, it may take 15 years, but if you can't imagine, don't go in. You're not trying to make 20, 30, 40, 50%. If it's a 50, 100x opportunity, that's when you want to go and size up. And by grace of God, you need 4 or 5 like that in your life. And we've got 3 or 4 like that in our life, and therefore we are on the stage. The others got some better, therefore they don't come on the stage. So we'll get the last one or two, and then
and then you stop
then we are gone as well.
That won't work. That won't work.
But his point is absolutely right that the scale of opportunity here is indeed very large. And to flesh out what he was alluding to earlier, when I say 90% of your wealth lies ahead of you, I just want to point out Warren Buffett's wealth at the age of 56 was $1.5 billion. Just let that sink in. The man is worth, what, 200 plus today.
He's just getting started, as he said, at 56.
And just for people feeling that it's very hard to sit on cash, he's sitting on $350 billion of cash in a market which is adding India's market cap every week, I think, the rate at which they're going. So patience, longevity, it's again in the cricket parlance, you want to make 10,000 runs and be a Tendulkar. You don't want to have a strike rate of 250, but only play 2 IPL seasons. So like he says, time in the market, longevity, and playing with the right technique. As long as you don't lose your wicket, you're going to make money in this country. So don't do anything silly, don't blow yourself up, don't take leverage, you don't need to do derivatives. Just find the right business, find the right person running it, and just sit tight.
Wow. Well, okay, celebrating the goddess of wealth this time, right? It's also a time to do that. A lot of it is also about the mental model, right? And how do you behave when there is 12-month, 80-month, 24-month of no returns or low returns, or maybe lower returns relative to other asset classes. I mean, people would have seen, I mean, the famous meme that is going around, कि कुछ भी कर लो बनी, तुम्हारा portfolio मेरे gold के portfolio को underperform ही करेगा, right? That's the famous meme that is going around. So Ramesh ji, what is the mental model that you have when you go through a period of underperformance? I remember a show that we did wherein you said famously that why I regret not being a billionaire, right? What is the mental model that you go through a period of underperformance that people should take heart from?
Sure, Neil. Let me first answer your question. People who are very bullish on gold and, bemoaning the fact that they have gold and you have equity out there. The long-term track record for gold is 3% per annum. If you go back 150 years of gold history, so you're not doing anything great by buying gold. If you're a trader, you got it right, hats off to you. But generally, it delivers poorer, inferior returns to equity over long periods of time. So I'm perfectly fine being in equity. I don't really bother, the means don't bother me. Having said that, I think in 89, it required a particular mindset. I think 2025 required a different mindset for us. How do I explain this? In 1980s, when Japan was very powerful, they had something called MITI, which is the Ministry of International Trade and Infrastructure. And they would direct Japanese corporations, move into cars, move into consumer electronics, and they were all powerful until they realized after a few years in the 2000s that the capital was being misallocated, okay? They didn't understand the way the industry was changing. Japan didn't come up with the iPad or with the Walkman or with the iPhone. They're powerhouse in electronics, and yet they didn't do that because state can't direct capitalism. That's just the markets direct capitalism west. What we're happening now is a complete swing of the pendulum. Trump is again directing capitalism in America of all places. Invest in critical minerals, take a stake in Intel, do all these things that Indians realize doesn't work because that's crony capitalism that we're doing. But unfortunately, that's happening, whether we like it or not. So my job is first to profit from what's happening. So where is the Indian state directing its resources? It first directed a lot of PSUs. That was the leading edge of capex that took place in India. So it had a huge run into those things, which if you caught, you made a lot of money in there. I think the government will do 2 or 3 things, which I'll just share with your audience. So how the government capex will unfold in my view. One, of course, is the government has made it a national priority to search for rare earths in India. So a lot of capex of government is going to there. So you find the government PSUs or private companies that are looking for rare earths. I think that is one thing to do. The other thing that seems increasingly obvious to me is the government has decided that India is going to be a shipbuilding power. We have a coastline, we have a young population who can be employed, we have the technology to do it. Why do we have 95% of ships made overseas? So I think shipbuilding will be a huge force for good. I think also there's a huge infrastructure push in this country. So something like Delhi, if you've been to Delhi, as I go there quite often, Delhi is a city that is being built horizontally. there's lots of space in Delhi in the 50s, so you had 2-story, 3-story bungalow. They can't do that. It's now one of the most crowded cities in the world. So from horizontal, you're going to go to vertical. And that means a huge opportunity for someone in land development, monetization, construction. So I think government expenditure will probably be focused, among other things, on these 3 areas also. So if you're asking me what am I looking at, I think all those 3 segments represent opportunities for me. In the government sector, of course, and I still like the pharma sector. I think some absolutely astounding companies doing intellectual work, owning some real intellectual property. So we're best on that. But we are broadly invested in a variety of companies, so we're fine.
Okay. Manishji, you want to kind of just maybe briefly talk about this? I know your answer may differ with him on hard assets and gold,
Actually,
but what you look at as
for a change, because I never ever disagree with him, but I disagree on this very ardently.
You leave that to my wife.
So the trend of markets has been, ever since the US broke the Bretton Woods standard, because earlier you were pegged to the gold standard, and therefore the dollar was considered, you have to print $1 for every ounce of gold in Fort Knox. Ever since they debased, the value of dollar has actually collapsed. And while the 3% number he may be saying is right on a 150-year basis, from that 1970s to now, that's the magic period. And in that period, remember, the rupee was 4 to the dollar, and we had 90. So in rupee terms, the Indian housewife has been the smartest person to think that the value of what I'm buying is going down every year. Even in the period when it peaked in 1980 and did not perform for almost 20 years, in rupee terms, you were still making money on gold. So this institutional memory that our families have of be in gold and be in real estate was an inflation hedge in India. The additional inflation hedge you're now getting with Trump blowing up the US economy is the developed world is trying to inflate its way out of its debt problem. Japan is expecting, the average Japanese expects a 10% inflation rate in Japan,
wow,
which cannot even grow at 1 or 2%. So imagine how poor those people must be feeling. Like I have a friend who I went to business school with. He was the head of Bank of America. After he retires, he's still commuting in by metro and lives in the suburb of Tokyo and can't afford a big home. So that kind of wealth devastation which has happened in these countries, we haven't seen anything yet, and these guys are going to print their way out of trouble. We will be silly to keep accumulating reserves and thinking this dollar is worth something. I think the new world of China, Russia, Saudi have realized we don't want to hold dollars. And to the point he made on geopolitics, when Saudi says, I'm hiring Pakistan for the nuclear umbrella, is because they saw that America did not come to the help of Qatar or Iran or whoever. So that equation breaking down is leading to a lot of changes. And gold to me it's not an equivalent of a stock. Gold is a currency. And if the BRICS had to settle amongst themselves, you're not going to trust getting a ruble or a yuan. But if the net settlement happens in gold, you'll be okay to do the trade. That's what these guys are going towards. And I'm not suggesting gold today. I mean, at 4,000, it's gone parabolic, and like our markets, it will have a consolidation phase. But this story is not over yet. This move away from tech to hard assets, which occurs every decade unfailingly, is very much on. To just draw back memory, in the 70s, you had the famous run in gold, silver, and oil, preceded by the then Nifty 50 of the US. Then it flipped over in the 80s, and you had a 12-time multiple expansion of the Japanese and the Taiwanese stock market, which was the era of, those were emerging markets then, and then they went down for 30 years. Then it flipped in the 90s back to NASDAQ, and you got the famous stop again for tech. 2000 to 2010, we came back to emerging markets and hard assets, and you know what happened to commodities in that period, and we were going crazy on infrastructure and Vedanta and Reliance and all of that in that period. Then they went nowhere for 10 years. The last decade was the decade of tech, and back to US, and indeed the rise of China. We did not even know Tencent and Alibaba and all existed. We used to pride ourselves on our tech companies, and look what happened across the border. And then they went to sleep. And this decade, the move already has happened towards the hard assets. China is nothing but a hard asset country. It is really the most powerful country in the world today, much as I hate to say it. The fact is, it is there, and it competes with US on an area of superiority now. When Trump tried to wave around his thing of tariffs, One day they shut the critical minerals, next day they stop buying his soya beans. And the guy is talking very, very politely to them. So the world has changed. And if this AI boom had not happened, this to me is the last sign of the mania. That if you're buying a capital goods stock at the peak of the cycle and the peak of the margins and giving it a $4.5 trillion market cap, there is serious money to be lost. They are 70% of global market cap. Are you telling me for the next 20 years, US will make 70% of the profits of the world? 10 companies are 25% of global market cap. This, I mean, I'm not that old, but I'm old enough to understand this doesn't last. This is like when you wake up, you look back and say it was obvious this is going to blow. And there's serious money to be lost. And to keep this party going, they print money. Every morning they wake up and the notes are printing. And it's foolish countries who are accumulating these and thinking these are reserves. Therefore, the smart money, the bigger central banks of the world are buying gold like there's no tomorrow. They're buying silver like there's no tomorrow. So it's gone to platinum, it's gone to uranium. We are only looking at gold because that's what you can trade or what you can see. But this move is for real. Our hard assets, when you put up a cement plant, when we came to the market, it cost 64 crores. Today it is at least 10 times that, if not more. You did nothing, you sat on your cement plant, you were worth 10x. By then you've repaid your loans because the value of the loan you have to repay also goes down in rupee terms. So this trade is here, it's for real.
No, so a couple of things from what you said. Do you think there's an AI bubble brewing globally? That NVIDIA is making no sense in where its valuations are. And did you get in on that trade?
Like he rightly said, I mean, $10 billion data center investment in India. Do you know what the capex spend of these guys is in US? The Mag 4 are putting $800 billion. How do you ever make a return on it? And the market cheers. Like we were even looking at Alibaba in China, they made an announcement that we will also spend money on data centers, and the stock rallied very hard. And people like us are scratching at because actually this data center is a rental business, and you would value it like a REIT because that's all you're going to make on it. The intellectual money is going to go to the guy who owns the AI, not to the fellow who sold you the chip or who's running the data center for you. So again, to cut long story short, you've seen Broadcom, what is the company, Nortel or Cisco, the way they peaked in 2000, those prices don't come back for like decades after that. So we'll see how this plays out.
Okay, so there is an AI bubble. Is there an IPO bubble brewing? I'm really curious to know because you mentioned briefly 4 lakh crore rupees in LG. I think if you add Tata Capital and whatever stock is about 4.6 lakh crore rupees. There was a data point that Ashish Chauhan shared with me during the session. I think some 73 filings took place on the 30th of September and counting. We did research that showed nearly 60% of listings in this year alone are lower than issue price or under 10%. Now, why are people putting money? Should you put money or should you just not?
So, I mean, there's intellectual argument. I was on the other side of the fence like maybe 15 years ago. The reality is, as an investor, whenever you participate in an auction, the benefit is going to go to the person who's selling, not to the person who's buying. That's just the nature of the business. And the fact is, if I look back to the period I was involved in, the late 2000s, the 3 or 4 largest deals of that period were Reliance Power, of course, famously, Coal India, Power Grid, and if I'm not mistaken, one of the Adani ports or power. 2 did very well, 2 did very badly. If you take this decade, now you've just had Bajaj Housing Finance, for example. This year they took 3 lakh crores and went. By no means is it a bad company. Zomato or Nykaa had come a few years earlier. By no means were they bad companies. But the market tends to get, like in every period, there's a wave of excitement around a certain theme, which attracts people to come out and say, let's list it because we're getting fantastic valuation for it. So nothing wrong with what the issuer is doing. You as a buyer, like I said, you have to buy bottom up what suits you. He mentioned a number of things. I don't have to participate in all of them, right? I can stay, if I know the capital market business is still going to be a 10x from here, what's my rush? It may go sideways for a year. Let's just stay there. I don't need to go and find the next construction guy. I don't need to go and find the guy putting up rare earths, which I don't understand about, and what China will tweak. So I don't need to participate there. So this IPO FOMO or the market FOMO is something I would urge you to avoid. Having said that, as a participant, I'm very, very happy to see this kind of IPOs in India, because this goes into asset creation, which leads to capital formation and to profit creation. So as long as this is going on, it's fantastic. What pains me is, of course, when the foreigners sell and take the money out. But the good news is the Indian markets had kept the prices so high that we got good valuations when they sold. And now when they come back, they will have to pay even higher for that. And that will drive our markets even higher. So that's all I would submit on that.
Your view, Ramesh, on IPOs. Do you look at any of the issues coming at all, or how do you approach it?
I tell you two words that I always live by, Tamanna, is caveat emptor, that is buyer beware. That's my job, to evaluate the risk. I mean, I don't want to blame the IPO people or AI. My job is to evaluate it. That's what I do, risk evaluation. So, if I find it's overpriced, I don't buy it. Simple as that. I find enough attractive IPOs. I don't think AI is a bubble. I'll say it controversially. I don't think it's a bubble at this point.
You don't think AI is a bubble?
No, not the AI as a business. AI as a valuation.
Valuations will come and go. It will be volatile out there. That I'm not making a call that you buy this one. But is it a bubble right now? Is NVIDIA a safe example in a bubble valuation? I don't think it's in a bubble valuation right now. I mean, for whatever it's worth, that's my view. I have a company in America which went up 40% in a single day, Oracle. So it's just from $700 billion to $1 trillion of market cap. I have seen a lot of bubbles like Manish has. It doesn't seem to me like that it's going to be like the dot-com bubble and come back down. Maybe it'll happen in 3 months and we'll talk differently. But right now, as I speak to you, I don't see the stock prices or the industry in a bubble formation. What has happened is that it's gone up so much and there's so much excitement that people tend to think anything that goes up is a bubble. That's not true. There is something creative going on in those places out there. With IPOs, again, use your judgment. I mean, he mentioned a lot of IPOs. He didn't mention the IPO that Inam bought in the 90s, which made us all fortunes, which was Infosys. Even today it's up 3,000x or 4,000x. I forget how much it's up out there. So you get some great, outstanding IPOs sometimes in the market. It's your ability to understand the business that's important. So what I would say is caveat emptor, buyer beware. Don't buy all the IPOs, but just because it's coming at now 80,000 level, which seems excessive, I would not ignore it either.
Wow. Well, this is the beauty of the markets. We've got two legends. They differ on a couple of things, or maybe more, but that's the beauty, right? For every buyer, there is a seller and vice versa. Yeah. I would love to have maybe one thought from both of you around how you're riding the cycle and spotting the next big cycle. So, Rameshji, you famously played PSUs beautifully. In your current answer, you gave a couple of examples of PSU sectors as well. Do you believe there is an ongoing cycle in PSUs and people need to fish in that pond? People can do their own fishing, but maybe some guidance around where is it that you think cycles are underway which could last for 5-10 years?
Yeah. Typically, Neeraj, as I've often mentioned to you when you've interviewed me, is that every bull market has leadership. 90s, it was the cement stock. In 2000, it was the tech stock. In this time, it's clearly been PSU stocks that have led this bull market. So having said that, if I believe the PSU, if the bull market is still alive, as I believe so, then the PSU will continue to lead the rally. What I have done is I've moved it within the PSU basket itself. Taken money off the railways, put it into construction, taken money off something else, put it into rare earths. So, you can move the basket there. But I think because the new direction of governments, whether it's in America or whether it's in New Delhi, is to have government-controlled sectors dominating the economy. Trump is doing it in his own way with Intel and with Molycorp and all these things. So is the Indian government doing that. So they are directing almost the capital flows, excitement, revenues in those sectors. So I'm just participating with it. I'm not making a moral judgment, is this the right thing to do or wrong thing to do. I think the opportunity will be there, so I'm investing in those sectors out there. So I think, yes, there's still some good pickings and still some legs left on the PSU rally.
Okay, so cycle in PSU. Before I throw the floor to the audience, Manishji?
No, I agree with him on this. This is an area we've always agreed on. Back in the 2000s, which was the period of hard assets, and PSUs are a collective of hard assets, which as they get little more productive, or they get little fillip of growth, the rate of change is so fast that you make a great amount of money there. Also, it's playing, as he rightly said, because of the geopolitical mess, the amount of money and effort going towards defense and technology in particular is very, very large. Also, the rate of change in, say, the PSU banks, which I think we own some of them together, is very, very large. And the market is still scarred by memories of what happened 20 years ago. So it is a very happy hunting ground, I mean, long and short of that. And it plays into what I also believe top-down is a hard asset period. And my other favorite perennially is always, I understand the space better, is financials. You find the right guys in the right space, and I don't necessarily mean the most levered guy but like capital markets has been a perennial favorite. We know the space well, we know how large it can get, and it still has legs to run. There will be a couple of new listings coming there. To your point on IPOs, I would be very, very watchful of not missing out over there. Hopefully they come at decent prices. But there's enough to do, really.
As long as there's FOMO, I think FOMO is good.
Don't operate on FOMO. India has so many great companies. The ball keeps getting thrown at you every day. And the whole market doesn't need to come every day. Sometimes it'll be one sector, sometimes it'll be another sector. Sometimes it'll be one company in that sector. And we need to do 1 or 2 decisions a year. Actually, we don't work very hard. All we do, when you will come, you'll see us reading. And occasionally meeting people. Traveling to meet people to figure out what is going on. But actually, we don't really press the trigger very often.
He's right about that.
Yeah.
I mean, every day the market will throw a ball at you. You don't have to play anything. You just sit and watch it. Till you find it flat outside the off stump.
Yeah, well
in it for a 6.
Talking about FOMO, I think the audience has a lot of FOMO because, Neeraj and I have been hogging the time of these veteran investors. I know Alex has a lineup of people who have questions to ask. Alex, be fair, not only our profit people.
No, in fact, I'm going to avoid asking the profit folks. I'm going to keep it open for people to ask. And since we're talking about cricket, the distilled wisdom of these gentlemen, they're talking about the fact that while a lot of things change, Test match cricket is played in a certain way, baseball works in certain situations, but not always. So if you've got a question, please raise your hand and I'll come to you and you can keep your question short. Please, anybody start. Shall I start with you, sir? No? What about? Okay.
Sir, I'm a proprietary investor and I'm very lucky to be in the market for 48 years. So I started before the Sensex was born. But yeah.
Born.
1977. But I have been quite fortunate and successful in my portfolio. What worries me is that I'm not a technology guy, I'm not connected to technology. Just before you, the guys are from Screener and artificial intelligence, they had a talk. So I was just thinking, away from the market, if everybody, the young age, the present generation, if everybody operates and works on AI and they think accordingly and they will be guided accordingly, then what will happen to the creativity of I think...
You're saying youngsters should be going more towards creating enterprises rather than markets?
If all youngsters use AI, he's referring to the conversation we had with Screener and Jarvis.
Sort of a utopian idea. The whole world is running on AI. And nobody applies any mind or creativity. So,
I get it. Intellectual question. We'll cut to it quickly.
Yeah, sure.
And I'm sure he'll also add to it, that as a tool, if when you saw the rise of machinery coming into the farm, you would have said, what will mankind do if everyone is taken off the farm? Then you saw the machinery coming into the factories, and you thought, what will mankind do, and all the artisans will be out of work, and so on. You came to the age of the computer and the internet, and you thought, what will happen to the open outcry broker and so on. It helped our business to globalize, for example. And same way with AI, I think we will find new use cases. Like I have investments in the private space on, now for example, this metro has come up. There is a One Mumbai app. Someone has created it. There is a new business which is born. Someone has put up cameras. You all have cameras for security, but you have a human being looking at it. Now the AI is able to scan and see anything suspicious, whether he's cooking in a McDonald's, whether he's picking up stuff in his DMart store, or whether he's doing something suspicious in the metro. There are newer and newer use cases coming up. And that's the nature of human society, which is why AI as a business, I'm with him that it's not a bubble. The valuation that this kind of capex spend can go up to produce a return, that's what I'm arguing against. But as a business, I think it takes mankind into a future which is much better than what it would have otherwise been. Like imagine your life without a cell phone. How do you call your driver? I don't remember how 30 years ago we got hold of our car when we left a hotel. So it becomes so embedded inside us that we don't even realize how technology is helping us.
So you used to drive your own car, I think. That is the way.
No. In Bombay, that's not an option.
Okay, maybe I'm just.
But
since it was
I just want to take that slot, if you give me a minute more to complete the point, that your related point on this is absolutely right, that we will not build our future if all our youngsters come to the stock market. And the fact of the matter is, even if I take promoter number 125 on the list of companies listed, his wealth is greater than that of the largest and most successful investor in the stock market. So the way to creating wealth is to build something, or to be lucky enough to buy something which becomes very, very large, and you sit on it like a business owner for a long period of time. So from a stock market perspective, we've shared our wisdom. But from a real world example, what you really should be hoping our youngsters do is go and create these enterprises, which will then become, the new drivers for the economy. And serious wealth, money and societal good comes from creation of enterprise. We are just riding on the coattails of people who have created great generational wealth for themselves and for the country.
That's a beautiful answer to a philosophical question. Ramesh, do you have
what Mangar would have added. Nothing to add. It's a brilliant answer. So.
Wow,
it's very good. His answer, you touched all the bases.
No, it was a phenomenal answer. And any budding entrepreneurs sitting at home and watching this or in this room, please bear that in mind. Invest in your own business first and then the capital markets. You've got a question?
Diwali greetings to everyone in advance. I'm Aditya Arora from Analytic Research. So as the theme is FOMO and everybody is talking about FOMO over here, so I have a question. There are two classes of investor right now, and the asset class in focus is bullion market. On one side, we are hearing there's premium of about 15,000 rupees per kg on silver in our domestic market in India, and there's a lot of physical supply demand which we are seeing globally. A lot of premiums are building up in the international market, and there's also a chatter that silver has given 50-year breakout, and it may see a parabolic rise. And on the other side, there are people who are saying that this is like peak of optimism, and this is classic euphoria which is playing out in bullion market, wherein every retail investor is jumping in late in this trend. So what are your thoughts that how could this trend shape up in coming few weeks and months?
We can do a well left on that. Because I can't explain why silver. I mean, there are ratios which people relate to, that the 100:1 or the 60:1 ratio, gold, silver and all will play out. I don't know when and why it will play out, but it is playing, like I said, into the debasement trade, anti-currency, that if I don't want to hold dollar and I want to hold hard assets, the people who are over 50 are buying gold and silver, the people who are below 30 are buying Bitcoin and stable coin. And it's really a currency trade. It's nothing to do with equity markets.
This is a golden opportunity to ask questions here. One here.
Good evening, sir. What is your view on disruptive business models like a Nykaa or an Ather Energy or an Ola Electric or the likes?
Well, it's what I say about any business, that you find at the right valuation, it's a great bet to buy those businesses. So I focus a lot of my time on finding it at the right valuation. What price am I willing to pay for it? What price is the market valuing that business at? So rather than worry about new businesses, old businesses, I'm looking at businesses that are cheap. As your mother told you when you went shopping probably, rupee ki cheez athane mein kharidna hai. You want to buy things cheap. And that's true for disruptive businesses, new businesses, old businesses, PSU businesses, whatever. The cheaper you get it, the better off you are. So rather than focus on whether it's disruptive or not, which probably they are, focus more on how cheap they are.
Thank you, sir.
I'm surprised Mitesh or anybody don't have a question. Come on, I'm sure you wanted to ask a question, so why don't you?
We have a question right here. Sorry.
Yeah, thanks, sir. Good evening. I am Uttam from Axis. Sir, my question pertains to value migration. So where do you see current value is migrating? From which industry to which industry?
So it's actually a reflection of the previous question as well. When he calls those businesses disruptive, there's actually nothing disruptive in a Nykaa, which is a retailer of, say, fragrances, except they were doing it earlier offline and you could not reach a tier 2 town with good quality product. You're using technology to make it available to them. Same thing, there's nothing disruptive in a sense about the Ola Electric which he's talking, because you're taking a two-wheeler transportation business which was using an IC engine and now just giving it through an EV to the same customer. It could be through Ather or someone or the other. The needs of the human beings are the same. It's the use of technology which is helping me to make that available.
So is there no truly disruptive idea you have come across recently?
Honestly, in India, and I know I'll be proven wrong even before I walk out of the hall, by and large, the businesses in India have been cut, copy, paste. That I will take a model of Amazon and I will create a Flipkart over here and then hopefully I will sell it to Walmart. And you know, but nothing wrong. I mean, you're making your business and there's nothing wrong with it. And it was also a stage in time when we did not have the wherewithal to invest money in R&D. Like as a country, our R&D spend is 0.5% of GDP. On a much larger size economy, the US spend is 2.5% and the companies spend a lot more. China is at 3.5% and they've caught up because the way Trump has caught hold of us today, they faced that in 2016 when he had first come, and they realized we need to get Atmanirbhar fast, and they did it at a pace which was so breathtaking that today we need to buy technology from China despite them attacking us in Galwan.
That's the opportunity you
so
think
that's
we
the
have
opportunity
today?
in India, that can we truly do something disruptive. So for instance, on defense, like these Akash Tirs or the drones which we make are now state of the art and we can sell to rest of the world. That's like on its defense theme and so on. So stuff like that will come out, and I think the triad of industry largely coming out of auto, because they tend to be a lot more engineering heavy, auto, defense, universities coming together, that's what built the DARPA system in the US, that's what built the system in China, and that's what I believe they will do in India as well. So we visit a lot of these companies to just see what's coming out over here.
Ramesh, you want to add to this?
No, I think he's answered it well.
You're being like Manga today.
I'm speaking too much.
No, it's well said.
Okay, there's a very smart clan of people. The whole audience is smart, but there's a sharpshooter set of investors there. So Smitesh, Ritvik, Pratik, any of you have a question?
Okay,
for
I
Ramesh
asked
ji
them
or
and they
Manish ji?
all shook their head, but this time since they've been spotlighted.
Thank you, sir. It's a privilege to listen to you both gentlemen. Fortunate, and we are fortunate living in this era, listening to you and living. You guys are really great, and thanks for teaching us directly, indirectly, and we are obliged by that. That's a gratitude from all of us over here. Yeah. The only question is like with regard to, we are just confused with regard to what's going to happen specifically with to India in this Trump economics or whatever it is, with the GDP, how much bad it can be, what can it lead to in terms of the deceleration with regard to the valuations of the market, which we are currently trading at a premium. And what about the USD INR for another, let's say 1 to 3 years, till whatever time Mr. Trump prevails over there or sits over there. Thank you, sir. Obliged.
You know, आप लोगों का ओ इतना है कि ऐसा लग रहा है जैसे क्रिस्टल बॉल है आपके पास. USD INR कहाँ जाएगा? Let me add market कहाँ जाएगा?
I wish I knew what I was going to have for dinner. I don't. So, having said that, it's your previous question, that I do believe the world has changed. So the way we invested, say, in the 80s and 90s in India, and the way you should invest today will change. And it's, there's an old saying that sometimes history makes the man, sometimes man makes history. I think in Trump's case, he's making history. He's absolutely changing the world, the way that we were used to the world. He's changing the world. And it's our job to recognize this and understand. India is now a big, important country itself. It has 1.4 billion people with the rising demographics for the next 20, 30 years. So we'll do well. I don't think there's any reason to be afraid of that. But will it create new winners and losers than we had in the last decade? I absolutely think it will create new winners and losers. And it is our job as investors to focus on them. I suggested some of them that you could look at over the next 3 to 5 years. I think Manish will have his own set that you can look at. But I think there's no reason to be afraid. I mean, it's not like if America catches the flu, we're all going to get pneumonia out here today. I think we have progressed beyond that point. So I think We're not going to be relegated to the dustbin of history if America sneezes. But I think we'll have to chart our own way, and I think we're doing that correctly. We are doing that in perhaps a meaningful way in India. So there'll be great opportunities for India, and as I've repeatedly said, the next 10 to 15 years will be as exciting, if not more exciting, than the last 15 years. So
the best is yet to come.
Always.
Yeah. You agree, Manish?
I'm just thinking, you have two gentlemen who manage lakhs and lakhs of crores sitting here. Let's say you are holding their stock. Whatever Trump does, whatever rupee dollar does, will you sell their stock? So there's Nippon AMC, ICICI AMC, which will come with IPO soon. I mean, frankly, do you care what Trump is up to?
So you know what the name of their session is? Mere paas sip hai. Because so even as we wind that down, and what a perfect tease to the next session, we want to wrap up by from both of you for a few words of what we're doing here at NDTV Profit. Even with our pre-Diwali coverage, we've hoped to bring conversations and insights which are directly for your profit, for our viewers. So just some words on that, please, Manish, and then Ramesh.
I think what the big change that happened in India over the last 30 years is that information has become democratic. Thanks to the internet, thanks to broadcast TV, people have access to information. When I started, getting access to a balance sheet was a bit hard. You had to go to a library and plead with the guy to give you a Xerox copy of that. So you guys have democratized information, and I think first you seeded the market, now the market is seeding you back out there. So it's been a great win-win journey, and thank you so much for hosting me today.
And I'll just supplement that I mean, people like you are the new schools and colleges which people are getting access to education from. We are like visiting faculty occasionally who come and get a chance to share what we can, but I think it's a great service. And I think we do it in that spirit as well. We have no business from which we are seeking money from anyone. We don't ever therefore make specific recommendations, but it's in the spirit that our country should grow, our investors should make the money, and we should collectively become better and better and better against the rest of the world, and not be happy being third largest. We will be number one.
I agree, we will be number one.
Gentlemen, on that note, please stand in the middle of the stage, and you'll be joined by Tamanna and...
I think for that first big round of applause.
Yeah, of course.
For all the
I was going to say that next.
Manish
Please. And keep it going as they stand up for a quick photo op. And if we can get the mementos for them as well. That does not want to or does not have the time to select an individual stock, does not necessarily have the ability to make that selection. And they have, over the course of last 5 years in particular, increasingly depended on a cohort of companies that have been doing it on their behalf and very successfully so. And so this session is aimed at giving you a sense of how a couple of the largest mutual funds or asset managers in the country are looking at this changing landscape and this changing investor and what they think is going to develop in the near to medium term. I would like you to please put your hands together for Mr. Nimesh Shah, who's the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of ICICI Prudential AMC, and Mr. Sandeep Sikka, who's the Executive Director and Chief Executive Officer of Nippon Life India Asset Management, who's also the AMFI head. Gentlemen, thanks so much for joining me today. Absolute pleasure having you. I appreciate that you've taken the time. I was actually pulling through some interesting numbers, and incidentally, every time we do an event like this, it comes at an opportune time, I feel. I don't know if it is timing or otherwise, but the AMFI numbers have just come out today. Just happenstance, right? And the numbers look very, very good. 75 plus lakh crore. I'm not going to look at the exact number. It doesn't really matter. 2014, we had 10 lakh crore. And the question is, of course, some might say that the advent of digital investing and all of that post-COVID-19 was what really thrust us in this direction and brought us to this inflection point, I think. But you've seen what happens on the ground as well. We've gone through the years of push through distribution channels, and you have so many mutual fund distributors out there, 1.8 lakh out there, pushing product as well, a lot of people buying direct. What do you think about the journey so far, and do you agree that we are at an inflection point? I'll come to you first, Nimesh bhai.
I think 11 years back we were celebrating something else. We were celebrating that we are 10% of the banking industry. Right? As my take on this industry has always been, there is one number, the banking deposits in the country. We are in the business. As a country matures, as a depositor matures, the depositor of yesterday is going to become an investor of today. We have been saying it since last 15 years. So if you look at the numbers, industry which was 10% of the banking industry in 11 years time, if it has become 1/3, the financialization of savings that we have been talking about is actually reflected in this one number. So I think it's an infinite market, and this industry has done well because of the basic issue that the product, I will give the full credit to the regulator, why this industry is doing well. I'll give the full credit to the regulator because the regulator has created a product which is very pure for the final investor. Both I and Sandeep can have our views saying that we don't earn as much, we should earn more, etc., etc., we charge less. But the strength of this industry is only that we charge less to the customer and the investor is getting a very pure product. And that telescopic pricing, that as you become bigger, you charge lesser. I believe the lesser we charge, the more sustainable the business is because we charge less. The strength of this industry is that the regulator has created a pure product which charges very less to the investor. And since it charges less to the investor, the probability of it beating the benchmark is high. And since it is beating the benchmark and it is good for the investor, it is growing. And you have a set of happy customers. Today, why are we doing well? From 1 crore customers, we have reached 5.5 crore customers as an industry. Why has that happened? That has happened because they have got good experience. Most of our investors have got good experience by investing in mutual funds. Yeah. So the product is good. There are people who are happy with the product. So what else do you want for an industry to grow?
Yeah, and some of the measures that you've taken over the years as an industry body as well, AMFI, has worked wonders, right? Everybody knows about the campaign Mutual Fund Sahi Hai, and that I think was the trigger for you to really penetrate deep because practically everyone was talking about, have you heard about mutual funds? Or are you doing mutual funds? But having said that, Nimesh bhai talked about a number, 5.5 crore. There are so many parallels that are drawn. How many people were using these applications that allowed you to pick a team and make money, for example, right? And that was multiples of this. Therefore, I'm asking, as an industry, do you think that you've just scratched the surface? What is the potential in the near to medium term? And as an industry, what do you think you guys need to do further beyond mutual funds?
No, again, first let me thank you for having us. And I think you said whenever you do this event, there's some milestone is achieved, I think while you talked about the AUM, industry AUM number, let me, see it a little differently since you've named this thing and mere paas SIP hai. I think one of the biggest achievements today, if you see, today the monthly SIP has crossed 29,000 crores.
Yes.
But that is not important. If we see it, many times we see it from an investor AUM point of view, it doesn't show the right picture. The way you have to see this is today, India has a population of 140 crores. With today, for the first time, we have reached a point where every Indian is investing 200 rupees per month in mutual fund industry. We had before this, Manish Bhai, talking about India will move to the largest economy in the world. Just think of it. If the economy size was to double or triple from here, and the 200 rupee becomes 400, 600, 800, we are talking a 1 lakh crore rupees of SIP will come every month. I mean, that is point number one. To your question, today at this point of time, we have 5.5 crore investors, which means effectively a penetration of less than 4%. If this penetration was to go up from 3%, 4% to 8%, we are talking of 2 lakh crores per month. We are talking of. So this is just you have scratched the surface. You're right. We are really excited. This industry has infinite, potential. I think, but the biggest thing is this industry. I think we need to also compliment. I think many times it's also important to give a pat on the back to all stakeholders, starting from media, regulator to the industry players. This industry has created more wealth for investors than any other financial sector, anyone else in the financial sector. I mean, it's just a coincidence today, one of the oldest funds in the industry achieved 30th anniversary. 1 crore rupee has become 1 lakh rupee has become 4 crore rupees. That is what
so you're saying for a scheme that you have.
I mean, I will again.
No, because Ramesh Bhai also has schemes that are pretty much that old.
I'm just talking from industry point of view.
Yeah.
At this point of an idea is not to get into individual scheme name, but that's the kind of wealth we have created. And this is
1 lakh has grown to
4 crore rupees.
Over 30 years.
30 years. In the same scheme, if you were investing 10,000 rupees a month, for last 30 years, 36 lakh rupees, that has become 25 crore rupees, a CAGR of 22%. So what we are going to see till now what we were talking as industry was, we were showing people hope. You will create money. Now what industry is at a point, we are demonstrating that we can create wealth.
Yeah.
And that is the beauty of this. And so I'm very confident. I think you talked about 5 crores, I think I recently mentioned somewhere else. I think we need to, as an industry body, have a vision. We need to make it possible that every Indian household is a mutual fund investor. And maybe 5-10 years down the line when we meet for a Diwali event like this, I think I'll make that statement, every Indian household is a mutual fund investor.
A big round of applause to that, because I think that's an amazing dream to have. Ultimately, because you're talking about wealth creation and the creation of opportunity for the small investor, for the small family, because this achieves so much by creating that kind of strength. But having said that, I want to talk about a few numbers. 5.8 lakh crore was equity AUM in 2020, approximately, yes? In the most recent numbers, I'm pretty sure there are 2 scheme categories in the actively managed equity scheme category overall that has over 5 lakh or very close to 5 lakh crore. This is Flexi Caps and Sectoral and Thematic. Sectoral and Thematic now the largest. And you have well over 200 schemes. So the industry has actually proliferated that one bucket. The tendency of the investors to get a little spoilt, Nimesh Bhai. And this is just human tendency. They'll mange more. You are giving them 20% returns in a few products and they will say, mujhe aaj bhi chahiye, mujhe agle saal bhi chahiye, uske agle saal bhi chahiye. The tendency is to run after returns. Do you think that from an industry standpoint, if you're talking about the size that has been achieved, and a few mutual fund houses have proactively stopped inflows into a few schemes where they said this is not sustainable, do you think more needs to be done in a few categories? Sectoral and Thematic, for example, where it's highly concentrated, a lot of money is flowed into these categories.
See, if you see any communication, more or less the fund managers are trying to say that be conservative.
Yes.
Right? Any communication anywhere, we always try to say that be careful before investing. There should be some amount of skepticism before you invest.
Yes.
But we would like, as investment houses, we would like customer to ask 10 questions and then come in. But the fact of the matter is, so because in investments, if you are counter-cyclical, normally you make very good returns, right? Counter-cyclical people make a lot of returns. Unfortunately, one weakness of the investor would be that investors normally are pro-cyclical. Human nature is pro-cyclical. Human nature is not counter-cyclical. So we have tried earlier a lot that when the fund does not, if a fund management company is good, if the investor is good, try and sell a value fund when value has not done well for 3 years.
Yes.
But it does not work. It does not work in BKC. Forget whether it works in Jodhpur or not, but it does not work even in BKC when I have tried to market. I have tried to tell my friends. So the guy trusted me. He was a knowledgeable financial guy, but he was not able to press a counter-cyclical button. Right? So people do tend to put in money. So people drive the car looking at the rearview mirror.
100%.
That is still there in India. That has not changed. Any amount of investor education is not changing that. But what media has done, and I'll give that credit to media, the amount of articles that you guys have created. One thing has happened that when the markets fall, people don't panic and get out.
Yeah.
Right? That is changed from earlier, say the first decade of this century, where this used to happen that when the market used to fall, people panic. That is not happening. July, the market would have gone down and the flows were maximum, right? The market had gone down 4%, 3.5 to 4% in July, and the inflows had increased. So that is the good thing. People don't redeem. But the fact remains that September 24, people do put more money. People look at the mid-cap, small-cap returns and put in more money in mid-cap, small-cap. So what we have tried to do, we have always tried to be counter-cyclical. So if the investor is not going to become counter-cyclical, can the fund houses become counter-cyclical and promote products which are counter-cyclical? Anyway, we are a supermarket. We have got all kinds of products. But essentially, when we go out, we need to have all thematic funds, right? But we don't go out and market a thematic fund.
Sure.
Because we would market a diversified fund, we would market a counter-cyclical fund like a balanced advantage category or a multi-asset category that is for the mass market, right? If people are knowledgeable and they want to take a sector call, they can come to and select whichever product. So normally fund houses would want to, because see, it is in our interest. See, what has SEBI done beautifully? It has aligned the investors' interest, distributors' interest and customer interest. All of us will make money if the investor remains for a long period of time. The investor will make money, the distributor will make money, so there is no upfront payments. There are only, so the product is beautiful, alignment of interest is done. So more or less people try and sell, the distributor also has to meet the investor after 3 to 5 years. I also want to protect my brand. The customer should not lose on my name. Right? If he makes less money, it's okay. Right? Because the Indian customer, I again said, 230 lakh crores sitting in bank deposits. Right? So that money, he is very happy with 7% return. So if I give in a risk-adjusted return, even the nominal growth of the country, which the stock markets can give, then the customer should be happy. So why do adventurous things? Right?
No, that's a fair point. That's a fair point. And actually, it brings me to my next question, which is an interesting. I've made this statement before. I was having a conversation with a good friend of ours, and you talked about your friend. But she was, sometime last year, when you had 20 plus IRRs over the or returns over the course of 4 years post COVID-19, saying that I'm at 18%. My aunt's distributor is giving her 22%. I think I'm going to shift. And I said, Baba, wait, because first you'll book capital gains and then you'll move to something else, or you'll make increment. It's not necessarily the best thing. What role do you think the distribution community and the investment advisory community has to have with regard to giving the right kind of advice? Because what Nimesh Bhai was alluding to is that there are increasing conversations about saying, I want to keep my customer with me, so I need to give them better advice that will keep them with me for the long term, because trail commissions have also changed.
I think it's a very valid question, and I think let's try to step back a little. Effectively, today, while financial literacy is increasing, I mean, all of us, your friend, his friend, everybody has a day job. They are not perfect in this, I mean, financial products. So it's not as easy as we think that, I think, because I think just looking at return on a point-to-point basis and they can make the right decision. So I think financial advisors will have played a role, will play an important role. But one good thing is that the financial advisors and the investors both are maturing. Earlier it used to be, so let me give this example, you talked about the thematic funds. Maybe a few years back, if some theme was very, doing very well, everybody would rush to that theme. And let's look at, I mean, we have ETFs. In ETFs, there is no advisor. Now, coincidentally, the data that has come today, Last month gold inflows were 2,000 and this month gold inflows
8,000
8,000 crores.
Yeah.
That tells you what happens when I think everyone is going on direct without an advisor, because that has come in ETFs. The second point I want to highlight is it's also important to understand, and I agree with Nimesh, because as asset management companies, we'll keep launching our products, but it is also our duty that we'll have to be very cautious of what time we are launching products or what time we are pushing our products, because they will be, again, let me go back last year, or 2 years back, we saw, example, I'm just trying to go back to the question you asked the earlier panelist about defense. You saw the defense theme was doing well. I think the market cap of the sector went up by 10 times in a period of 18 to 24 months. And you saw a plethora of funds coming. Now, I think this is where I think as an industry also we'll have to take the responsibility of not launching products when the investor is already swayed away towards a particular thing. So it's a mix of both things. Investors will have to play a role, advisors will have to play a role, and as an industry, we will also have to play a role to ensure, that the investors don't get carried away.
Okay, you want to make a point?
See, the distributors are the most responsible people. I'll tell you why. Because we are sitting in Bombay, we manufacture a product. I always feel that the person who's meeting the final customer is the distributor. So he is extremely worried because after 3 years of giving that product, he is going to face the customer. His business is depend on whether the customer made money or not. Suppose the market falls 10%. I'll be very happy to say that I fell only 6%, correct? Because I have outperformed the market. There are various ways of making money. Either you make money on the upside or you make money on the downside. There is a 4% alpha. I am a relative return giver. So I can sit and intellectualize in Bombay. But the distributor has to face the customer at the ground level saying that your portfolio is down 6%. So it is his brand that we are protecting, right? So according to me, the distribution community is very, very responsible because they are conscious of the fact. Again, the regulator has created a model where everybody earns on trail, right? Nobody earns upfront. So he also wants the assets to be long term. He has to face the customer 3 hours and he is going to directly face.
Okay. So two questions about
please. Data point, so what we have seen is, if you were to look at our data, and let's talk specifically to SIPs. I'm trying to come back to the theme of your panel. SIPs which have come direct versus SIPs which have come through advisors. SIPs which have come through advisors versus SIPs which have come through platforms, direct,
Yeah.
There is a, there's a complete difference in attitude and approach when there's a markets are volatile.
Yeah.
So what happens is, what we are seeing is that, because this is not important for India, for AMCs, but for the Indian capital markets. So what happens is, SIPs which have come through advisors, they are more sticky and remain stable during the volatile times. Whereas SIPs which have come direct through online platforms, do-it-yourself kind of a thing, the investors who started coming to the capital markets during COVID period, what we see, they do two mistakes. First is, I think they're always chasing a trend.
Yeah.
Because they are investing on a platform which the algo tells you which is the best fund in the last 6 months. The fund may have a long-term track record or not, we don't know. Then what happens is, after 6 months, you'll have another fund which is up. The investor, what he does is, because he's coming direct, do it yourself, he redeems this fund and goes to something else. So you're always continuously in that circle. And I think you're redeeming and not, taking advantage of it. And the fund that you talked about earlier, I think the fund that I talked about, 30-year experience, I'll give you a very interesting data point which will make you feel happy and sad. We talked about the AUM, which made everyone happy, the return of CAGR, whatever we talked about. But on the other side, if you look at a 30-year journey, while the return that I talked about, 10,000 SIP has become 25 crore rupees, but there are only 2,000 investors who have stayed through the period of 30 years.
Wow.
Now, the fund has created that kind of a return, has 1 million plus investors, but there are only 2,000 investors who stayed through the entire journey.
Wow.
Now, this is where the role of the advisor is.
This is where, and also events like this, hopefully, where people learn about the immense value of holding for the long term. I do have a question about the landscape. You want to make
before
a point
that, on SIPs, right, and the distributor, right? The distributor, mostly the responsible distributors today only do goal-based SIP. And this is a live example. One of the big distributors in Delhi, I met him. They do only goal-based SIP, and they've got 300 RM sitting over there. So when a customer says, and every SIP is with a goal. It is either my daughter's education SIP, my son's marriage SIP, my retirement SIP, etc., etc. When a guy asks for redemption, it is scripted for the relationship manager. When a guy asks for redemption, he is asked, sir, kahan se nikalu? Do I remove from your retirement plan or do I remove from your son's education? Invariably, the redemption stops. right? So the distributors have become, if you see the behaviorally of the SIPs, as Sandeep pointed out, the distributor-backed SIPs are much more because there is a knowledgeable person sitting in between.
So you've spoken about the experience at the ground level for these distributors, and I think you have insight on that. So I would encourage you to give our audience some flavor of that, because we don't often speak about these technical details of the mutual fund industry. I'm sure some of my audience is aware. But you're talking about B30, beyond 30 cities, as it's called by the industry. And the regulator, again, you give credit at the start. I think you can give credit again. It is incentivizing the mutual fund industry to go out and sell in these B30 cities. It's going out and incentivizing, saying that you can, AMFI as a body is facilitating that, to say that you should go and sell to first-time women investors. But I just want you to give us a sense of what the experience currently in 2025 is in the much smaller towns and cities, because frankly the contribution from these cities is much, much more than it was even 1 year or 2 years back. Talk about some numbers here.
No, it's very interesting. B30 was introduced in 2012. Then from my point of view, the relevance of B30 is over, because today as an industry, we are working in B300. Okay. As recently as industry, we opened our first branch in Leh. Wow. Now it's gone to that level that I think today in Leh you have only 8,000 investors, but the branch is being opened. So that tells you industry itself, and I think we need to give credit to all of the industry players, some of the industry players, Nimesh firm, our firm, and some of the other colleagues, who've been there for so many years and having 200, 300 branches. We know as a matter of fact, initially you will not get business. We know as a matter of fact, initially these branches may be in losses for some point of time. But the point, the way we see it is, the entire story of India story, when you are, all the panelists who come to your channel every time, they talk of the India story is happening basically in the smaller cities. You say bikes are being sold there, the Colgates are being sold there, the Cokes are being sold there, everything is happening there. If the wealth is getting generated there, the biggest beneficiary of that is going to be the mutual fund industry. But we need to have patience. So what is happening if you move from B30 to what has happened now, the number of investors, I'm not talking about AEM, more investors are coming from smaller cities and towns. More sticky SIPs are coming from smaller cities and towns. And if you go to Google search, you check up from which cities mutual funds are being searched. Out of the top 10 cities, you'll be shocked to see cities, the names you will never expect them.
For example?
No, could be smaller cities, could be in Bihar, could be UP. These are the cities, I don't want to call my city, Chandigarh, a smaller city, that also appears in top 10, But the point what I'm trying to make is, our traditional thinking tells us it was Delhi, Bombay, Bangalore. So this is how the landscape is changing. And also, recently the regulator has also started something to do with the women investors.
Yes.
More women investors are coming from smaller cities and towns. So it's a changing landscape. We may not be able to figure out what is happening sitting in BKC, but on ground, actually the industry is changing, and it's changing in the smaller cities and towns.
You want to add any insights, for example, for your firm?
Digital has changed everything. The availability of the products in the smaller towns, whether there are distributors in smaller towns or not, money is coming from everywhere digitally. Everybody is equal. So I don't see it as B30, T30. I won't know the difference also. Wherever there are bank deposits, open a branch.
Okay. So let me ask you this then. A lot of headlines were devoted to the micro SIP and the potential that it has. Since we're talking about SIPs and we keep coming back to that topic, do you think that this could be a game changer? Do you think it's required? Only asking because I'm just wondering, and you may be having the insight to this, what per SIP value would be. There are people that can afford more than 500. I'm just saying, it requires awareness. You don't necessarily have the ability to spend 250 and not more than that. You can spend 500.
Today, digitally, it does not matter whether, once upon a time, we used to tell there was so much paperwork involved that we would say that 100 rupees SIP, we had in 2007 also 100 rupees SIP. But 100 rupees SIP was, we were talking whether it is worthwhile or not, right? So when I joined the ICICI Prudential, there was a 100 rupees SIP in ICICI Prudential, even in 2007. So, issue is that with digital, it does not matter, right? At that time, I used to see 1,200, I make 12 rupees a year. And how much do I spend on the paperwork? I remember Sandeep raising up the issue that we are selling an annual report which nobody reads, etc. The regulator has again made everything so digital. that today I don't mind taking 1200 rupees. I used to have an issue in 2007 that is a loss-making proposition. In 2007, collecting 100 rupees was a loss-making proposition. Today it is okay because everything is digital. So whatever is coming is okay.
Let me, let's see it a little differently. The SIP which has two choti SIP, 250 SIP, it's not from the value point of view. I think what the regulator is trying to do is basically trying to break that mental mindset that mutual funds are not for elite. Mutual funds are not for bigger cities and towns. That's the way you should see it. So today the average size of the industry...
So it's not about affordability.
It's not about affordability. So let's take it, I think, as Damesh mentioned, we've been having, SIPs at 100 rupees, 500 rupees. But today, the average SIP size for the industry, and let's take it as an average, is about 2,500, almost 3,000. So it is not that people stick to the minimum number. It is a sachetization of, SIPs where what you're trying to say is, just, pehli baar aa to jao usme. That is the key thing. And once you are into it, and the beauty is, the biggest addiction in life is wealth creation. Once you create wealth through any product, you get hooked to it. And there cannot be better product than mutual funds for that.
Yeah, and they say the first crore is a milestone that you should reach, and then the consolidation and the growth that you have beyond that is amazing. Since we're talking about elite products, or we're talking about the mutual fund industry, the new product everyone's talking about is SIF. And the question that I have is, and you can both talk about it and tell me what you think. Is there not enough in the mutual fund industry currently that requires a SIP? I'm asking a question from the other side of the table. I know the answer, but I'm just asking.
See, this has been jointly created. The regulator took a lot of feedback from the industry before creating this product. It uses a lot of derivatives, right? And for risk management, etc. So the person needs to understand the product, right? The person who's buying it, the person who's distributing it, and the person who's manufacturing it. All three have to understand the product well. It has got technicalities in that. So maybe a person who understands the technicalities should buy that product.
Sure.
Or if it is used, if we can convince the distributor and distributor understands that this has been used, it need not be high risk. It is just because it is in SIF, it does not mean it is a high risk product.
Sure.
Because it can also be used to manage risk. A product in SIF can have lower risk than the mutual fund part also.
Which is why
since derivatives are used and people should understand it better, that is why it is being put as SIF.
Yeah, which is why a lot of industry players are launching the hybrid long-short funds first, because they want to launch a product that will curtail the risk first before they launch. Correct me if I'm wrong. This is my interpretation.
So let me, just to, in the interest of taking the conversation forward and making it a little different, I have a little different view on it. I think your question, did the industry need it? I think I'm putting it the other way around. Why do we always think what the industry needs? We should see everything from the investor's point of view. Okay. Does the investor need it or not? So, so let's take this industry was always active. There was a question, does the investor need passive? So, and at that point of time, we used to think, no, active is so good, everybody can create so much alpha. But if the investor needs it, today the reality is passive is growing very fast. I'm not saying faster than the active. Similarly, there is a certain set of investors who want a complicated product like this. So I think we have to start changing the narrative. It is not about what the AMCs want. It is what the investor wants. And there are different set of investors who want different things. Some investors will want a risky or a sophisticated product like SIF. Some will like the most boring product like a passive fund or ETF. And there's some smart people will like smart active funds.
Okay, that's a very well answered, a very good answer. Let me ask you to sum this conversation up, and we're going to look a little bit into the horizon just to end this conversation for the industry. And I am asking both of you, knowing that you all are among the biggest players in the industry. Funnily enough, I read this headline, is the mutual fund industry in India getting a little overcrowded with more people coming in? And I know for a fact that the number of mutual funds in the US is many-fold higher than in India. As the largest couple of AMCs controlling the kind of assets under management that you do you think that there's going to be more consolidation with the larger players taking more share? Or do you think that competition in the space with new players coming in is going to change the way that people approach investing? And how do you see the landscape change, in your opinion?
I feel the market is infinite, right? I said what is the market. So market is infinite. There is huge amount of money in the country. as the country grows, a lot of traditional products will get converted into capital market products. So this industry, more people, there will be niche players, there will be all India players, there will be all kind of players. So more players are welcome. In fact, there should be more players, and I don't see it as competition. Frankly, we all are good friends, and this I'm not saying in this one, because there is enough, there is more execution. Suppose he has got a branch in Leh, and tomorrow I open a branch in Leh, right? His business will only increase because more people are making people aware, right? So it is, we don't see it as competition. In fact, we want more fund houses to come in the town that we are there. The business only increases. Okay. Right, so there it is not, and here you don't require much capital also, right? It requires expertise. Niche players will bring in their own expertise which the existing players won't have. They will bring innovation also more. So it's okay, we should have more players.
Do you foresee a time in the next decade where India has 400 plus mutual funds?
So I think I agree. I mean, India has future for many AMCs, but I want to flip it also the other way around. India has great future. Many more AMCs can come. US has 4,000. India could be 400.
Yes.
I think, but it's very important for everyone to understand what game you are playing. We have to also understand the fact that I think 17 largest foreign names, the biggest of the names in the world, have exited India. So what that tells you, potential is there, potential was there, potential will remain there. Key is execution. And you need to know your investor and create value. All of us you introduce at big fund houses. We were also very small 15 years, 20 years back. But as long as you're creating value and you're executing well, and you have the patience to go to small cities and towns, I think you can succeed. I think more the merrier for us.
Absolutely. And this is one industry where it's very clear that when they succeed, the investor also succeeds. So put your hands together for for the success story that they represent also. If we can get the mementos, I can hand them over to thank them. I'm not a royal. Please make your way to the stage. And Vikram and Hiral will be conducting this session. Please, both of you.
The festivities that began with the announcement of the GST reforms. Now, the consumption story at one hand, but here we're talking about the unlocking of demand in a huge way. And to be able to see how it's going to pan out, because it's the stock markets that are euphoric about the possibilities that could unfold because of this. But indeed, when you talk about what's happening on the ground, the pass-through, and of course different sectors are responding differently to the GST 2.0 reforms, at least so far, going by the data that has happened. So how differently is it for the discretionaries, the staples, and indeed for the luxury space as well? Because I imagine there is a difference. But how soon can we expect it? How much is the lag? All of that we are doing a status check on, aren't we, Hiral?
Absolutely. And, you know, the best is to understand who is riding the wave how. I think let's welcome in all our guests over here. You know, we have, put your hands together for Mayank Shah, Vice President of Parle Products. We have Mohit Sood as well, who's joining us, who's the President of Unitary Cooling Products at Blue Star, and Rumit Dugar, who's joining us from Bluestone. I think we're covering all aspects over here, from consumer durables to FMCG and some bit of luxury as well. I think, you know, let me first come and ask this question to Mohit. How is the Josh on the ground? Because, you know, all your car dealers have been talking about, we've sold probably 10 cars in 2 minutes. We've sold probably 50 bikes in X number of minutes. What is the Josh on the ground looking like for a consumer durable company?
Okay, so I don't have the kind of number that some of the car, companies have been doling out. But I think if you just simply look at the period of 22nd to 30th, do we have double-digit growth? The answer is yes, right? Very short period of time, but clearly is a little bit of a crystal ball into the future. So very positive. Of course, a lot depends between now and Diwali. But hi, sir, is the answer.
So bigger baskets now, footfalls are growing. Is that actually happening? Are you actually seeing that happen already? Because a lot of data is suggesting that it's taking a bit of time.
Yeah. So I think if I look at consumer durable specifically and maybe air conditioner specifically, it is seasonal, right? The reality is that it is seasonal. So will we see the kind of uptick that some of the other more festive-led categories will see? The answer is no. But the pent-up demand between August 15th and September 22nd, where people kind of held back purchases, I think that's back, and that's back with a bang. So I think retailers are seeing it, manufacturers are seeing it. So the answer is yes.
Okay.
In fact, you know, I'll take another question with you, but before that, let me go to Mayank. You know, Mayank, we're talking about festivities right now. The question when GST was cut was, that consumers had was, kya packet size chota hoega? Grammage kam ho jayega? Ki sachi mein price kam hoega? Now, that was the major question that consumers had. What has happened on ground? Because when we talk to a lot of dealers and distributors, the translation is something which probably has taken time, and I'm sure it's because of systems as well. What is on-ground reality?
Well, so as you rightly said, you know, there is a bit of confusion, as we say, and as we speak about, you know, GST2. It has taken a bit of time for transition to happen. However, the entire transition is happening in two phases. The first phase is, one needs to understand how typically, you know, FMCG companies work. They work with a lead time of almost about 1.5 to 2 months. So sitting today, I would be planning for what I would be producing in December. Now, that's the kind of lead time I have when I talk about, you know, production and those kind of things. So if I have to make any change, let's say even if I want to make, you know, a biscuit more or less, or if I want to increase 1 rupee or 2 rupee to my pack, I cannot do it. Given that, and given that the date which was given by government was 22nd by when, you know, companies were supposed to be compliant with the lower GST, it was difficult. So we somehow managed, and government also helped in terms of, you know, some relaxation that you can have old MRP and you can, you know, inkjet the new one and all those. So the first phase of transition is where we are seeing lower MRPs. Now that would continue for bigger packs, but for smaller packs where it's difficult, so a 5 rupee goes to 4 rupee 50 paisa, or a 10 rupee pack goes to 9 rupees. And those are the packs which contribute almost about 60 to 70%, 2/3 of the market is, you know, in those price points when you talk about FMCG products, most of FMCG categories. In a scenario like that, it takes a bit of time for any FMCG company to to move or do transition. It takes typically about 1.5 months. So mostly from November end to December is when you will start seeing the new packs coming in with, let's say, higher weights and stuff like that. Currently what's happening is that almost all lower MRP packs, or LUPs as we call them, you'd see them at non-standard price points, and they would continue till probably about November end or December, post which you will start seeing regular price
But
points.
I wanted to ask, overall, when you heard about the new reforms and how it's going to roll out and what the government expects of you as well, as a company, what were your expectations? You must have done an assessment at that time. How is it going to reflect on your margins? How does that change the competitive landscape as well? Because your moat strategy is going to be your pricing mechanism over here. Now, how does that entirely change the picture, as it were, in terms of where you position your products in a market that's already flooded with other products, right? The competition landscape in your space, in FMCG, is very strong.
Yeah. So, so competitively, I think, it is going to make a difference because when we talk about possibilities with the kind of GST reduction that government has provided are huge. While, immediately, if I am talking about the next 6 months, since government has made it mandatory to pass back the GST, reduction, you will see a flat reduction of, whatever you have saved happening, and that would probably put almost all companies at par or whatever their competitive, relative positions were prior to this. Post that, it's going to be, challenging. Post 6 months, when companies probably would have a freedom of, revising the rates, largely also because of the inflation and other things, is when you will see competitive intensity increasing. Depending on which company decides to pass back or continue passing back how much.
So you haven't planned that far yet?
It would be depending on how, the competitive intensity at that time would be. Depending on what competition would be doing, a lot would depend on that.
So I think the question from here comes to Rumit, because we are talking of people who save, right? FMCG, yes, probably you will not see a lot of savings. Cooling products, probably people will save. Are you seeing that money that is being saved by consumers become your demand? Because you're talking about a product which is luxury, and gold is not supporting your business right now, right? And you're talking about that dilemma whether I should buy real diamonds or should I buy lab-grown diamonds. Where are you in this entire scenario right now?
See, we are counting on Indian women and gold, right? So you can never go wrong with that. Look, I mean, we are looking at the gold price for, let's say, last month or so. But if you see over the last 2 years, 3 years, the price move has been quite substantial. Yeah. And even then, the industry growth has been pretty robust. So the way the consumer outlook and consumer behavior is, it's a very incrementally, it's becoming a more ticket size based behavior, where if it's your anniversary, birthday, and you have a ticket size of, let's say, 50,000, you will go and spend that 50,000, right? So maybe you will get smaller ring, a different type of ring, lower grammage, but that's more an outcome. But I think consumers are having a ticket size based behavior, and I think that is what has been reflecting in industry growth.
So what you're saying is the consumption pattern is now mirroring what's happening in the FMCG space, where small packets are selling. I think it's a world where I think from the HULs to parlays will say that, our 1 rupee packs, 5 rupee packs, these are the ones which are giving us volumes. That's what Mayank was mentioning. If that's the kind of market, Rumit, you're looking at, let's take into consideration, someone who's seeing growth, and you're talking of value-led growth versus volume-led growth. You mentioned growth has been good. Where is the growth coming from?
So, see, in jewelry, the ticket size is a very relative term, right? Because you could have a budget of 50,000, and for you it is a high AOV, high discretionary price point, and somebody could be spending 5 lakhs of AOV, and for them that might be okay, right? So I think AOV is a very relative kind of term, especially in this category, because the category is so large. And it caters to different types of consumers, right? So demand-wise, I think there is demand across the board, across price points. And I think price point relevance is coming more from the fact in terms of how consumption pattern of jewelry is changing. So if you looked at jewelry, let's say 15, 20, 25 years back, it was largely jewelry for the locker, right? Heavy pieces, etc., which you would not wear. But slowly, women also want to wear, right, what they have bought, and thus they want to expand their selection in their wardrobe. So there is that transition slowly that is happening from jewelry for the locker to jewelry for the wardrobe, and that is where we kind of play in.
So overall, I was just wondering whether the GST reforms are good for your businesses or not. Are they actually something that you're looking forward to? Because the other way of looking at it is that if you're going to save that much more, then you're also going to invest, because now look at the way the markets are moving, look at the IPOs. You know, what are you going to do with what you're saving right now? And that's a strategy. And people are rethinking what they're doing with their money. So in terms of the GST reforms, do you think this is good for your business? Is it eventually going to show in stronger balance sheets? It's going to push up your profitability?
Okay, so simple answer, yes. But the way I see it, it's not so much a profit lever, but more a revenue and penetration lever.
Okay.
Right? So if you take ACs, for example, penetration is about 7-8%, depending on what source, right? The country is getting hotter, the country is getting richer. AC is now almost a necessity, if I may say it, right? After a very long period of time, a very tangible drop in price has come, right? Anybody who's going to invest 40,000 rupees in AC can see a very tangible 3,000 to 4,000 rupee drop in price, right? And price is always a great lever for underpenetrated consumer categories, right? FMCG is the example, but that's as true for something like AC. So is GST going to help? Definitely yes. Why? New users to the category, volume uptick, and greater penetration. I mean, the margins will follow, but I think fundamentally it's a great consumer driver.
In fact, to take this point forward, we are talking about the penetration and tier 2, tier 3 cities becomes important. In fact, the previous panel also mentioned SIPs of 100 rupees, 200 rupees, and the reason why the regulator is doing that is to see that penetration happens. Let's take that conversation forward here. What is the shift in trend that you're seeing when it comes to penetration? Because all this while, everyone is talking about growth from the rural markets. Urban market growth is yet to pick up. Are you seeing any change in terms of trends, Mayank?
Well, so for a good amount of FMCG categories, I think, penetration is something that's already given now. It's about the consumption. A little different from durables, where, we are talking about benchmarking our consumptions with the Western world. So while, most processed food categories or FMCG categories may have good penetration, but if we really compare our per capita consumption compared to the Western world, we are still, way behind them. And that's where, the next growth or next leg of growth will come from. So the way GST reforms or other reduction in GST or GST 2.0 is going to help us is that it's going to increase the disposable income in the hands of the consumers. They're going to buy more of it. They have that's indirect increase in their income, and that's what they are going to spend on multiple things, which would also include FMCG. A fair share of that would also come to FMCG, and that's what I think most FMCG companies are banking on. So the next lever of growth is going to be driving the consumption, given the penetration is already there.
And to add to that, just one question with Rumit. Are you seeing a shift in trend? Because here we are talking about penetration that's happened in tier 2, tier 3 cities already. You spoke about ticket size. Are you seeing aspirational buyers come in from tier 2, tier 3 cities? And is that a market that a company like yours wants to cater to?
So look, jewelry is again a very interesting category because if you look at the size, it's about $80-90 billion category, which is massive. So at an absolute jewelry level, India has good penetration, right? But when we go to tier 2, tier 3 markets, what we see is the product market gap is very large, right? So the consumer there is aspirational. The consumer there is on digital platforms, looking at trends, designs, etc. And they want to buy from brands. They want to buy new designs, new products. And when we enter some of those markets, we see very, very strong adoption because there is a massive product market gap. So I don't think it's so much tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. It's about, at least for us, it's about whether you are able to address that product market gap, which we think is still very, very large in our category.
So how much of investments are you making in creating touch points right now? I'm just wondering because in terms of the digital play, for you, this touch point is very important. And though you're talking about this uptake that, people will go through a lot of websites, they'll know what they want, but they want to try it out. Has that really changed your game at all, your strategy in terms of, because real estate is so expensive. And I don't know how many stores you've opened in recent times, but give us an indication of how this changes the dynamic of your industry.
So again, in this category, something very interesting that we are bringing to the table is, unlike all consumer categories, whether you're in a digital world or a physical world, you can actually go and browse, right? And you're not forced to buy. Typically in jewelry as a category, it's a over-the-counter kind of experience, which was there 40 years back in every category. It's a high-pressure environment and all of that. And consumers are experiencing every category online and offline in a free browsing, no pressure, interact with the product. But in jewelry, you can't do that. You can't create that kind of aisle experience in a store. And thus, what we are seeing is very, very strong adoption of digital, which allows women, men also, to browse freely, experience the product, but they still want to touch and feel. And thus omni-channel is the perfect experience where you use different channel for different purposes. And you rightly said it's also an experience category. You want to touch and feel it, and you want to enjoy the pleasure of buying. Correct. It is like also buying a car, right? You'll never click a buy now button, right? Although you may make up your mind.
But is AI helping bridge that gap that is required?
So I think presenting jewelry online, so it's unlike again other categories, you just can't create a photo or take a photo and present it online. It doesn't look very good. It's not very engaging. It's not a specification based product. You need to make somebody fall in love with that product or the design.
But so you also like looking at yourself in the mirror and saying, okay, you don't have this product right now. And this has happened actually to friends who've gone to one of your stores, and you don't have the product, but they will be able to show how this kind of product will look on you. So I'm just wondering how innovation is coming through even at these experience stores.
So absolutely. Innovation will come at all levels, right? In terms of how you engage with the product, in terms of the relevance of the products. For example, we use a lot of AI and machine learning in the way we merchandise our stores. And we take a lot of data in terms of traffic and what people are browsing online, how much time they're spending on that product. And thus, that is the product that should ideally make it to the store, right?
So you're making those decisions based on that data?
Yes, absolutely. So we don't have merchandisers in the company. We run more than 290 stores. And we have no merchandiser who decides this product should go in that store. It's all algorithm and machine learning driven, which is looking at various data points.
No, so to add to this, what about try-at-home facilities? Because a lot of jewelers, specifically when it comes to low ticket size products, are following a model where you send jewelry home. Is that something which is sustainable, number one, and doable?
See, it's absolutely doable. I think the way to think about this category is not in context of breaking it down through channels, right? Like, okay, this is online, this is offline, this is try at home. It's one integrated experience
It's an important purchase, it's a high value purchase, and you want to create the best customer experience for the customer. So whatever works for them and the way they want to use any of the channels, you have to allow them to use those channels freely.
Okay, and this strategy I think applies across categories, right?
Yes.
When I come to even consumer durables, how is that omni-channel presence helping, a company like yours grow, number one? And two, for a company like Blue Star, what happens is you're talking about a lot of after-sales service that has to happen. So how do you solve for those challenges as well? Because right now you're talking about a surge in demand. Two, you're letting people probably buy at huge discounts online. And then the shebang follows.
Okay, so I think in any large durable category, any large appliance category, it's a very non-linear shopper journey, right? You might research online, buy offline. You might research offline, buy online, right? So there is no path to purchase, or there's no clear shopper path to purchase. It's all a big tangle, right? So I think being available everywhere is just fundamental and basic, right? I think the trick is for retailers or manufacturers to kind of take the shopper through this purchase and journey of choice, right? Yes. Because it's a first time buy, right? She's not sure, or the family is not sure what AC to buy, how much does it cost, what's cost of after sales service, what's cost of installation, AMC. So it's there's lots of stuff that you need to teach her, and almost how do I put it, you need to open up for her, right? So availability across channels, touch points, and taking the purchase, the family through the position is almost key. It's fundamental, and whoever does it well,
so
I think
is what I was
wins.
meaning, that when you're talking about the new GST structure, the new reforms, that perhaps is going to stimulate people into a buying decision for a consumer durable. But I'm just wondering, when you give out this kind of information, because there are electricity costs to consider, there are all of those permutations and combinations when you consider a certain product over others, would that change their mind? Because the GST reduction, like you said, would be this much, but the other costs involved are about these many. So that kind of, at a company level, how much does it change for you? And at a consumption level, does it actually materialize into real gains?
Okay. So I think almost connecting back to your previous question, there are two Indias today, right? There is, if I call it, there's the Sandra from Bandra, and there's the Geeta from Gorakhpur, right?
Who from Gorakhpur again?
There's Sandra from Bandra and Geeta from Gorakhpur.
Geeta from Gorakhpur, got it.
Right? This is off Damodar Mal's supermarket wala. But I think the amazing thing is that Geeta from Gorakhpur has aspirations no lesser than Sandra from Bandra, right? So reality is consumption. India is getting richer. The world is getting hotter, and prices are coming down, right? So it's almost like the perfect storm for growth, right? Because whenever you give access through any large ticket size item, volume's bound to come, right? And very confident of the profits, because with volume you get scale, with scale you get savings and you get profit. So I think.
But do margins get squeezed?
I don't think margins will get squeezed. I think margins will remain constant. We won't see an uptick in margins because of GST, but I think the volumes will really give you scale, right?
You agree? Margins don't get squeezed?
No, in fact, they would improve, because I think some of your fixed cost, they get apportioned very well. So
your economies of scale come to play, right?
Economies of scale are coming into play. And is this... just go on.
No, okay. So my question to this was, all of this we're talking from a boost perspective, from a domestic market side of you, right? The reason the government came up with these reforms was tariffs.
Right.
To tread with what happens on US tariffs.
Absolutely.
So far, the conversations still continue. I think no one better than Rumik that I should ask you this. How are you dealing with that aspect? Do you think the domestic growth story will be able to tide the wave of the impact US tariffs could have?
See, I think all of us are largely focused on the Indian domestic market, right? And I think...
No, maybe from an industry perspective.
Look, I think from an industry perspective, see, the industry is quite large, and different parts of industry will have different kind of markets and problem statements. For us, we are largely, in fact, 100% India focused. I think this whole tariff noise is actually translating more at the asset prices level, especially at least in our context, in how gold prices have been kind of moving, which has got like multiple variables, right? And tariffs is kind of one of them.
But now Diwali being the consumption season, I'm just saying that for the festivities, in terms of strategy, marketing strategies as well, how has that push been from your side to be able to latch on to the opportunity that has presented itself? Yes, tariffs, yes, GST reforms, but how does that really alter your approach to how to best make use of the situation that has been presented to you? Have you made any tangible changes in your strategies? And if so, what are they?
I think very simply put, given how seasonal a category ACs are, you typically tend to advertise only pre-summer, right? But I think we've taken a call because this is such a tangible consumer vector of growth to bring back advertising dollars during the season, right? Something that we've not done in the past, right? You typically tend to put all your advertising dollars right before summer, before the load-in equivalent. But this is such a great consumption opportunity that we have put some money into demand generation.
That's excellent. For you?
Yeah, see, typically festive seasons, augur very well for demand for FMCG products, and this would only act as a catalyst. So, in fact, most FMCG companies have increased their advertising spends. This is like double bonanza. You anyways were banking on, given that we had good monsoons and we were expecting, good demand. We've seen urban recovery happening, revival in demand in urban India in last few months. So we were expecting good demand. Add to it this GST booster. So most companies, I would say FMCG, have gone all out in terms of advertising and stuff like that. You'll see that happening.
Like Sone Pe Suhaga.
Sone Pe Suhaga. And Rumit, one word from you. How would you describe this festive season for your business?
No, we always look forward to the festive season. We have a lot of seasonality in our business, of course. And the natural A&P, etc., is kind of reflects that seasonality. It's not so much driven by GST or anything, but just the natural seasonality that is there in our business.
So, I mean, obviously nothing changes too much as far as your business is concerned. That demand, like you said, women are always going to want great jewelry, and that doesn't change. So, good for you. But thank you very much. This gives us great insights.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for joining us on this panel, because we're talking about insights from the consumer durable space, the FMCG space, and something which is luxury, which all of we women like. I think you're wearing a stud as well, so I think you're one of the prospects as well.
Lab-grown.
So,
good. Thank you very
so much for joining us.
Thank you for very happy Diwali.
Thank you. Happy Diwali.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah.
Let's take a picture.
Yeah.
Profit Tamanna and Namdar, please join us on screen.
Hello. So the thing about Vijay Kedia is he knows how to belt out the hits. Now, वो एक हिट मशीन होती है ना, सो वो है केडिया जी. और मैं आपकी सिर्फ सिंगिंग की बात नहीं कर रही हूँ. आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट द स्टॉक पिक्स एंड नॉट जस्ट स्टॉक पिक्स. आजकल केडिया जी का ध्यान सिर्फ लिस्टेड स्पेस में नहीं है, अनलिस्टेड स्पेस में भी है, तो हम उसकी भी थोड़ी बात करेंगे. बट फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, वेलकम Kedia ji. Thank you so much for joining us on NDTV Profit IGNITE, the Diwali Edition. And in true style, you've kicked off the festivities. मुझे बताया कि इस वक्त मार्केट में अंदर से वो फेस्टिव फीलिंग आ रही है या थोड़ा ऊपर से लगाना पड़ रहा है?
तो धन्यवाद. Thank you very much for inviting me here on this auspicious month of Diwali. And it is always nice to getting interviewed, by Tamanna. तो आपका क्वेश्चन ये है कि मार्केट में मेरे को लगता है कि बड़ा सा मिक्स ट्रेंड चल रहा है मार्केट के अंदर में. तो 3 साल हम लोगों ने 3 साल से दिवाली मना रहे हैं. 2021, 2022, 2023 और 2024 के हाफ तक हम लोगों ने बहुत बड़ी दिवाली हम लोगों ने मनाई है. सो दिस मार्केट इज इन ए कंसोलिडेशन फेज थोड़ा चल रहा है, जो हो सकता है थोड़े टाइम और ये मार्केट चलेगा. तो उसके बाद में और तो हो सकता है अगले साल कुछ आसार, कुछ अच्छा सूरज निकले.
नहीं, लेकिन परेशानी क्या है? अगर आप देखें, एक इन्वेस्टर की तरफ से सरकार ने जीएसटी का रिफॉर्म कर दिया है. यू हैव अ सेंस दैट क्वार्टरली रिजल्ट्स आर गोइंग टू बी बेटर. ट्रेड वॉर को लेकर जो परेशानी थी वो भी थोड़ी कम ही हो रही. अब देखते हैं टैरिफ्स का क्या होता है. कंजम्पशन बढ़ रहा है, आरबीआई साथ दे रहा है, इंटरेस्ट रेट घट रहे हैं, but nothing seems to be moving markets. Why do you think so?
तो उसका मेरे ख्याल से कारण ये होगा कि शायद जो भी बातें जो आपने बोली है,
आप पानी लीजिए.
हाँ नहीं, जो भी अभी टाइम हो गया 7 PM अभी.
नॉट पानी का टाइम, ग्रीन टी.
तो नहीं 7 PM हंसे क्यों भाई, पानी भी 7 PM के बाद पी सकते हैं, ऐसा नहीं. तो झांकी रही भावना जैसी, प्रभु सूरत तीन देख ही तैसी. जिनके मन में जो था उन्होंने उसी हिसाब से उस वाक्य को पकड़ा उन्होंने. तो सॉरी. तो ऐसा मेरे को लगता है ना कि सारी चीजें ऑलरेडी ऐसे मार्केट ऐसा बता रहा है कि ऑलरेडी डिस्काउंटेड है. देखिए, मार्केट तभी जब बढ़ता है जब मार्केट में कोई सरप्राइज हो मार्केट के अंदर में. तो अभी जो आप बातें बोल रहे हैं, अर्निंग आ रही है, वैसे भी अर्निंग भी बड़ी मिक्स है. ऐसा नहीं कि हर कंपनियों की अर्निंग बहुत ही अच्छी, कोई बहुत तोड़फोड़ वाली अर्निंग आ रही है, ऐसा कहीं कुछ नहीं हो रहा है ऐसा. और जीएसटी वगैरह के रिफॉर्म्स आए हैं, ठीक है, वो ऑफ कोर्स ये बहुत लॉन्ग पेंडिंग रिफॉर्म्स थे जो आए हैं. उसका अभी फर्क पड़ना चालू होएगा, समझिए इस क्वार्टर में फर्क पड़ेगा जब सेल. एक जगह मैंने पढ़ा कि इस बार वेडिंग का जो सीजन जो आने वाली है, जो भी नवंबर के बाद में फरवरी तक जो भी लोग ये फंसने वाले हैं इसके अंदर में, नहीं फंसने वाले हैं, शादी करने वाले हैं, मतलब जो मैं वो मार्केट बोलता है 12-14 लाख करोड़ रुपया का इस बार वो वेडिंग पे खर्चा होने वाला है. सोचिए, तो वो एकदम अलग ही आयाम के अंदर में 12-14 लाख करोड़ रुपया लोग.
नहीं, तो यही बात है. ऐसा लग रहा है कि हर कोई कहीं पे खर्चा कर रहा है सिवाय मार्केट के. आईपीओ में खूब सारा पैसा आ रहा है, गाड़ियां खूब बिक रही है, वेडिंग सीजन खूब अच्छा चल रहा है, लाइक यू आर सेइंग, बट इट्स नॉट शोइंग इन द मार्केट. सो आई एम वंडरिंग इफ देयर इज नाउ अ डिस्कनेक्ट between the real economy and what's happening in the markets. Is it a valuation issue? प्राइवेट इक्विटी स्पेस में ज्यादा इंटरेस्ट चला गया है, ऐसा क्यों है?
नहीं, बिकॉज आई डोंट थिंक देयर इज एनी डिस्कनेक्ट बिटवीन द मार्केट प्राइस एंड वॉट एवर इज हैपनिंग इन द इकोनॉमी. आई थिंक इट इज ऑलरेडी इन द प्राइस. स्टॉक्स आर नॉट चीप. अभी मार्केट के अंदर में क्या हो गया, एज यू सेड कि ऑफकोर्स लोगों का प्राइवेट इक्विटी में भी ध्यान चला गया है. लोग आईपीओ में देखिए क्या पागलपन चल रहा है आईपीओ के अंदर में.
आप इसको पागलपन मानते हैं?
अरे 100% पागलपन है भाई. जिसको थोड़े दिन में आप देखेंगे वो मुच्छड़ पान वाला वो भी आईपीओ लेकर आ जाएगा. वही बोलेगा मेरे 4 पान की दुकान है, 4 और मेरे को खोलनी है और 8 मेरे को नेटवर्क हो, वो भी एआई से मैं पान बनाऊंगा, डीप टेक लगाऊंगा उसके अंदर में. वो 2-4 शब्द लगा देगा, डेटा सेंटर में मेरा पान जाता है. वो तो ये बोलने वाला आपको कि जितने भी डेटा सेंटर है, टीसीएस खोला उसमें सबके खाई के पान बनारस वाला. मेरा ही पान जाने वाला है उसमें। तो
और अच्छा, वो आईपीओ ओवर सब्सक्राइब होगा कि नहीं?
अरे वो 100 टाइम्स ओवर सब्सक्राइब होगा भाई। जितने पान खाने वाले वो भी करेंगे, जो नहीं खाने वाले वो भी करेंगे उसके अंदर में। अभी यही हो रहा है ना, देखिए कैसे कैसे सब्सक्राइब हो रहे हैं, बाद में 30% डाउन, 40% डाउन, 50% डाउन।
इसके लिए आप किसको जिम्मेदार मानते हैं? मर्चेंट बैंकर को, कंपनी जो पैसे उठा रही है, या जो लोग पैसे डाल रहे हैं?
नहीं, ऑफ कोर्स मैं तो बोलूंगा जो लोग पैसे डाल रहे हैं। मर्चेंट बैंकर का काम है, देखिए वकील अगर झूठ बोल के भी किसी को बचाता है तो वो वकील है, उसका वकालत करना उसका काम है अपने उसके अंदर में। तो मैं ये नहीं बोल रहा मर्चेंट बैंकर झूठ बोलते, उसका काम है बैंकिंग करना। वो बेचारा अपना काम कर रहा है। यात्रीगण अपने सामान की रक्षा खुद करे, वो रेलवे में लिखा रहता है। आप अपना सामान इधर उधर छोड़ देंगे, चले जाएंगे इधर घूमने के लिए, नीचे उतर जाएंगे पानी भरने के लिए, टॉयलेट चले जाएंगे, तो मालूम पड़ा कि सामान खाली ताला रह गया आपके पास में वहां पे। तो आपको अपनी रक्षा खुद करनी है मैडम, सिंपल एक ही बात है। तो जो लोग हैं, अभी सरकार दारू भी बेचती है, दारू पर एक्साइज भी लेती है और लिखा भी देती है कि शराब पीना हानिकारक है, तो भाई बेचते क्यों? तो बेचना उनका धंधा है, तो तुम वॉर्न क्यों करते हो? वॉर्न करना उनकी नैतिकता है। तो ये शेयर बाजार के अंदर में है। तो मर्चेंट बैंकर अपना काम कर रहा है। आप पैसा दे रहे हो तो मैं पान की दुकान लगाकर भी पैसा ले सकता हूं। देने वाले को मालूम होना चाहिए कि मैं ऐसा क्यों कर रहा हूं, अल्टीमेटली ये कहां पर जाकर इनको इसका बेनिफिट मिलेगा या नहीं मिलेगा। तो अभी तक तो क्या था ना कि जो भी हो रहा था सब नैया पार हो रही थी। अभी पहली बार ऐसा हो रहा है कि ये आईपीओ के सब डाउन होने लग गए हैं। अभी जो शेयर्स है, ये लोगों को एक सीखने का बहुत बड़ा मौका मिलेगा। अभी ये जाकर थोड़ा सा लगता है, हो सकता है शायद ये थोड़ा सा कम होए।
तो फिर सवाल ये है, इफ यू आर सेइंग दैट मार्केट्स आर ओवर वैल्यूड, अब किसी को पैसा लगाना है, वो कहां लगाए? इफ दे लुक एट द ब्लू चिप्स, ओवर वैल्यूड, मिड कैप, जो मिड कैप कहलाते हैं उनकी मार्केट कैप खूब बढ़ गई है, वैल्यूएशन जम नहीं रहे हैं। यहां कम से कम लगता है चलिए नए कंपनी में आपको कुछ मौका मिल सकता है। तो कहां लगाएं पैसा? क्योंकि आप जो चुनते हैं वो न्यूज में आ जाता है कि आपने किसी कंपनी में इन्वेस्टमेंट किया है, फिर उसका स्टॉक भागने लगता है। तो वो क्या एक फॉर्मूला है आपका जिसमें आप सिलेक्शन करते हैं?
नहीं, फॉर्मूला तो ऑफ कोर्स ऐसा नहीं है। मैं जो शेयर्स लेता हूं वो मालूम पड़ता है तो बढ़ भी जाते हैं और बाद में गिर भी जाते हैं वो कि जब वो बुखार उतरता है तो मालूम पड़ता है कि प्रैक्टिकलिटी क्या है। मैं भी राइट नहीं होता हूं, मेरे भी 10 में से 2-3 कॉल 4 कॉल मेरे भी रॉन्ग हो जाते हैं, बुरी तरह रॉन्ग होते हैं, ऐसी बात नहीं है। तो और तेजी बाजार में एवरीबॉडी इज अ जीनियस इन ए बुल मार्केट। तो बुल मार्केट मिलता रहा मेरे को तो मैं भी अपने आप को शाना समझता रहा कि हाँ ठीक है मैं भी शाना हूं। तो वो तो मार्केट सबसे बड़ा शाना मार्केट है मैडम, ये समझ के चलिए। तो सॉरी आपका क्वेश्चन क्या था कि
नहीं, तो आप चूज कैसे करते हैं? आप कह रहे हैं आईपीओ में पागलपंती है, मार्केट ओवर वैल्यूड है, सब कोई प्राइवेट इक्विटी में नहीं जा सकता है, सो हाउ डू यू चूज?
तो यही है ना कि देखिए यहाँ पर क्या कीचड़ में कमल खिलता है, बराबर बात है। तो आपको तो क्या है कि अभी मैं कोई फंड मैनेजर तो हूं नहीं कि मेरे को 200 कंपनियों का पोर्टफोलियो बनाना या 500 कंपनियां मेरे को लेनी है। मेरे को 10-15 कंपनियों में इन्वेस्ट करने का मेरे को। तो मेरे को क्या कि 6000 कंपनियां हैं, मेरे को 1 या 2 ही कंपनी का मेरे को चुनाव करना। जो हम बात कर रहे हैं इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि सारी की सारी कंपनियां ओवर वैल्यूड है और सारी की सारी कंपनियां अंडर वैल्यूड है, ऐसा तो कुछ है नहीं मार्केट में। तो मेरे को एक स्टोरी, अच्छी स्टोरी एक मार्केट में चुननी है जिसका फ्यूचर, मार्केट गिरे तो भी ठीक है, मार्केट बढ़े तो भी ठीक है, साइडवेज हो तो भी ठीक है, यूफोरिया हो तो भी ठीक है, इस तरह का एक ऐसा मेरे को स्टोरी चुनने का है। तो वो ऐसा मार्केट में भी ऐसी अपॉर्चुनिटी आप चुन सकते हैं। ऐसा बात नहीं है कि ये सारे जितने शेयर लिस्टेड है सारे के सारे खराब है, ऐसा बोलने का। ये हम बात करें इंडेक्स वाइज कि अभी जो इंडेक्स है और जनरल एक जो ट्रेंड है वो मार्केट में भी कोई पैसा नहीं कमा रहा है। ये तो खाली इंडेक्स जो है आपका समझिए ऑल टाइम हाई के थोड़े आसपास 5-7% इधर उधर है और जनरल आदमी अभी मार्केट के अंदर में पैसा नहीं कमा रहा है। लेकिन अगर आप संयम अगर रखें और ठीक से करें, अगर छोड़ना ना करना सीख जाए कि मेरे कंपनी में इन्वेस्ट नहीं करना है मेरे को, तो 10 में से एक स्टोरी या 100 में से एक स्टोरी आपको मिलेगी इस मार्केट में भी।
आपको दिन में कितने प्रपोजल आते हैं कंपनी में इन्वेस्ट करने के?
हाँ, मैं तो वही सोचने वाला कि मैं कुर्ता उर्ता पहन के आया हूँ, ये मैं शादी वादी करा रही है तो आज करवा चौथ है भाई, क्या बात कर रही है
इन्वेस्ट करने के।
हाँ, तो थोड़ा सा क्लियर बोला कीजिए, पत्रकार हुआ वो तमन्ना के साथ मेरा ऐसे ही चलता है थोड़ा। तो नहीं मैम, प्रपोजल तो बहुत आते हैं, रोज एक प्रपोजल तो आ ही जाते होंगे। और लेकिन भाई मैं बोल देता हूँ मैं हूँ नहीं मैं मिलता ही नहीं हूँ मैं लोगों से। तो प्रपोजल बहुत आते हैं इसी
सबसे इंटरेस्टिंग प्रपोजल फॉर इन्वेस्टमेंट, अ कंपनी दैट यू फाउंड वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग एंड एक कंपनी जो आपको थोड़ी बेकार सी लगी कि ये क्या आइडिया है, दोनों बताइए।
नहीं देखिए, जैसे मैंने अभी एक कंपनी में इन्वेस्ट किया था 5-6 महीना पहले, साइबर सिक्योरिटी कंपनी में इन्वेस्ट किया था, अहमदाबाद की कंपनी है। और वो मेरे को अच्छा लगा, मेरे को प्रमोटर भी अच्छे लगे, उनका बिजनेस प्लान भी अच्छा लगा, वो सेक्टर भी मेरे को अच्छा लगता है। वो कंपनी अभी लिस्ट हुई थोड़े दिन पहले, 10-15 दिन पहले लिस्ट हुई। तो लिस्ट होने के बाद में संयोग से भाव समझिए डबल ट्रिपल कुछ उसका खड़ा होगा, तो ये तो समझिए अच्छा है। और एक कंपनी मेरे पास में आई और वो बोलता है कि जैसे मैं वो आर्टिफिशियल पत्तियाँ वत्तियाँ जो होता है आर्टिफिशियल प्लांट, वो मैं बनाता हूँ और 2-3 दुकानें होंगी उनकी। सो बोले वो आर्टिफिशियल प्लांट है उसका करता हूँ, मेरे को और सारी दुकानें खोलनी है, मेरे को इसका IPO लेकर आने का है। तो मैं बोला भाई अभी फूल पत्ती मारे अरे ऐसा उसके धंधे के अगेंस्ट में कुछ नहीं है, लेकिन तो ऐसे भी प्रपोजल आते हैं। तो मैं बोला भाई मैं तो ये सब IPO का काम करता नहीं हूँ, सब IPO में इन्वेस्ट करता भी नहीं हूँ। तो ऐसे बहुत सारे प्रपोजल आते हैं। कोई आदमी आया जो उसमें एक मेरे को मिला कहीं पे, तो बोले मैंने 6-7 रेस्टोरेंट खोल रखी है मैंने, और वो भी सब और 6-7 रेस्टोरेंट खोल रखी है और मेरा कोई 7-8 करोड़ का कुछ उसका टर्नओवर होगा साल का, उसको भी IPO लेकर आने का है। तो उसको भी अब जोमेटो बनने का है या मैकडोनल्ड बनने का है उसको भी अभी। तो ये इस तरह के प्रपोजल ऐसे बकवास आते हैं कि मैं कभी सोचने लग जाता हूँ कि मैंने जो जिंदगी में जो भी यहाँ पर शेयर बाजार में टाइम गुजारी है, वो ऐसा तो कभी नहीं देखा कि ऐसा भी कुछ IPO आ सकता है, ऐसे भी लोगों का IPO आ सकता है। तो वो लोग भी बड़े अपबीट है कि मार्केट में मेरे को IPO लेकर आने का है।
नहीं तो इसमें दो चीजें हो रही हैं शायद। एक तरफ ये फ्रेंजी इसलिए है क्योंकि लोगों की एपेटाइट बढ़ गई है, जो एंटरप्रेन्योर्स हैं दे वांट टू ग्रो, एंड द अदर एंड पीपल आर लुकिंग फॉर अपॉर्चुनिटी। तो उस गैप, उस फासले को कैसे मिटाए? क्या एट द एंड ऑफ द डे यू थिंक इट्स द मार्केट दैट विल प्रोवाइड दैट कंफर्ट? आपने पेशेंस की बात की, क्या आउटलुक आपको लग रहा है अगले 12 महीनों का?
तो पहले तो मैं आपको ये बता दूं, जो IPO आ रहे हैं ना, मेरे को लगता नहीं है जो IPO, मेरा ये आंकड़े गलत भी हो सकते हैं, मेरे को लगता है 10 में से जो 7-8 IPO आ रहे होंगे ना, वो तो खाली इसके लिए आ रहे हैं कि मेरी कंपनी लिस्ट हो सकती है। तो इसके लिए भी IPO आ रहा है कि मैं जाकर बोलूंगा मेरे ऑफिस में कि या मेरे लोगों को कि देखो मेरी कंपनी लिस्ट है, तो लोगों को वो एक प्राइड फील होता है। तो 10 में से 7-8 लोग तो शायद इसीलिए IPO लेकर आ रहे होंगे। और फिर वो मर्चेंट बैंकर उनको वैल्यू बना देता है, तुम्हारे पास में 3 सब्सिडरी है, तुम्हारे पास 4 कंपनी है, इसको इसमें जोड़ लो, इसको इसमें जोड़ लो, ये टर्नओवर बना लो, ये कर लो। बाकी की इंजीनियरिंग तो फिर मर्चेंट बैंकर कर देते हैं वहाँ पे। तो ये, और वो इसके लिए कर रहे हैं कि लोग पैसा देने के लिए रेडी है ऐसी कंपनियों को। तो ये यूफोरिया मेरे को लगता है इसकी डाउनफॉल की शुरुआत हो चुकी है, ऐसा मेरे को लगता है। ये यूफोरिया की मतलब, ये जो यूफोरिया है, ये इसकी शुरुआत हो चुकी है और ये लोगों को समझ में आ जाएगा। और शेयर बाजार का ऐसा ही यहाँ पर सिस्टम है, यहाँ बिना मरे स्वर्ग मिलता नहीं है, और लोगों को सबको इतिहास पढ़ के स्वर्ग नहीं जाना, मर के स्वर्ग जाना है। तो यहाँ का पैटर्न ऐसा ही है, तो इसमें कोई खास बात नहीं है इसके अंदर में। और 12 महीने का जो आपने पूछा जो क्या लगा, तो मेरे को लगता है मार्केट अभी थोड़े दिन और थोड़ा साइडवेज चलेगा, ऐसे मेरे को लगता है। कोई मेरे को बहुत बड़ा कोई इंडेक्स वाइज या कोई जनरल मार्केट में जो बूम हम लोगों ने देखा था 2021, 22, 23 में, वो शायद मेरे को लगता है अभी थोड़ा दूर है।
इवन इफ द टैरिफ प्रॉब्लम इज सॉल्व्ड, बिकॉज वो एक अब सर पे मंडरा रहा है। If the tariff problem is solved, if you see a lot of capex now coming in, GST pushes up consumption, we seem ripe for a move. But do you think there's some time for that?
I think that अगर मैंने टेरिफ प्रॉब्लम अगर सॉल्व भी अगर हो जाता तब भी कोई मार्केट यहाँ पर कोई बहुत जोर से ऊपर जाकर कोई स्टेबल हो जाएगा या वापस कोई बढ़ जाएगा, ऐसा मेरे को लगता नहीं है। क्योंकि इसका उत्तर इस बात में छुपा है कि टेरिफ लगाने के बाद भी कोई मार्केट बहुत जोर से गिरा नहीं। तो इसका मतलब वो सारी चीजें डिस्काउंट है, लोगों को भी समझ में आ रहा है कि आदमी सुबह कुछ और बात करता है, रात को कुछ और बात करता है। तो ये आज टैरिफ लगा दिया, कल हटा देगा, लोगों को भी ऐसा समझ में आता है। तो इस बोल के मेरे को नहीं लगता कि उससे कोई बहुत ज्यादा फर्क पड़ने वाला है।
आज का सबसे बड़ा जो बज वर्ड है वो है AI। ऐसी कोई कंपनी नहीं है।
AI माने एयर इंडिया। इंडिया में तो AI माने एयर इंडिया ही है, सब यही की बातें करते हैं सब।
नहीं, but serious question here. There is, I think no company, no PPT in any office, there is no proposal which does not have an AI element in it. Whether it fits or doesn't fit is a separate matter. But aapse main, I can openly ask this question. Do you think a lot of this AI push that we're seeing, is it really going to lead to improved revenues, bottom line, or is it now PR and a bit of fluff?
No, I don't think there is any company in India which are really into AI. And I will give you one more example. What is the AI बनाने वाले को कितना फायदा होगा, वो NVIDIA को आप छोड़ दीजिए, वो मेरे को नहीं मालूम है। जो AI अपने धंधे में यूज करेगा वो सबसे ज्यादा बेनिफिशियल होएगा। सो आई हैड गिवन दिस एग्जांपल समवेयर, लाइक जैसे इन्वेंशन हुआ सपोज रेफ्रिजरेटर का, तो रेफ्रिजरेटर का जो खोज हुई है, रेफ्रिजरेटर जब निकाला गया तो उसका सबसे बड़ा फायदा रेफ्रिजरेटर को नहीं हुआ, रेफ्रिजरेटर बनाने वाली कंपनियों को भी नहीं हुआ, उनको भी हुआ, लेकिन सबसे बड़ा फायदा हुआ पेप्सी को और कोका कोला को। उन्होंने अपना पूरी दुनिया के अंदर में जहां जहां सूरज जाता है समझिए वहां उन्होंने अपना नेटवर्क फैला दिया उन्होंने। तो उन्होंने रेफ्रिजरेटर को यूज करके अपनी कंपनी को मल्टीनेशनल उन्होंने ये कंपनी बना ली और आज तक उसका कोई अपवाद नहीं है पेप्सी का और कोका कोला का। अभी समझिए कैंपा कोला इंडिया में आ रहा है, जो भी जब होगा तब की बात है, आज के दिन ही है। तो रेफ्रिजरेटर का फायदा उसमें हुआ। रेफ्रिजरेटर बनाने वाली फिर भी 500 कंपनियां होगी वर्ल्ड वाइड, कोई भी एक कंपनी का मोनोपोली नहीं है, लेकिन पेप्सी का अपने आप में मोनोपोली है, कोका कोला का अपने आप में मोनोपोली है। तो सेम थिंग आई थिंक इज गोइंग टू हैपन विथ एआई। द कंपनी विच कैन यूज एआई प्रूडेंटली और उसमें अपनी प्रोडक्टिविटी जो उसको इंक्रीज कर सकते हैं एआई को, दे विल बी बिगेस्ट बेनिफिशियल।
तो यहाँ पे वो पेप्सी कोला का पैरेलल क्या है? Because everyone is trying to use it productively, right? BFSI, IT service companies, in every sphere, people are trying to adopt AI, which is going to be that one sector which will actually benefit. Do you think that the data center companies are at the forefront right now? खूब चलन चल रहा है data center कंपनियों के, उनके स्टॉक भाग रहे हैं।
तो डेटा सेंटर का ऑफकोर्स ये भी फ्यूचरिस्टिक है ही है। डेटा सेंटर जो है ये तो अभी इंडिया में तो अभी शुरुआत हो रहा है, तो ऑफकोर्स मेरे को भी ऐसे लगता है कि इसका फ्यूचर है वो जरूर ब्राइट है। अभी लोगों को एक बार लगेगा कि हाँ ये यूफोरिया है, ये ऐसा है वैसा है। ये हर चीज जो भी कोई नया रेवोल्यूशन आता है ना, वो पहले उसके अंदर में पहले कोई नहीं आता। अभी सबको सेमीकंडक्टर बनाने का, अभी छोटी छोटी कंपनियां भी जिसको देखो सेमीकंडक्टर बनाने का, तो अभी वो बस का कंडक्टर है वो भी बोलता मैं सेमीकंडक्टर बनाऊंगा अभी। तो अभी ये जो यूफोरिया है ना, ये अल्टीमेटली डाई डाउन होने वाला है। बराबर बात। अभी मेरे घर में भी सर्वर लगाया तो मैं बोलूंगा मेरा डेटा सेंटर है, जो सर्वर रूम है बोलूंगा वो डेटा सेंटर है। अब किसी को मालूम नहीं है कि भैया क्या डेटा सेंटर है और क्या कंडक्टर है और क्या सेमी कंडक्टर है यहाँ। तो अभी हम लोग सब नए नए वर्ड सीख रहे हैं, हम लोग फैशनेबल वर्ड है ये सब हम लोग सीख रहे हैं हम लोग। तो ये एक बार यूफोरिया जरूर डाई डाउन होएगा इसके अंदर में, लेकिन अल्टीमेटली आप सोचिए ई कॉमर्स 2000 में इंडिया के अंदर में आया था और एक बार वो इवन अमेजोन भी समझिए ये सब, तो ये एक बार डाई डाउन हो जाता है क्योंकि सब लोग उसके अंदर में घुस जाते हैं। फिर छोटे मोटे जो प्लेयर है वो आउट हो जाते हैं, इंडस्ट्री कंसोलिडेट हो जाती है, टेक्नोलॉजी नई आ जाती है। नई टेक्नोलॉजी अडॉप्ट करने के लिए पुराने छोटे लोगों के पास में पैसा नहीं रहता है, टैलेंट नहीं रहता है, कैपिटल नहीं रहती है, तो ये कंसोलिडेट होता है। तो मेरे को लगता है इनका फ्यूचर 10-20 साल इनका फ्यूचर अभी तो इनका रहना चाहिए। आप चाइना को देखिए, जो चाइना में हो रहा है वो अल्टीमेटली इंडिया के अंदर में होने वाला है। आप ये समझो, हम लोग चाइना से डेकेड्स पीछे है, बहुत हम लोग पीछे हैं इसके। अभी कल ही मैंने पढ़ा कहीं बहुत 3 लाख रोबोट लगाने वाला है वो, कहीं 3 लाख रोबोट लगाए।
तो आज अनाउंसमेंट हुआ है, देयर इज एन इंडियन कंपनी दैट हैज टाइड अप विद अ जर्मन रोबोटिक्स कंपनी, वो बनाने वाली उनके लिए
एबीबी का। अच्छा,
सोना बेल्ट। सो दे आर गोइंग टू बी मेकिंग ह्यूमनॉइड रोबोट्स। हाँ, तो ये सारी चीजें तो आज हो रही हैं। आई अंडरस्टैंड योर ट्रूथ बॉम्ब के कंडक्टर भी सेमी कंडक्टर बना है, लेकिन ये भी सारी चीजें हो रही हैं।
हाँ होगी, तो ही बोलो इनका फ्यूचर ब्राइट है। मैं आपकी बात को एग्री करता हूँ, अल्टीमेटली यही फ्यूचर है। ये आप रोबो के भी जो बातें कर रहे हैं और या जो भी आप यही की बातें कर रहे हैं, डेटा सेंटर, ये फ्यूचर है, ये रहने वाला है। ये एक बार हो सकता है थोड़ा सा ये कंसोलिडेट हो जाए, लेकिन अल्टीमेटली यही फ्यूचर है।
तो इस वक्त आप किस तरह की चॉइस कर रहे हैं? फ्रॉम व्हाट यू आर सेइंग इट्स साउंडिंग लाइक आपको लग रहा है सेमीकंडक्टर, डेटा सेंटर, एआई, ये सारे बज़वर्ड्स हैं। अगर विजय केडिया का पोर्टफोलियो देखें तो उसमें फ्रंट एंड सेंटर क्या है?
नहीं देखिए, अभी ऐसा है कि मेरा ऐसे अब ऐसा भी नहीं है तो मानना जी कि अगर समझो एआई कई अगर खाली बातें करें या डेटा सेंटर ही चलेगा तो हम खाना पीना भूल जाएंगे। हम खाने में चिप्स तो नहीं खाने वाले, पोटैटो चिप्स ही खाएंगे हम, वो वाले चिप्स तो खाएंगे नहीं जो सेमीकंडक्टर की चिप्स बनती है। तो ये चीज़ें तो खत्म नहीं होने वाली है, तो ये चीज़ें अपनी जगह रहने वाली है। मेरे निगाह में भी ऐसी कोई कंपनी नहीं है कि जो एआई के अंदर में जो एआई में सेमीकंडक्टर बनाने वाले उन सबके भाव और आप सुना कहाँ से कहाँ पहुँच गए होगे, मेरे रेडार में कोई कंपनी नहीं है। तो मैं आजकल थोड़ी सी जो स्टार्टअप्स हैं, जो ये सब कंपनियां, इनके अंदर में थोड़ा मैं इनमें इन्वेस्ट करता हूं। तो जैसे मैंने बताया, एक साइबर सिक्योरिटी कंपनी में इन्वेस्ट किया, 2 साइबर सिक्योरिटी कंपनी में इन्वेस्ट किया, एक सोलर की कंपनी में इन्वेस्ट किया अभी मैं। तो ये सब अनलिस्टेड प्लेयर है, तो मेरा भी फोकस उनके अंदर में है बजाय सेकेंडरी मार्केट के या बजाय पब्लिक मार्केट के। और ऐसा नहीं है, पब्लिक मार्केट में भी जैसे मैंने बताया कि ऐसा नहीं है कि यहाँ पर अपॉर्चुनिटी रहेगी नहीं, यहाँ भी अपॉर्चुनिटी रहेगी। जैसे मेरे को हॉस्पिटल इंडस्ट्री अच्छी लगती है कि अल्टीमेटली जिस हिसाब से इंडिया की पॉपुलेशन है, जिस हिसाब से लोगों में अवेयरनेस आ रही है हेल्थ के लिए, मेरे को लगता है ये सनराइज इंडस्ट्री है। टूरिज्म इंडस्ट्री मेरे को लगता है जैसे सनराइज इंडस्ट्री है। डोमेस्टिक टूरिज्म का भी यहाँ पर कुछ है ही नहीं यहाँ पे, तो ऐसी अपॉर्चुनिटी आपको यहाँ भी मिलेगी चुनिंदा सोचकर।
तो इस वक्त आपके पोर्टफोलियो का कितना हिस्सा प्राइवेट इक्विटी में है? यू नो, यू लुकिंग एट इंडिविजुअल नॉन लिस्टेड कंपनीज, हाउ मच ऑफ योर टाइम इज गोइंग इन दैट?
अभी मेरा टाइम ज्यादा उसी में जाता है।
तो मार्केट आप रोज देखते हैं कि नहीं?
हाँ, मार्केट तो चलते रहता है साथ में, मार्केट तो वो साथ साथ ही चलते रहता है, लेकिन वो मेरा ध्यान उधर भी फोकस है। और कोई मेरा ज्यादा नहीं होगा, 10-15% पोर्टफोलियो का होगा स्टार्टअप में या इनके अंदर में।
ओके, सो गोइंग फॉरवर्ड केडिया जी, अभी हम दिवाली के पहले बात कर रहे हैं, जो लोग अपना पोर्टफोलियो बना रहे हैं वो एक संवत के दिन, दिवाली मुहूर्त के दिन भी थोड़ा ट्रेडिंग करेंगे। सबसे ज्यादा शगुन वाले किस तरह के स्टॉक्स होने वाले हैं अगले साल के लिए? कौन से आपको लगता है वो सेक्टर्स हैं जो बेटर रहेंगे? क्लियरली जो आपके प्लेटफॉर्म कंपनीज हैं, क्या उसमें आपको इंटरेस्ट लग रहा है? क्लियरली आपने कहा है कि एआई डेटा सेंटर वगैरह से आप दूर रहेंगे।
तो प्लेटफॉर्म कंपनी का जो फ्यूचर जरूर ब्राइट है, ये रहने वाली है। ये ऐसा नहीं है कि ये टेम्परेरी है और बाद में बंद हो जाएगी, ऐसा नहीं लगता है। लेकिन मैं ऐसे शेयर में इन्वेस्ट नहीं करूंगा क्योंकि ऑलरेडी दे आर वेरी एक्सपेंसिव, तो मेरा उनमें फोकस नहीं है। तो एज आई सेड दैट आई एम बुलिश ऑन हॉस्पिटल इंडस्ट्री एंड टूरिज्म इंडस्ट्री। मेरे को जैसे एयरलाइंस के शेयर्स मेरे को जैसे अच्छे लगते हैं, मेरे को लगता है, और हॉस्पिटल अच्छे लगते हैं, टूरिज्म इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के शेयर्स अच्छे लगते हैं मेरे को लिस्टेड में।
या यू नो, इस वक्त आई थिंक जैसे सबको पता चला कि आप आ रहे हैं, तो टी ब्रेक में मुझे लोग पूछ रहे थे कि आप केडिया जी से गाना गवाएंगे कि नहीं, क्योंकि ये तो ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड है ही हमारा। तो आप कुछ तैयार करके आए या गूगली?
मैं आज वो नेशनल एंथम तैयार करके आया हूँ। सबको खड़ा होना पड़ेगा। एक बार गाना गाया था भाई, राहुल जी ने गाना गवा दिया था मेरे को मैडम के सामने, फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर के सामने दिल्ली में बुला के। उसके बाद में दूसरे दिन मैंने रिक्वेस्ट किया कि आज मेरे को आज फिर जीने की तमन्ना है, आज फिर मरने का इरादा है। इन्होंने बोला तू चला जा भाई, ये तेरे को अंदर करवा देगी मैडम। नहीं, आपने नहीं बोला, मैं ऐसे ही मजाक कर रहा हूँ, आपने नहीं बोला। लेकिन एक बार इन्होंने मेरे को मौका दिया।
आप नहीं, वो सब छोड़िए, आप बात कीजिए फॉर इन्वेस्टर्स लुकिंग फॉर अ ब्राइटर दिवाली। दिवाली में मुनाफा कमाने, हमारे चैनल का नाम है प्रॉफिट, हम बात करते हैं फॉर योर प्रॉफिट। दिवाली में जिनको मुनाफा कमाना है, अगले साल के लिए एक अच्छा पोर्टफोलियो बनाना है, उनके लिए कुछ, उनके लिए कोई मैसेज?
नहीं, उनके लिए मैसेज ये कि भाई सोच कर समझ कर इन्वेस्ट कर, रूमर पे टिप्पे न टाइम वेस्ट कर। नॉलेज और पेशेंस का बिजनेस है ये, अनुभव से सीख और बेस्ट कर। हार को भी अपनी डाइजेस्ट कर, लोगों के बहकावे में ना तू आ, अपनी विजय मैनिफेस्ट कर। तो यही उनके लिए ये है मेरा मैसेज उनको, कि सोच कर समझ के काम करो। बाजार के ये सब रुख में मत जाओ, नहीं तो बैंड बज जाएगी।
ये तो सिर्फ पोएम था, अब नाउ गाने की भी पेशकश होनी चाहिए।
अभी गाना तो फिर वो बोले ना।
नहीं, केडिया जी ने ऑलरेडी कहा कि फ्राइडे इवनिंग है और हम इनको पानी पिला रहे हैं। सो
7:30 PM।
7:30 PM। केडिया जी, फॉर द पोस्ट सेशन वी हैव टू हैव अ सॉन्ग।
तब मेरे को तो गाना सोचना पड़ेगा, याद ही नहीं आ रहा।
ये माइक इधर।
गाना सोचना पड़ेगा पहले।
नहीं
तो याद दिलाओ भाई, कौन सा गाना गाने का?
नहीं, बट बहुत सारे आपने रिसेंटली भी किए हैं, स्पेशली जब जीएसटी के रिफॉर्म्स आए हैं उस पर भी किए हैं। मार्केट के हाल पे आप बता सकते हैं कि क्या है आगे, क्योंकि इस वक्त जो इन्वेस्टर्स हैं उनके मन में थोड़ा सा एक क्वेश्चन मार्क भी है,
क्या
कि आगे क्या होने वाला है आगे।
देखिए, वो ये बना, किसी को भी तो ना समझ में तू आए, तू बढ़ता क्यों गिर जाए, ये 90% लोग क्यों पैसे गवाए, जो सोचा समझा खूब समझ में ये आए, जो लेके गए बैठ वो ही तो है कमाए, ये 90% लोग बैठ न पाए। आंखों को खोलो भैया, थोड़ा तो सोचो भैया, 10 में से 9 लोगों का खोता ट्रेडिंग में रुपया, लगता ये सीधा साधा लेकिन है भूल भुलैया, कोई भी बच न पाया BACAM भैया।
केडिया जी, आई थिंक और कुछ नहीं तो आप अपने रिकॉर्ड लेबल में तो इन्वेस्ट कर ही सकते हैं, आपके खुद के रिकॉर्ड लेबल में। ऐसे कोई प्लान्स हैं?
अभी प्लान तो नहीं, आपने आज आइडिया दिया, पहला इन्वेस्टर यही मिलेगा बाहर जाकर आप से लेने का मेरे को भी। तुम्ही से सीखी अदाएं, तुम्ही पे किया मार।
अच्छा, ये बताइए, एज वी रैप अप दिस सेशन एंड यू लीव पीपल विद अ क्वेश्चन ऑफ होप। आपने एक वार्निंग तो दे दी कि 90% यहाँ पर FNO वगैरह में पैसे लूज करते हैं, आपने कहा है कि संयम बरतें, लेकिन एक मैसेज ऑफ होप। हमारे कार्यक्रम का नाम है NDTV Profit IGNITE। हम एक नई उम्मीद की किरण इसमें लोगों के मन में रखना चाहते हैं, उनके लिए कोई मैसेज, कोई गाना।
उम्मीद की किरण के लिए तो उसके लिए मैं आपको बताता हूँ, ये ट्रम्प का जो आपने बात किया ना, कि ये ट्रम्प ने जो ये सुबह शाम जो उठ के वो कुछ और बोलते हैं, रात को कुछ और बोलते हैं, उनका भी शायद 7 AM 7 PM से कुछ चलता है उनका भी। तो उस पर मैंने गाना लिखा था ट्रम्प के लिए सर, मैंने वो कि अच्छा हुआ तुमने हमको उठाया, हमने भी सोई शक्ति को जगाया, अब हम नए रास्ते ढूंढ लेंगे, विकसित भारत का अब टाइम आया। 2047 तक जाकर भारत को नंबर 1 कंट्री बनाकर ही हम लेंगे सांस, रचना है फिर इतिहास, रचना है फिर इतिहास।
That's the inimitable Vijay Kedia for you. Truth bombs by the minute. Always a poem or a song ready for every occasion. Thank you so much Kedia जी हमसे बात करने के लिए। लेकिन एक और बस जाने के पहले, बिफोर वी रैप दिस सेशन, NDTV प्रॉफिट बहुत कुछ कर रहा है। हमारा भी उद्देश्य है कि हम हर व्यूअर, हर इन्वेस्टर के लिए मुनाफा बताने का तरीका बताए। वी वर्क फॉर योर प्रॉफिट, वी बीन डूइंग अ लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स टू ऐड अवेयरनेस, समथिंग, एनी कमेंट्री ऑन द वर्क वी हैव बीन डूइंग? जो हम काम कर रहे हैं उस पर कोई कमेंट आपका?
नहीं, बढ़िया, आपके काम क्या, आपके तो नाम में ही प्रॉफिट लगा हुआ भाई, तो वो तो आपका काम, आपका जो नाम है वो आपका काम बता रहा है। तो अच्छा, बढ़िया, और अच्छे अच्छे लोग आपके साथ में जुड़ रहे हैं, और आप तो, आपसे बढ़िया कौन, वो भाई साहब है सभी सब वेतरन है, तो बहुत बढ़िया है। राहुल जी आ गए हैं, तो बताइए, तो अभी तो आपके जस्ट सब 4 चांद लगे हुए हैं, तो बहुत बढ़िया, आपको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। और आप लोग बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं, लोगों में जागरूकता फैला रहे हैं, लोगों को संदेश दे रहे हैं लोगों में, तो बहुत बढ़िया, बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं आपको। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
थैंक यू फॉर योर विशेस विजय केडिया जी। राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज फॉर विजय केडिया।
One quick question that Neeraj had. Neeraj, if you want to quickly ask.
वेरी क्विकली, केडिया जी, आपका नाम जब आता है ना कि विजय केडिया ने या केडिया सिक्योरिटीज ने स्टॉक ब्लॉक में लिया, तो लोग ऐसे ब्लाइंडली होके फॉलो कर लेते हैं। आपको वो कुछ मैसेजिंग देना है, क्योंकि लोग आपको बहुत ज्यादा फॉलो करते हैं सर।
नहीं, तो वो ये गलत है, ये मैं लोगों, आपने अच्छा क्वेश्चन किया, थैंक यू वेरी मच नीरज भाई। पहला बात तो ये है कि इतने सारे फेक अकाउंट खुले हुए हैं। आज भी मेरे पास में कोई मेरे को आज मेरा बर्थडे का विश कर रहे थे 6-7 लोग, तो मैं मेरी जन्मपत्री निकाला कि आज मेरा बर्थडे गया, फिर आधार कार्ड निकाल कर देखा कि वाकई में मेरा बर्थडे है गया। तो बर्थडे का जितना विश कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि वो फेसबुक में किसी ने डाल दिया, कोई दूसरा विजय केडिया बन के, और इतने अकाउंट खुले हुए हैं फेसबुक में, इंस्टाग्राम में, इधर उधर। भाई मैं कोई सर्विस नहीं देता हूँ, मैं कोई ब्रोकर नहीं हूँ, मैं कोई कंसल्टेंट नहीं हूँ, पोर्टफोलियो मैनेजर नहीं हूँ। मेरी वाइफ भी अपना पोर्टफोलियो मेरे से नहीं संभालने देती है मेरे को, वो भी बोलती है कि तू बेकार है, डुबा देगा। तो ये बात आप लोग भी ध्यान रखिए कि घर का बेदी लंका ढाई, आप समझ लीजिएगा बात को। अगर मेरी वाइफ भी ट्रस्ट नहीं करती तो आप मेरे पर ट्रस्ट मत कीजिए, ये एकदम पक्का सोच समझकर इन्वेस्ट कीजिए। और मेरे लेने के कारण अगर शेयर समझिए बढ़ भी जाते हैं तो वो एक टेम्परेरी फिनोमिना है, वो उसके बाद में लोगों को रियलाइज होएगा। और मैं आपको एक बात ये बताना चाहता हूं कि मैं भी ये सोच समझकर, ये नीरज भाई, मैं सोचता हूं कि कहीं मेरा नाम नहीं आए किसी, क्योंकि हो सकता है मैं गलत कर रहा हूं, मेरे भी 10 में से 2-3 शेयर्स हैं जो रॉन्ग हो जाता हूं मैं तो बेच के निकल जाऊंगा, उस समय मैं वापस आकर बोलूंगा, आके बोलने वाला नहीं हो कि मैं बेच रहा हूं या मैं बेच दिया मैंने, बराबर। फिर आपको शेयर होल्डिंग पैटर्न में क्वार्टर एंडिंग में जब आएगा तो आपको मालूम पड़ेगा। तो ये रिक्वेस्ट है कि वो काम आप मत करो अपना, ये एक हिंट है समझिए अगर आपको, लेकिन आपके साथ वो मैच करना चाहिए। मेरा शेयर 40% घट भी जाएगा ना तो मेरा पानी नहीं लेगा, मेरा पानी यही रहने वाला है, वो 7 PM वाला पानी नहीं आएगा मेरा। लेकिन आपके लिए बहुत नुकसान हो सकता है अगर 20-30% घट जाए और आप बेच के निकल जाओगे, और मैं उसको 4 साल तक होल्ड कर सकता हूं शेयर्स को, उसके बाद में मेरा प्रॉफिट आ सकता है उसके अंदर में। तो आपका मेरा टेम्परामेंट मैच होना चाहिए मेरे को फॉलो करने के पीछे, तो काइंडली वो ना करें और उसको थोड़ा सोच समझ के करें, अपने भी उसके अंदर बुद्धि लगाए, तो ये आपके लिए बेटर होगा सबके लिए।
Okay.
So great advice. Please, can we have a quick photo with Vijay Kedia and Tamanna? Neeraj, you want to step on stage? Kotak Mahindra Asset Management is meeting some old friends and will hopefully make some new ones as well as he makes his way onto stage right now. Nilesh bhai, please, if you can make your way onto stage. And to speak to him, Neeraj and Tamanna, please can you join us on stage?
All right. A lot of cricket conversations will happen over the next 30 minutes. So be prepared for it. Nilesh bhai, thank you so much for joining in. Really appreciate.
Thank you Neeraj bhai for having me over here. And thank you audience. आज करवा चौथ के दिन आप लोग सब यहाँ पे बैठे हैं. आपके बहुत शुक्रगुजार है.
So Nilesh bhai, the first question everybody's mind, we'll start off with cricket, right? That आपने last year बोला था कि this is not the match in which you hit 4s and 6s, just consolidate, save your wicket in 2025. Prophecy was right, Brahmastra. Now, for the next Samvat, is it time to still save your wicket? Is it a green wicket which is moving around, the ball is seaming? Or is it now time to start taking the 1s and 2s?
Neeraj, it is still a test match. It's not a one day or T20. You still will have to save your wickets. And yes, you can score 1 or 2 runs, occasionally 4s or 6. But it is still a test match. You have to play not for next Samvat, but for next couple of Samvat.
Nilesh bhai, first of all, thank you so much for coming. The conversation that we're having now, the title is about the art of patience. And the reason why we were so keen for you to speak on this and for our viewers to hear about this, because you have perfected the art of patience, you have talked about the art of patience consistently. But there are times when you have to maybe have a very deep look at what you have invested in. Are we there at that point right now?
Undoubtedly. There are many large companies which are behaving like dinosaur. Their tail is on fire, but they haven't yet realized. So no point in investing with them. There are many startups, small caps, which are far more nimble. We have seen a trailer of this in IT sector where mid-cap IT companies leverage AI to deliver cheaper, better, faster solution. They are growing at a much faster pace than large cap. They are still recruiting. The large companies are not. So what happened in IT sector is going to happen in many other sectors. Everyone should be paranoid. You should not take things for granted.
How many dinosaurs in the Nifty right now?
My guess, probably still 10 to 12.
Out of 50 stocks. So this.
Yes.
There's about nearly 20% are dinosaurs.
Yes.
Nilesh bhai, if this is still
and I'm underestimating, not overestimating.
Okay, are the problems for the market currently homegrown because of the nature of earnings growth, etc., or is it more global in nature? There were a lot of questions from the audience in the last preceding sessions. That is the India-US relationship the key for the markets to do well? Is the Donald Trump uncertainty a very big uncertainty? How do you think about all of this?
So let me give an answer slightly in lighter vein.
Sure.
I think the US tariff is a blessing in disguise. It has pushed government on the reform path. For example, we saw RBI giving in this monetary policy leeway on lending on almost 21 items. Capital market exposure went up, acquisition financing was permitted, decentralization of activity was done. I don't think so this would have happened unless until we would have been pushed to the corner by President Trump. Second, we are now looking to stimulate domestic economy. Last 10 years we were focused on creating supply side reform. Now we are pushing demand side reform. There is focus on creating consumer demand. That hopefully will lead to virtuous cycle as more consumption creates more jobs and more jobs create more demand and more demand creates investment. So to some extent, this is blessing in disguise. We had slowed down a bit on the reform push. Now there is urgency.
Okay.
But this is partly lighter vein comment. Don't take it too seriously.
Yeah, but so is this push that is being done by the government on the consumption side, Reserve Bank, etc., and more reforms to come from what we understand? ये तो हमें पता ही है कि अगर नीलेश भाई गवर्नमेंट को भी एडवाइस करते हैं, तो इसलिए मेरा ये क्वेश्चन दोनों तरफा है नीलेश भाई कि डू यू थिंक दिस इज गुड इनफ for earnings growth and sentiment to improve, or does more need to be done?
So undoubtedly sentiment will improve if there is a tariff deal. There will be immediately a relief rally. But for long-term performance to improve, we really have no option but to keep on improving ease of doing business. We have done a lot, but there is a long distance to cover. For example, how many of you are aware about Luna? Not many people would have heard about it. When DeepSeek came and claimed that it was created in $5 million, everyone accepted and forwarded. No one bothered to check about the GPUs going into China from Singapore and Malaysia. Now, an Indian startup in Bangalore has created a voice AI, which is closest to the human voice. One of the best available globally in under $1 million. And we don't even know about it. We don't even circulate. And when I circulate, people are asking, Grok, is Nilesh bhai telling the truth? Chinese propaganda believe हो जाता है, but Indian story believe करने में तकलीफ हो रही है. Now, I don't think so we have dearth of talent. Our challenge is, can we give ecosystem for that talent to develop? Can Luna scale up to an extent, remaining an Indian company, so that globally people start using his voice or their voice? What we are lacking is the ecosystem in terms of availability of risk capital, encouragement to the domestic innovation. Imagine if Tata's launched India's first homegrown car, Indica. Was it the best of the car? Answer is no. It was not at all comparable to Mercedes. But if as a consumer I accepted Mercedes from Tata at the first attempt, how will it get created? पहले इंडिका से चलाना पड़ेगा तब जाके मर्सिडीज बना पाएंगे. अपने को मर्सिडीज पहले से चाहिए इसलिए इंडिका भी नहीं बन पा रही है. So we'll have to encourage Swadeshi, we'll have to encourage local talent, we'll have to create ecosystem so that our entrepreneurs can thrive. then earnings growth is guaranteed.
I must add before Tamanna asks her question, नीलेश भाई, कि परसों की बात है, सुबह सुबह शो पे हम दोनों थे, मैं, तमन्ना और एलेक्स, और हम तीनों ने रादर वो जोहो मेल का ईमेल आईडी भी बना दिया.
That's true. We're all on Zoho Mail, and I think it's exciting the way that the government is also pushing for it. I just want to take that point forward, Nilesh Bhai, because you sit on the Economic Advisory Council of the Prime Minister as well. Jin reforms ki aapne baat ki, the ones that we have already put in place, maybe as a response, maybe because the time was coming to the tariff attacks. Is there more coming? What is the thinking? Because we're seeing a push on rare earth mining. We're seeing a push on in Atmanirbhar, on semiconductors, on data centers. The clarity seems to be there. How far are we willing to go as a nation?
So, I'll put it like this. JAM से JAMA तक जाने की ज़रूरत है. So, JAM represents Jandhan, Aadhaar, Mobile. अब उसके पीछे एक और ए लगा दो आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस का. कैन वी लेवरेज एआई टू डिलीवर चीपर, बेटर, फास्टर सॉल्यूशंस टू द वर्ल्ड? थिंक ऑफ एलएलएम्स एज द हाईवे. अब हाईवे नया बनाने की तो जरूरत नहीं है, देयर आर इनफ हाईवेज. कैन आई क्रिएट बसेस ऑन दोज हाईवेज वेयर बाय आई कैन टेक चार्जेस फ्रॉम द कम्यूटर्स, pay the toll to the highway builder, and yet be profitable? If I build many buses, I will own the highway. So we need to really put JAM to JAMA, artificial intelligence added. In terms of reforms, there are many coming. For example, shipbuilding. Indians spend about $60 billion a year in logistics cost. Very few ships are owned by India. Today, if you rent a ship, probably the cost will be 12% dollar. We are putting money in American Treasury at 4%, might as well invest in buying a ship and earn 12%. So, shipbuilding, similarly, there are many other reforms on ease of doing business, finding alternate destinations for our exports. Today, textiles, gems and jewelry, handicraft, aquaculture, we won't be able to export to US. We must find alternative buyers. Probably there is a need for a credit guarantee mechanism for entities hit by this tariff. So a lot to do.
No, so just on the AI portion, Nilesh Bhai, I want to ask a follow-up, because there is a lot of commentary that India may have, or Indian companies to be more specific, may have missed the bus on AI. You spoke a short while ago about dinosaurs with their tail on fire, but taking it forward, is there an opportunity to now jump on at the right moment? It's unlikely we'll build the next NVIDIA or maybe the next OpenAI. Where is it that we can fit in the value chain?
So one, is it difficult to build next NVIDIA or OpenAI? Answer is no. In all those companies, there is Indian talent working. In all the codes of AI, there is Indian talent, Indian contribution. We have let go the talent go. If we had retained those talent, those companies we would be able to create in India. How many of us know about Dr. Gurtej Singh Sandhu?
Anybody?
कोई चांस ही नहीं है. हमने अपने हीरोज के बारे में कभी बात ही नहीं की है. He is the gentleman who has more patents than Thomas Alva Edison. How many of us have heard about Mr. G. Ramchandran? कोई चांस ही नहीं है. He is the person who should have got 3 Nobel Prizes. 3 Nobel Prizes, and we don't know about it. Because as Indians, we have never learned the art of appreciating another Indian. आपने बचपन में वो जोक सुना होगा. There was an Indian exporter जो क्रैब एक्सपोर्ट करता था, एंड ओपन कंटेनर में ऊपर लीड ही नहीं डालता था, उसके भी पैसे बचाता था. तो उसके इंपोर्टर ने कहा कि भाई ये सब क्रैब तो जर्नी में निकल जाएंगे. इसे डरिए मत, इंडियन क्रैब है, जैसे एक ऊपर जाएगा 2 लोग उसे नीचे खींच लेंगे. सो वो मेंटालिटी अभी भी है. Zoho Mail, all of us should adopt. Aratai, all of us should adopt. And that will create the scale. that will create the ecosystem.
In fact, Zoe has also built an authenticator, as we learned as we were doing that email. So you can actually use that authenticator too if you like it. But Nilesh bhai, so there are some things that India needs to do, some things that I'm sure you know from your prism that India is doing well, and the highway for development, growth, talent, etc. is all there. Where do you think India is doing well, which average people, like at least I, would not know because I may not have studied it enough or have enough insights, but you would certainly have.
So how many of you know about concept called category management? कोई चांस ही नहीं है.
नीलेश भाई, आप बाउंसर पे क्राउड इज फीलिंग कि आपने कोई पढ़ाई नहीं की.
ये तो सेव द विकेट वाला मैच हो गया है.
आई थिंक नीलेश भाई के सेशन के लिए पहले सब पढ़ाई करके आइए.
No, but please make your point.
So there is an Indian company which is global leader in category management. Now what is category management? It is essentially going to a company and saying that you are operating in so many locations, you are buying so many goods. I will be able to tell you whether you are buying goods at appropriate price or not, and are there competitors who are buying it at a better price than you. How did that company achieve that scale? First, obviously, it started working, but later on, the network effect came into play. If I come to you, Neeraj bhai, and say that I'll be able to tell you whether you are purchasing efficiently or not, and for that information, can you share what you are purchasing? It's a barter. Category management is the place where you tell customers about what you are buying and whether it is competitive or not. We have 50% market share in that category.
Wow.
A small entrepreneur somewhere doing this. I went into Hubli, Dharwad. There is an entrepreneur who is making rivets which are supplied to Airbus. Now imagine sitting in Hubli, Dharwad and making rivets which are useful for Airbus. So again, my limited point, in India we don't have dearth of talent. In fact, we have so much of excess talent that we are sending some to America and Europe. We have to encourage that talent. That ecosystem is missing. We have improved a lot, no doubt about it, but we can do a better job.
But then the follow-up is still remaining, Nilesh bhai. Where is it that you think, with the limitations that India has, that there are good things happening? जहाँ पे आपको लगता है there is a highway of growth.
So one thing about India is that whatever I say, opposite is also true. In BKC, if someone comes very bearish on India, हम उसको जियो दिखाते हैं कि देख भाई दुनिया की सबसे महंगी शादी वहाँ पे हुई थी और तेरे देश के HNI वहाँ पे बारात में डांस कर रहे थे. वो ठीक हो जाता है. अब कभी कभी विजय भाई कोई हमसे भी बुलिश इंडिया पे आ जाता है तो फिर उसे जमीन पे लाना भी जरूरी है, तो उसे दूसरी विंडो पे लेके जाते हैं, धारावी दिखाते कि देख भाई धारावी भी यहीं पे है. In 1.5 kilometers in BKC, you can make someone bullish, you can make someone bearish, and all of you are stating truth. So there are few things in which India is doing extremely well. For example, in US, 40% of generic medicine is provided by Indian manufacturers. I have received a ECG from a friend saying that can you check with your doctor based in US. Doctor looked at his ECG and said he should go to hospital. That guy said, I am in the hospital but no one is attending me. I have spoken so much about ease of doing business. Let me give you an incident about what is ease of doing business in some other country. So Vijay bhai, there is an entrepreneur जिसने जाके एक सिक कंपनी खरीदी जर्मनी में, एंड वो ग्राउंड फ्लोर थी तो उसके ऊपर उसने ग्राउंड +1 किया. उससे 200 मीटर दूर किसी के घर थे. घर वालों ने म्यूनिसिपैलिटी में कंप्लेन कर दी कि ये एक फ्लोर की फैक्ट्री बन गई, तो नाउ आवर स्काई व्यू इज ब्लॉक्ड. द कंपनी हैड टू पे $2-3 million to those houses to give the approval and paint that entire wall in a sky blue color. वहां पे लोग 4 दिन काम करने को तैयार नहीं है. इंडिया में लोग 7 दिन काम करते हैं. So there are many things which is good for us, but as I mentioned, whatever you say, opposite is also true in India.
You know, you spoke, Nilesh bhai, about the talent which has built some of these large companies and their Indian origin. You said they should come back. with what has been done with H-1B visas, with the messaging going in from the current US administration and the direction in which they're headed, do you think this is the opportunity, not just for those who may want to come back, but even for students? Because remember, that's how our brightest go. How do we ensure that we retain and bring back our brightest talent?
So Tamanna, you can do as much for India sitting in India as you can do from outside India. If Sundar Pichai is running Google, can he put Google's data center in India rather than in Singapore?
But Trump won't let him.
Singapore में तो डाल रहा है ना. And anyway, their largest customer is in India. So you can do as much for your country sitting in the country as much as you can do from outside.
So, you know, when we are talking right now, because let's talk a bit about the Diwali mood which is coming in, the way people are looking at their portfolios. It's been a tough 1 year. Do you see, all things considered, because you are, you know, a bullish investor, you're someone who's bullish about the Indian story, do you see this changing anytime soon?
Equity market giving positive return? Yes, of course it will change.
No, anytime soon. Of course it will change.
It all depends upon what is your definition of soon. If it is
what is your current definition of soon?
So I don't invest in equity for 1 year. I invest for 5 years. For me, that is soon. Vijay bhai galat bola to bata dena.
So the real boom seems to be in commodities right now. There was, I think, on silver ETF also, there was an announcement that you made about a fund not taking in new investments, etc. What is happening in your view in this space? Is it euphoria? Is it maybe created by panic? What's happening in gold is now happening in silver, coming from the US. How are you seeing that entire space?
So silver is poor man's gold. The gold-silver ratio was getting stretched onto the extreme. And that's where we have seen investors coming to buy silver. There is industrial demand for it in solar cells, PV. Then the mining cost has gone up. And finally, we heard that Saudi Arabian Central Bank bought silver ETF. So if we have seen when central banks bought gold, what happened? People are front-running central banks.
Wow, okay. But Nilesh bhai, do you think there is a turn for hard assets? Because gold and silver is one thing, but palladium, nickel, zinc, copper, everything is shooting up. You look at cycles very well, Nilesh bhai. Do you think this is a cycle?
Even a painting will become hard assets the way dollars have been printed. So art also will become hard assets.
You think art market is the next boom?
Yes, quite likely.
Yeah. Actually, yeah, in the Indian art market, I think the Indian art has really picked up steam. No, but seriously, Nilesh bhai, do you think that...
I'm serious about it.
Non-art, I'm saying hard assets. Do you think metals have a bull run ahead?
Absolutely.
You think so? Okay.
So please remember, Neeraj, they are all commodities. They'll go up as well as down.
True.
When central banks started selling gold, it fell from $800 to $200. अब यही लोग खरीद रहे हैं तो 1200 का 4000 कर दिया है. Never fight central bankers.
Yeah, very few people succeed. That's very
In
true.
debt market, we have learned that hard way. इसलिए metals में हम उनके compete नहीं करते, उनको front run करते हैं.
Okay, नीलेश भाई, एक ideal portfolio allocation next 3 साल के लिए क्या होगा? I mean, आपने बोला है कि equities के लिए it is still the time to be cautious, start taking 1 and 2s, but not maybe 4s occasionally. What about gold, silver? What about debt? What about real estate? Quote unquote crypto?
So crypto, I don't have a view, but if you have risk appetite, please go ahead and do it.
Yeah.
But you know, the excitement about crypto, the fact is that especially among young investors, Gen Z investors, is on a peak right now.
So again, if it is suitable to your risk appetite, please go ahead and do it. But for an average investor at this point of time, I will say somewhere around low double-digit allocation to precious metal, both gold and silver. If you can get palladium and platinum, more the merrier. About 30-35% debt and balance in equity. That should be a reasonably good allocation. Real estate, surely, why not?
We should get a mic to Vivek Oberoi in the audience who's asking a question to Nilesh bhai. Vivek, great to have you on NDTV Profit Ignite. Thank you for coming in.
Yeah, and Vivek is an accomplished investor and fund manager
Yeah,
himself. But you would have a question for
astute investor.
the man here, right? Maybe.
Also from a also from my dhanda perspective, I'm also big in real estate. So I was wondering why he's ignoring us real estate guys.
विवेक भाई मैं आपके लिए रख रहा था.
आपसे कोई नहीं जीत सकता ना बातों में ना numbers पे.
No, so real estate I think is not, because there is a theory actually that when AI comes in, it's only the hard assets that will survive. And what are you going to do about real estate? You can't replace that with AI.
So one thing which will be a trend going forward is innovation in real estate financing. REIT InvIT has already arrived, but my feeling is that at some point of time tokenization will come. Nandan Nilekani was the force behind Aadhaar, behind UPI, behind ONDC. Now they are talking about tokenization. He has made some very interesting presentation how tokenization can unleash the illiquid assets, and real estate will be one of that. So my feeling is that it's not just the real estate per se, but also all the innovations around real estate which will deliver opportunity to investors, be it REIT InvIT, be it tokenization.
Nilesh, the other thing is this whole infra boom. I mean, maybe right now Mumbai is on a J curve. So Bombay has seen a lot of stuff, right? We just wrote in an article that last week belonged to Mumbai, from a global fintech fest to the metro line to the airport to the Mumbai app. So it belonged to Mumbai, so to say. But all over India, we're seeing this infra boom of sorts in order to ease congestion, make life simpler, etc. Is that impressive enough, or do you think more is going to happen? You would have some great insights into this.
Neeraj bhai, I'm coming from Lower Parel side.
Oh, I know your pain from Juhu to BKC.
You need a helipad there.
So, like we have built New Mumbai Airport, great. Now we are thinking of building a tunnel between New Mumbai to BKC. When will the tunnel arrive? Undoubtedly, we are building infrastructure, but is it seamless? Undoubtedly, we are building infrastructure at a scale, but is it speedy? In Wuhan, when there was a COVID crisis, they built hospital in 10 days. हम तो 10 दिन में अस्पताल का नामकरण भी नहीं कर पाएंगे. So we need to not only go for scale, but also speed and seamless connectivity.
From connecting, I think, cities and locations to connecting new hope for markets. Thank you so much, Nilesh Bhai, for joining us today and giving us your insights on how patience will eventually win the game. That's, of course, Nilesh Bhai for you. Thank you.
Can we have a quick photo op with Nilesh Bhai in the center? to at the early stages. The doubt that I always have and what I always think is, how do they identify the winners? Because the losers in that pack are going to be so much higher. Ultimately, the people that reach the capital markets are the ones that have survived that initial journey and the separation of the wheat from the chaff. So let's get some sense as to how he spots those winners. Please, Vivek, if you can make your way to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Vivek Oberoi. And to speak to him and get some insight, Vikram Oza.
No, but I will not take history. But I'm good with it. Always good to talk to Vivek Oberoi. We've had multiple conversations, and a lot of it is about the kind of businesses that he's gotten himself into. Not many people know that even before he got into the film profession, he had started investing. And yes, films have their highs and their lows, and the low was really low, Vivek. And then, of course, you've done business to the extent where you have an empire that's worth 1,200 crore rupees. Everyone's talking about it, but the question is, how do you make that kind of pivot? And why do you make that kind of pivot? How do you find the opportunity in the kind of businesses that you do? And that first business that you did that really work out?
There's a lot of questions.
Yes, I'm full of them.
Look, okay, why do you do business? I think for me, necessity was the mother of all invention. I was 15, 16 years old, back from a all-boys school called Mayo College, Ajmer, and my alma mater. And my father put me on a 500 rupee pocket money. And I thought that was a lot of money, because I came from a boarding school where you had to sign for everything. कुछ भी चाहिए, जूते नहीं खरीदने, sign कर दो. Invisibly, dad was paying for it. तो मुझे पता नहीं चलता था. There was no price tag on anything for me. So there was no perspective. कहते हैं ना दाल आटे का भाव. So I didn't have any clue on that. First week or 10 days in college, I went out for my first date with a very pretty girl. And my entire month's pocket money was over. It was finished. And my dad, I thank him so much today for it, to put discipline and values in me. At that time, I didn't thank him, but today I do. But he said कि नहीं, 500 रुपए दिए थे, 500 में तुम्हें, you have to manage your budget, and you messed it up. अब आप भुगतो, you suffer it now. So you figure out how. So I was literally walking to college. I swear I didn't have BEST bus ke paise to get to college. And it was tough for me. And I hated this whole idea. Also, there was a little bit of male ego, 15, 16-year-old. Didn't want to go up to my dad and say, please, sorry, galti ho gayi, paise de do, all of that. Upar se that girl, very pretty girl, after the first successful date, kept asking me, when are we going on our next date? What do I tell her? Kangalu. So that put me in a situation where I said, I want to be able to be independent financially. That's what sparked it. And then I started doing little jugards here and there in college. I found out, remember, there was Valentine's Day coming. And, Friendship Day coming. And Friendship Day, what used to happen is, a lot of guys used to get very scared because they'd get friend zoned. So they wouldn't come to college only that day. कि लड़की आएगी Friendship Day वाला. अच्छा, friendship बहुत grey area होता था. Does she like me? And is that first step towards a relationship? Or is it just friendship? So I understood that there was a gap. So I understood my TG, because I was part of that TG. I said कि यार ये problem है, genuine problem है लोगों की. So I came up with a new concept called Care Bear. Archies के अंदर ना छोटे से एक plastic के bears होते थे, little bears. So I went and long story how I sourced the bears all the way to a manufacturing plant in Jogeshwari, plastics वाला. उससे जाके मैंने थोक के भाव में उठाया, उसकी branding वैंडिंग की, कुछ अच्छे pretty looking girls को उसमें involve किया, hired them, gave them some money and said कि अभी तुम लोग chart papers के ऊपर अच्छा खूबसूरत सा, make some nice Care Bear concept papers. So put that out, blockbuster, huge sale. I remember in days where my monthly pocket money was 500 rupees, in that single day I must have made some 22,000 rupees profit net. So मतलब 2-3 साल का pocket money जेब में आ गया ऐसे ही. So that's how I started. And then when I realized I knew how to make money, and I kept repeating it, there was a high in it, there was a kick in it, but then I wanted to understand how to invest it. and I was studying economics. I wanted to understand, is this just jargon? Do I have to just study it to pass through my exam, or does it actually work in real life? I also chose economics because it was a very pretty teacher. So all the wrong reasons. But I wanted to understand. So I actually went to the Pan Bidi wala outside. His name was Sada. And I started asking him, because I was reading about concepts otherwise also, the Japanese concept of just in time, about stock management, about why it costs them less. Why does he run out of product? Why does he say no to a customer? Ki khatam ho gaya, aaj maal aur nahi hai. How do I finance this? How do I make him an upside and make myself an upside? So think of it like, rather than a sharkish version of microfinancing, more of a dolphin version. Let's swim together, right? So I started taking that approach. So it became almost like a partnership. And I was making returns of 6-7% on my money monthly, which was fantastic. Trying to align with them and trying to move on the same path. If there's a bad month, we didn't make enough money, it's okay. We'll cover up in other months. So that's how I started. Eventually I was microfinancing a whole line of dosa wala, chai wala, pan bidi shop, all these guys, was microfinancing. And then I wanted to evolve from them. That's how I started saying, okay, I want to get into business. So I went and I apprenticed at the stock market. Learned under a broker, understood what the screen was, understood what metals were, commodities were, why the pricing of oil was where it was, what hedging is. So I learned that journey while I was still in my teens. And that eventually got a little bit rusted when I became an actor, because it just became too easy. You go cut a ribbon and you make money. Go land up at somebody's wedding and say, I'm from the boys' side. Lie that you're from the boys' side and you get paid money for that.
But so that was much later, no? I mean, it was a big ride. When you started off, it's difficult, right? The struggle was there, right?
Yeah.
There was the struggle period, but did you make enough money to tide you through the struggle period?
I've always had money. And I've always been a good, cautious guy saving money, with the exception of one speculative play that I made when I was still about 17, 18 years old, which was this typical story of getting in tip and saying this is going to go very big, and I went all in like Jua and Satta without doing my method, without doing my calculation, understanding, reading, nothing. This one has said, that one has said, and I jumped in and I lost maybe 60-70% of my portfolio, which I had built over 2 years, 2.5 years. I lost it in one single deal. Uske baad kaan aise pakde, I said never again. I will go by the number, I will go by the data, I will analyze, I will listen to 5 people and then go by it. Unless the information is coming from Rahul Kanwal, who has incredible credibility, then you take it for what it's worth.
But Vivek, I mean, there was this disillusionment with cinema that happened.
I don't think it was a disillusionment with cinema, Vikram. I mean, I'm sorry to cut you in, but I'd like to correct that. It was a disillusionment with the environment.
Okay.
I felt that the environment wasn't conducive, wasn't a fertile bed for talent to grow beyond the drama that surrounded it. There was a lot of goodbazi, there was a lot of chess, manipulation, play, less art. And you come in with this, fire and this zest, thinking of purist, of passion, and say, only that all that matters is your passion, and you feel that. But there's a lot more that is at play there.
But businesses have those issues as well. A lot of businesses
I think they do. I think they do. But I guess older, wiser, more experienced, and I think an intelligent person is one who learns from his failures more than enjoys his success.
So when you decided to pivot and go the whole hog when it came to business, was it also necessity being the mother of all inventions? Because at that time you needed to kind of do it, make the pivot.
I think it was a bit of being frustrated, feeling that I want to do so much in life, and I was feeling pulled down a lot. I was trying to move, 2 steps forward, and I was being pulled 4 steps back. I kept experiencing that time and time again. And I said, okay, I have 2 choices. One is to live in victimhood and say, "Arey, so sad for me," cry, be unhappy about it. One is to say, okay, how do I script victory out of this victimhood? How do I change the game? How do I change the paradigm? If I can't win in this particular dimension, how do I flip the dimension itself? So that's what I did. I jumped sideways instead of trying to jump forward every time I was being pulled back. So everybody got confused when I jumped sideways. They were like, okay, he's not going forward anymore, so how do we pull him back now? So for me, I think that was the big shift. And then I approached it with the same degree of effort, energy, conviction, commitment that I did when I was starting out, whether it was films or whether it was work, I learned the basic building blocks. So if it's real estate, then went into literally consolidating land at the grassroots level, sitting with farmers on the floor in their houses, in the villages, understanding the land, understanding what a satbara is, getting down to the basic granular fundamentals of it all. And that's why it positioned me in a way where I could succeed more steadily.
So when you jumped sideways, was agri-tech something that you moved towards?
I did a bunch of things. I did fintech, which did very well. I found a niche everywhere. So what I was looking for when I was doing fintech, for example, I set up a startup and innovation university in Gujarat. And before the NEP came out, it was the first university that had a dual degree, where you could do a traditional degree and a startup at the same time. So just like I was telling you about, the Care Bear Friendship Day concept, I realized students today had another problem. My friends are going in and starting a startup. I'm getting FOMO, but my parents are very strict. They're saying, shut up and finish your engineering. I feel maybe engineering has no future. Look at so many other guys who are finishing engineering. They don't get a job. I wish I could have done my startup. Wo kar raha hai, ye kar raha hai, usko to funding bhi mil gayi. If you created the same thing in a structured environment where you could complete your formal degree but at the same time get a startup degree. So that's what we did at Swarnim. And that's what became a big success story. We have a resident capacity of now about 5,500 students in my university there. So we built that building block. Then from there came ideas of how to create more startups. So fintech, the problem was I was trying to solve for was a lot of kids want to go to a great school, great college, university, but can't afford paying one shot. Single shot mein fees nahi de pa raha hai. So how do we create financing for that, create a good IRR for NBFCs, create an arbitrage for my tech company, and finance those students without having somebody to sign as a guarantor for that amount of fees. Lakh rupiah, 1.5 lakh rupiah. How do we solve for that? So we created peer-to-peer financing platforms based on tech. We created algos that would evaluate immediately, what is a person's family spending. A lot of them are children of kisans. So how do you manage to provide that? So we built an army of almost 14 lakh students that were suddenly getting funding, and we became the bridge between priority sector lending targets of banks, NBFCs who had money and were expecting higher numbers. So built a track record and then flipped it to priority sector lending from banks. So built that kind of a tech bridge. Same thing we did with agri-tech. Today we impact more than 1 crore farmers, out of which proudly I say 32 lakh are women farmers. So we built that value. We did something which was roadside safety assistance. How do we create a roadside safety assistance equivalent of the AAA services that you get in America when you have a breakdown? So that was a tech idea. So ventured into multiple spaces that I thought was exciting and interesting.
Spread yourself too thin.
So I have a format that I work in, right?
Yeah,
earlier I used to co-found these companies myself, be a part of it. Nowadays what I do is I have a vision, I have an idea. I pick a great founder. Think of it like a venture lab. I put up the capital. Now because of the number of times one has been successful and people have made money, checks come in really quickly. And the initial setup is good. Maintain a financial discipline. No more burn runway. Hate that treadmill. Been on that treadmill. Don't want to go on that treadmill ever again. That, oh, we'll burn for 1 more year, then we'll, grab more market share, then we'll do. No. How do you make it unit economics wise, financially feasible on day one? How do you get to profitability as early as possible? How do I get
that right every time, Vivek? I mean, there will be times when you don't, right? So then what do you do?
Until now, knock on wood, when I've set the DNA and we've compromised on growth. For example, let me talk about Solitario. I started the company 3 years ago. Went into the lab-grown jewelry space. People didn't know what to categorize it as. I'm wearing it right now, by the way, flashing it, promoting my own brand here. Never miss a chance. So Solitario picked up Ricky Vasandani, great founder, pulled him in and said, let's do this together. Built the company out. Very difficult because so many opportunities. Oh my God, that one's coming in. Oh, we're losing the first mover advantage. Let's just pick up capital. Let's burn money. No, stick to the discipline. Cut to 3 years later, you're IPO ready. You're in 9 countries. You're in 25 cities. You've got more than 100 points of sale. You've got more franchise inquiries than you can handle or deal with. You're capex light. You don't go into a raw material or commodity. Today, if the cost of the raw material goes down, you're still making your margin because you're playing the brand retail and owning the customer. Those fundamental things is what I
So when you're
focus
getting
on.
into business, you're thinking of staying invested for the long term and scaling.
Yeah.
That is always the plan.
I'm not a one-night stand guy. I believe in marriages.
So most of them have been long-running marriages. And
Yeah.
that's how you prefer choosing what you want to get into.
Very early I realized I don't care about money as much as I care about wealth. That's the first question I ask any founder who comes to work with me. Do you want to make money or do you want to create wealth? And if he says, I want to make money, I said, goodbye. If he says, I want to create wealth, I said, okay, let's consider a partnership. Because I think, I always say this, that, you know, profit at the end of the day, profit is for a quarter. Purpose is for life. What is that purpose? What are you trying to solve for? What are you trying to create? How many people do you want to bring in stakeholders? How do you want to create a journey? I'm a very satisfied person. I've got more than plenty. God has blessed me with enough. I don't need more zeros. But do I want to create more impact? Yes.
But do you end up making more zeros in the bargain?
I do.
With your approach.
I think it's beautiful. When you chase the impact, the zeros chase you. Because impact connects with people. It creates a stakeholdership. It creates a thought process. You create a tribe. You create a community. And that community automatically adds zeros.
Even in real estate, where a lot is to do with making money rather than wealth.
No. So that's actually a very wrong way to think. Today, for example, when you go home, what is the feeling you get? If you go into a building that is poorly made and the walls are cracking and every single day you're cursing the developer, that bugger, I wish I had not got into his jhasa and bought this apartment here. That's one experience. And there are so many people who will walk up to you and say, you know, boss, I invested in that community of yours. Wow, what an experience. When I go there with my family, I spend the weekend there and a weekend home. Oh, we think of you, we thank you. There are so many people and so many developers I know who people walk up to and compliment and say, thank you for doing this for us. Thank you for this quality of life. So when we think, especially at BMW in the UAE, when we think ecosystemically. We think, how do we create a whole way of life? And how do we envision and think of what the customer's experience is going to be? Any business that I do, finally, the last touch point is the customer. What is that customer's experience going to be in that touch point with you will define your brand, your legacy, your destiny.
But now, I'm seeing that Masti is back. We are seeing a Masti 4. The franchise is alive and kicking. So are you creating a new ecosystem in the entertainment industry now? Are you spotting the opportunity that we are seeing you back in a big way now with such a big release?
बंदर कितना भी बूढ़ा हो जाए गुलाटी मारना नहीं भूलता है. Look, acting has been a passion, right? Always. And now that I don't have to work, I don't have to do cinema for money. I can chase it for that silly, idealistic, purist thought process that I had, just to have fun. So Masti was like a family reunion with Ritesh and Aftab and Induji and Milap and a whole bunch of, you know, friends who we worked over 21 years from the first one in 2004. 21 years. I was just joking with the other boys and embarrassing them, saying that just take a moment and think when we were doing the first Masti, your leading ladies, were they in diapers or not? Just making us feel
Certain
older.
things don't change in the business, right?
Yeah. So it is what it is. So the idea is to pursue cinema more from a fun perspective and not a numbers perspective, because you know, it became too much of a numbers game for me to really enjoy it, right? It was debilitating at one point. So I wanted to now go out and say, forget the numbers. Like, I don't know, how many of you have watched Satya in the audience? That's
Almost everyone.
Big majority.
And we're still humming its songs.
If I ask you, do you remember your favorite song from Satya? Would you have an answer for me? Title song, great. If
No
I
brainer.
tell you, do you remember when you saw it? Was there an emotion associated with it? Did you go with your then lover or current husband or ex-husband or right or friend from college? You'll have those memories. But if I ask you, do you know what business Satya did? What was the collection of Satya? Does it matter? Does one person in this audience remember whether he did 50 crores, 54 crores, 72 crores? It doesn't matter. So I think that's what I wanted to de-link. It is a business, I respect that. There are investors, it's real money at stake. I respect that. That's good. But for me as a personal choice, I wanted to delink that. I wanted to be in a space where the zeros don't matter. It's that moment on screen. It's that moment of creativity where I can surrender my soul and be in oneness with the camera and the character. That's what I was searching for, and that's what I'm looking for again. Now he'll say, and you found that in Masti 4? Don't be bitchy.
So eyebrows will be raised. But if you were to look at your entire film career and the many dialogues that made you famous and the many songs that you did, and the lessons that you learned perhaps that you're bringing into business, because like you said, that was a journey as well. And then business took off in a huge way and you started spotting these opportunities. But what were those dialogues, the lessons that you learned in your time, in your heydays, if I may call them that, in the film industry that you still carry with you? And I need to hear at least one of them. A dialogue, a song that stays with you and that becomes like a mantra.
Oh gosh. I don't think there's anything I apply to my business in it. I mean, I could try and find some connect because most of it is all gangland stuff like tu aur teri company khalas, stuff like that. I'm doing the opposite of khalas, trying to build it out. But yeah, I mean, look, what do I learn from, say, a company? It's funny, no? 23 years ago, I started my first film. My debut was a film called Company, and now I'm in the corporate world. When I think of company, what do I think of? I think of how two partners in crime, pun intended, can get together and consolidate a disorganized space. If you think of gangland at that time, which is disorganized, and you bring it together, a fragmented space, and you consolidate it like, say, I don't know, Parle G did with biscuit manufacturing, where I remember in my very young age, we used to go and turn those aluminum caps in the jars and pull out these freshly baked biscuits and buy them for 25 paise each. And then suddenly Parle G takes over and you have, this packaged standardized biscuit. That created phenomenal value. And then you have multiple such case studies. I think consolidation of those spaces is really exciting. For me right now, I'm trying to do that in EdTech. I'm trying to create something phygital, which is not just digital, not just physical, but bridging between the two, creating phygital, and really connecting Bharat, the students of Bharat, the aspirations of Bharat to the best teachers in India, right? Trying to bridge that between the urban-rural divide. I'm trying to do a lot of fun stuff which excites me, even with real estate, when we were talking about tokenization. So we're working on it right now. Nilesh Bhai was mentioning something. I was in Singapore just now for a very large conference on tokenization. And today, if you understand what the total market cap of Indian stock markets is roughly, Nilesh Bhai, kya hoga? 4 trillion? 5 trillion? $5 trillion. What is the total GDP across the globe? All countries included. Global GDP. Anybody has a number? 110, 112 trillion. If you unlock real estate wealth, what is the current wealth locked in real estate across the globe? $400 trillion. $400 trillion of real estate. 4 times the global GDP. That's what real estate is holding as wealth. Now imagine unlocking that. Imagine creating fractional ownership, creating tokenization, creating tradable tokens, all connected to a blockchain seamlessly.
Yes.
That's what's exciting. I think that's the future. We're bringing AI. We're doing so many interesting things with AI, both in the development space and otherwise. Those are exciting. So this is the fun stuff that I'm enjoying. New scripts.
Good luck on all of these, Vivek. It's such a joy to connect with you and speak to you in this festive time. And of course, as far as NDTV Profit goes, we need you to say a few words about what we are aiming to do. The profits that we are helping our viewers generate through what we do is something that perhaps ties into what you're trying to do with your business.
Since it's the flavor of Diwali right now, and I'm a believer in this phenomenal culture that we're all very fortunate to be born in. Purusharth, right? The meaning of life, the meaning of mankind, what it is to be mankind, Purusharth, has been defined so beautifully into 4 pillars. Dharma, Artha, Kam, Moksha. These are the 4 pillars. Dharma, of course, is what brings balance, right? And it's very different to religion. It's very funny how people equate the Hindi or the Sanskrit word dharma to religion. Religion comes from a Latin word, religare. Re meaning to repeat, again, and ligare means to bind, to tie. So it is the construct that you are tied to. It's a structure in which you are pinned down, and that's religion. And ours is a concept of openness and liberation, and that is dharma. To find your place, to find what you were created for, to find harmony, to find purpose, and play that purpose, play that part beautifully. Today, in one line of code goes wrong, you can have the whole internet crash and shut down, right? That one line of code also has its part, it has its purpose. So I believe in NDTV Profit today, with the 4 pillars of Purusharth that I was mentioning, Arth, profit being such an important one. If you combine that with purpose,
that's excellent.
And that's what will bring dharma and balance into life.
On that note, Vivek, thank you so much for joining us here on NDTV Profit Ignite. Such a pleasure speaking to you. And happy Diwali.
Happy Diwali. Please, can we have a quick photo?
You remember there was this thing called Light a Billion Lives? Yes. You know I did that? Oh, you did that? Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, this Friday we may not have been able to show you the moon, but we got you the star. A few people, yes. Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much.